What is up, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, Apple, Spotify, and everyone tuned in on the Texas Sports Unfiltered app? Welcome in to another edition of Bucky and BK live on Texas Sports Unfiltered and on the free TSU app. Today is Friday, January 31st, 2025, and the Buck and I are with you for the next 2 hours. On today's show, Arch Manning signs his first NIL deal. He also has a sit-down with ESPN's Marty Smith. We've got audio from the new starting quarterback at the University of Texas. Plus, a former Texas football player is in some hot water. We will go over the wild story from the Baltimore Banter regarding Ravens kicker Justin Tucker. There's some weird details in this one. We've got some Texas women's basketball to get into. We've got a Kim Mulkey video to show the Buck. We've got some NBA to talk about. We've got a crazy Cam Newton conspiracy theory involving the Dallas Cowboys and so much more. A lot to get into on a fun football Friday. Happy Friday, my man. How are you doing?
Doing good, man. Doing good. Getting towards the end of this cold. Everything is good. It's a beautiful morning here in Dripping Springs, USA, America. What a beautiful day out in this tiny hamlet out here in the country. Beautiful country, Dripping Springs. It's gorgeous this morning. It really is. And I think temperature is going to be in the 70s possible today, tomorrow, Sunday. Next week is supposed to be nice again. But don't think it's over with. Don't let your Woods comfort systems get you down thinking that, oh no, this is it. It'll come back here in February. Just not a big repeat performance, BK, but about 2 days of some real coldness. And then that'll be it.
What's going on here? I thought you don't do the temperature. I thought you just do precipitation.
Well, I have, the Farmer's Almanac, the new one that's out for 2025, out says that it's going to be on February 2nd, what is it? Knob Gobbling or whatever that place is where Tony Phil is. Gobnobbler.
Yeah, when piece of shit Phil comes out and pretends like he knows what's going on with the world.
Is that Monday the 2nd?
I think Groundhog Day is coming up.
Or is it Sunday? It's Sunday, I believe.
It is Sunday the 2nd.
Yeah, that's when they all gather in Knob Gobbler, Pennsylvania, or whatever it's called. There's a name of the city.
I think that's what they called you back in your playing days.
No, it's Gobnobbler or something like that. That's Sunday, where Punxsutawney Phil if he sees his shadow. But whether it doesn't matter. It's going to be spring will be here quicker than you think. It's going to be a good spring. It's going to be mild winter, nice spring. Spring's just around the corner.
It looks like, according to a quick Google search that I just conducted, Groundhog Day takes place in Punxsutawney, Pennsylvania, which would make sense because they call the guy piece of shit Phil.
Yeah. Oh, I know it's Punxsutawney, but where did I get Gobnobbler or Knob Gobbler from? Where did that enter my mind?
Again, that's what they called you back in the day.
Oh, that was my high school nickname?
Yeah, you're bringing back some old memories. You're having a vision this morning or something. I don't know. Now, here we go. I'd scrolled down a little bit more. So there is something called Gobbler's Knob, which I guess is the home of piece of shit Phil.
Oh, okay.
So it's in the city of Punxsutawney, but I guess where he hides
out. Where he resides?
Where he resides for 364 and like 9/10 days out of the year is Gobbler's Knob. And then he comes out for one moment and all of a sudden he's like the biggest celebrity in the history of the universe. And then he goes back in.
Oh my God. If you've never been around one of those, that's like a big rat. It's got a nasty smell to it. Oh, they stink.
That is one bit that I will never understand.
You got to trust in him. He's the groundhog. It's Groundhog Day. You've seen the movie?
Yeah, I've seen the movie, but the movie doesn't predict the weather.
No,
or only pretend like. Yeah, the movie doesn't pretend like it can predict the weather. People don't rely on the movie to predict the weather. It's just a movie.
But they do for Punxsutawney Phil.
Right. Do. That's what I don't understand why that's a thing.
That's a bad bit.
Thank you for agreeing with me. It just doesn't make any sense to me.
It is kind of a bad bit. Good morning to the soldiers at Fort Cavazos, Texas, the soldiers in the state of Texas, and all those that fight for us each and every day. Thank you, thank you, thank you for the great job that you do. To you, to your families, thank you. And to all you first responders out there, thank you. And please, all of you, be safe out there.
Yeah, I will say this. If there's an opportunity to bet on whether or not piece of shit Phil will see his own shadow, then I'm going to change my stance on Groundhog Day. Like if my cousin can cash in a little bit on Sunday's events, then okay, all of a sudden I'll start to think that it's a pretty good bit.
There you go.
Yeah, that's all we need.
I bet if you can check, I bet if you check, European betting places, I bet you can do that.
Somebody's got it somewhere, right?
Yeah.
A line on whether or not he's going to see his own shadow.
Yes, they do. And it's going to be, hey, spring is just around the corner, brother. We're not going to have 6 more weeks of winter. We're not going to have any of that. That winter stuff, no. Going to be a beautiful. Here in Texas, we're going to have a wonderful spring.
You're right. Been moments in the winter where it's felt like spring.
And winter was very nice.
It was, yeah.
We're not really done, but it really has been nice so far.
We
haven't had a lot of those cold 36, 35, 38s. We've been pretty good.
The power stayed on.
Yeah, that's what's important. The power stayed on.
That's how I determined whether or not we had an easy winter here in Austin. Did the power stay on the entire time? And so far, we're not out of the woods yet, like you said, but so far, so good on that front.
Well, for you, it doesn't really matter because you just call down there and they come up and turn the power on for you.
I don't know if considering how slow the maintenance folk are at my apartment complex, like it would take a while for me to get the power back on.
They weren't slow to take that rental car of yours out of that spot.
No, they were very happy to tow my car away. They're not very happy to replace a light bulb or fix something that's wrong with my place. That usually takes them about a week to get done.
I'm still not getting to replace a light bulb. Takes you 15 seconds and a couple extra bulbs in the drawer over there.
Well, if they want to supply the bulbs, then I'll do it. I'm just
you'll actually do it? If they supply the bulbs, you'll do it?
Sure, 100%. The issue is I don't want to pay for the bulb. It's not like I'm worried I can't do it or don't want to do it. I just don't want to pay for a light bulb. So to get the free bulb, I got to call down.
You got a birthday around the corner. Maybe the listeners should get you a couple bulbs, wrap them up. You got them right there, and then you can just easily change bulbs in the apartment.
Yeah, I'm just going to throw light bulbs at people. If you give me a light bulb, I'm throwing it at you. You're
going to fling those things all over the place in the parking lot?
Probably at the person who gives me the light bulb. It's probably going straight back to
it. Before we get going.
Yeah.
Has the girl that you helped, does she still live in the apartment, or she still resides in that apartment?
Yeah. Again, the guest bed is down this morning. You can see it in the background if you're watching online. She is still in the other room, just fluing it up.
I'm not talking about your sweetheart. I'm talking about that girl that you helped into that apartment about a year ago that was going to give you like a case of beer and said, screw you, forget about it. Remember the girl you helped?
I thought you meant Sylvia from Greenwood, Missouri.
Oh, not her.
That's the one I'm talking about. Yeah, she's in the other room right now.
Sylvia, that's different. But the girl that you helped I thought by now she would have moved out. She's moved on up somewhere.
No, she's still there. She's got a little purse dog. She walks around all the time. She's one of those broads.
Has not paid you anything yet? Has not offered you? No?
No. It won't happen.
No, it's over with. No pizza, no nothing.
I'll tell you what, when it's time for me to move out.
Oh, you're going to go knocking on that door?
Yeah, you know what? I don't think I need movers this time. I'm going to save a few bucks. So I've got someone who owes me a favor.
That's right.
She'll handle it. Yeah. Oh my God. I'd forgotten about that. Yeah. She still rolls around. She's still there. So no, nothing more than a thank you on the day I helped move her stuff in. I mean, it was
that's basically all you needed was a thank you.
Yeah, sure. I mean, I could have used some money too, but
and some help.
Real help. Yeah. No, I didn't need to be taking 20 trips up and down 3 flights of stairs for $0.00. I'm a good guy, I think, but I ain't that good of a guy. That's too much. It's too much.
No, you need to have the rope that goes down between the steps with all this stuff to make your own little elevator. You'll figure it out. Next time you have to move whatever her name is.
Well, the problem is it's a slalom, so.
Oh, that sucks.
Yeah, I don't know if there's a way that could work. I wouldn't be able to come up with that anyways, but it wasn't possible with the setup of the complex here. But anyways, there you go.
My friends
All
took the bulb out of the restroom to replace the bulb in the kitchen. Wow. At their apartment. Nice.
Yeah, whatever you got to do. I mean, you could just ask the apartment complex to do it because you're paying for that, right? There will be a point where I'm a homo like you, and I've got to do all of that stuff on my own. But for right now, I pay for somebody else to do all that stuff, you know?
Why Steven on my $5 and some socks? Don't be getting on me about that.
I would have taken $5 and some socks from the upstairs neighbor because that would have been $5 and one pair of socks more than I have right now.
Dude, I'm giving away now. I'm giving away hoodies. You kidding me? Leather jacket.
Like I'm going to pretend to be homeless so I can get one of these hoodies. What's the deal? I need one of these.
I went there, got my oil changed. The guy said, "That's a nice hoodie." I'm like, "Not for you. You ain't homeless. You got a job, homie."
And the guy's like, "Hold on 1 second. Hey, boss, I quit.
I got to get this. I got to get this. I need to get that hoodie.
Give me that hoodie, guy. I need that." Oh my gosh. All right, we've got plenty to get into today, but Buck, I'm in a good mood. It's Friday. Hopefully everyone's in a good mood because the weekend is upon us.
Warm weekend. Yes, sir.
There's three big stories today. We've got a bunch of stories today, but like 3 Texas related things that I really want to discuss at some point on today's program. So I'll give you the choice of which one we start with. We could go with Cam Newton's crazy Dallas Cowboys conspiracy that involves the Texas Longhorns. We could go with the Justin Tucker story where he's being accused of inappropriate behavior by 6 massage therapists. Or we could play some Arch Manning audio from his one-on-one sit-down with ESPN's Marty Smith.
And you have no Kim Mulkey at all, huh?
Oh, we've got Kim Mulkey. We'll save that for hour 2 when we're having a little more fun.
Heck yeah. Let's get to Arch's sit down.
All right, so we've got 2 little bits of Arch news today. The first one, not very major, but a big deal for him, I'm sure, literally and metaphorically. Arch Manning has signed an NIL deal with Red Bull. That was announced yesterday.
Gives you wings.
Gives you wings. So hopefully it gives him wings on the football field this fall. We have no details on how much the deal is for or what Arch Manning is going to do, but there was a video that Arch Manning posted to his Twitter account yesterday announcing his new partnership with Red Bull. To my knowledge, that's the first NIL deal that Arch Manning has ever signed, right? Because I think we all know that Arch wasn't taking any NIL money until he became the starting quarterback at Texas.
Right.
It's been his bit from day one. And, well, now that we know Quinn Ewers is off to the NFL and Arch Manning is officially the starter at Texas, then we might see a few of these bad boys coming in throughout the rest of the offseason. But to my knowledge, Arch Manning, who has the highest NIL valuation of any college athlete in America, according to On3, has just signed his first deal. So congrats to him. We'll see if we see him as a cartoon character in one of those Red Bull commercials at some point.
Oh, my God. Yeah.
You like those things? You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I don't like Red Bull. That's not going to get, no matter what, that's not going to get me to drink that shit. But, you know.
No, we've got a lot of liquids we work with on this program and
Red
on this
Bull's
network. No, one of them is this guy right here. We'll talk about this.
Yeah, there you go.
Later. That's a liquid that we're not messing around with right there. Or we are messing, you know what I mean. All right. Arch Manning sat down with ESPN's Marty Smith, and this aired yesterday. We've got a bunch of cuts from Arch Manning talking about a number of different things, why he chose Texas, why he stuck with Texas, what he likes about Texas, and what his expectations are as he becomes the starting quarterback at Texas. So the very first question that Marty Smith posed to Arch Manning in this 20 or so minute sit down, why did you pick Texas in the first place?
There were a few reasons. I liked Coach Stark a lot from the jump, and Austin was a good spot for me. There's so much to do here. And then most importantly, I think I wanted to go somewhere where, you know, maybe they haven't been as good the past few years and we're kind of on the rise and kind of wanted to bring Texas back.
That makes sense. All 3 of those.
Yeah.
All 3 of those thoughts make sense. It's bringing Texas back. He liked the head coach and he liked the city. You know, that's a big deal. When you can get all 3, that's incredible. You know, they're on the rise. They have a history. They have a great city that they're in. They're not up in the woods somewhere. And you like your coach, you know.
I think
And the order that he put them sound perfectly logical too.
That's exactly where I was going. Like, I don't know if that was intentional by Arch, but the fact that he ordered it that way, like the
Yeah.
coach, number one, the city, number two, and hey, on top of things, yeah, Texas hasn't been great for a while. Now, Texas over the last 2 years has been great again
Mhm.
because we've officially made Texas football great again. Let's not forget about that.
Yes.
But, still, the Longhorns haven't won a national championship in 20 years. But when Arch committed and signed with Texas, they were still in that dozen-year-long rut. So, being one of the guys to help bring Texas out of that, I could see how that could be appealing to him as well. But, yeah, I mean, Steve Sarkisian's number one. Like, if Texas had Tom Herman or Charlie Strong or, most of the coaches that are currently coaching in college football, Arch Manning doesn't consider coming to Texas. But you get the quarterback whisperer that is Steve Sarkisian. Quinn Ewers is about to be the 10th quarterback that Steve Sarkisian has sent to the NFL draft in the last 2 decades. You get a chance to work with a guy like that.
Yes.
That's probably the biggest appeal to Arch and the Manning family as a whole, wouldn't you think?
Oh, and there's no doubt. I mean, yeah, and this area to the Manning family, to what they have in their kingdom, you know what I mean? As they expand themselves, their worldwide brand, that this is a part of it. And this is a great city to start to, believe me, they got stuff in the works in this area. Whether Arch Manning is here for a year, 2 years, 3 years, it's on its way.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to be popping up here and there, and don't be surprised when you see things pop up with the Manning name around here. This is a great place. It's a great city to bring in new blood when it comes to businesses, and it's not just as long as you're here thing. It's something that stays around. It has longevity, and the Manning name will have longevity. So, just get ready for it.
Absolutely.
And it's a smart move on that, and that's the entire family. It's not just the kid. It's the uncles, the grandfather, it's everybody.
Yeah, you're right. From a playing perspective, from a business perspective, like I think Arch Manning has a long future in the sport of football, but hey, making some money in other ventures, never a bad idea.
No doubt.
Arch can do that while he's playing football at Texas and at the next level. And I think he can also continue to do that once his playing career is over.
Sure.
Picking a kind of a growing, rising metropolitan area like Austin. This place is one of the coolest places to be in the world these days. So makes a lot of sense. The city checks a lot of boxes. And of course, the university itself does as well. All right. It's about to be Arch Manning's 3rd year on campus. Everybody knows that people were trying to get Arch Manning to leave Texas, right? When Quinn Ewers announced that he was coming back for the 2024 season, you saw dozens of articles online posted about transfer destinations for Arch Manning, like where he should go. He should leave Texas. He should go somewhere else. He's not going to be willing to sit on the bench for another season. He's a Manning. There's no way he's going to do that. So why'd you stay, Arch?
I think mostly because I liked being here. Austin's great. I have a bunch of friends. I like my teammates. I like my friends outside of football, so there wasn't really any reason to leave because I wanted to be here, and it wasn't always easy being the backup, but I think it's paid off, and I won't take it for granted now that I get to play a little bit more.
Yeah, he's got it down to, he sounds like a grown-up. He sounds like somebody that deals in reality. He's not looking for some fantasy. I need to have every girl on campus. I need this done for me that way. He's just being real that his life is good right here in Austin, and he feels good. He feels comfortable, and there's nobody going to make him start all over somewhere else for a bunch of money, then have to find new friends and have to find new teammates. He doesn't want to do any of that stuff. He just wants to continue where he is because he's very comfortable in being here. Yeah. This is a comfortable place. It really is. And a lot of people thought it's so comfortable, it's hard to win here because it's way too comfortable. You don't exert yourself above and beyond the comfortable stage because you're so comfortable. Sure. It's whether you win or lose, it's just a comfortable place. But for him, he wants to win. He knows what it's like to be around winners. He is winning now. He's at a winning program, and he can win on the field and off the field, and with friends too. He's comfortable now. So it's now just settle in, and he just wants to play some winning football now that he's the leader.
Yeah, that was a pretty common belief shared by a number of folks that one of the reasons Texas wasn't good was
Right.
because there was too much to do in Austin, right?
Yeah,
Like
it's too comfortable.
yeah, there ain't much to do in Tuscaloosa, Alabama. There ain't much to do in Athens, Georgia. Like those are just college towns. Those aren't major cities with international airports. It's like there's too much distraction. Well, it turns out you just need to get the right people in place to do the job, and
Absolutely.
you can have plenty of success here. I think Steve Sarkisian has proven that. But yeah, the first two answers we heard from Arch go hand in hand, right? I mean, why'd you come to Texas, Arch? The coach, the city, the ability to bring Texas back. Okay? If you transfer somewhere else, you lose all three of those things. So all of the reasons that you came to Texas in the first place would have gone away if you decided to portal to any other school in the country.
And it had to have a history. I think the program had to have some history to it.
Yeah, I think so too. I mean, Arch Manning, I think his finalists were like Texas, Georgia, LSU, and Ole Miss or something like that. So, I mean, LSU and Georgia have had a bunch of success. Ole Miss is where his uncle went.
Right.
It's obviously a prominent program as well. Like, yeah, Arch Manning wasn't looking at a Kansas or an Iowa State or a
Texas looked like the most unlikely place out of all of them, really.
right.
You know, for him, from where he comes from and where his relatives are, this was the most unlikely place. But he just laid it down to you that it's a great city. He lets you know that he's comfortable here. The campus is comfortable. He likes the coach, and that's a big deal.
Absolutely. Well, we know about the Manning family name, right? I mean, you've got a grandpa that was a great football player. You've got a couple of uncles who are pro football Hall of Famers. I think everybody knows the Manning story. It's the first family of football, for God's sake. Arch Manning was asked by Marty Smith about trying to live up to that legacy, right? Do you try to live up to everything your relatives did? Here was Arch's answer to that.
Yeah, I never really think about that. I'm just here to play football. It's a game I love, grew up playing. You're out there with your friends playing every Saturday. What could get better than that? I'm not here to take someone off the throne or like, I'm not worried about my legacy. I'm just worried about playing ball and winning games.
Yeah, I mean, his legacy is always going to be there. He's a Manning. It's just, I mean, he went to Texas, he's going to be the starting quarterback. It'll be there. I mean, he's not going to be the second best man. I mean, he's not looking to do that. He's looking to have success in his life. A lot of people are viewing him as what he does in his athletic life. That guy's looking for life. He's looking to be a winner in life. He's not looking to be a winner just on the football field. That helps, but he's looking for a life win. That's what he's looking to do. He's not looking to surpass his uncles or his grandfather. He's just looking to be the best Arch he could be, the best person he could be, and where he's most comfortable, and his family will be comfortable, and his kids or whatever, they're going to be comfortable too. So, and that's what the grown-ups think about.
Sure.
They're not trying to like you said, they're not trying to dethrone his uncle as the second best quarterback in the family or the third. He don't give a shit about that kind of stuff.
I just loved watching this entire conversation because Arch is so modest and so humble. And I mean, this is the guy who has been famous since the moment he came out of the womb, right? And the fact that he handles everything as well as he's handled it to this point. And look, when you're the starting quarterback at a place like Texas, there's a lot of pressure that comes along with the job. I like that Arch Manning has already dealt with a lot of pressure by being a Manning, right? By being related to a bunch of football legends. That guy has dealt with a lot of stuff that most people don't have to deal with going into college that I think is going to benefit him in college.
His realistic approach is what's going to make it, if there's things that happen to him on his athletic deal, just the way he feels about where he is and the place that he's at and the people around him, it's going to work out for him no matter what.
Yeah. Exactly. And he's got a good head on his shoulders. Like you could tell he was raised incredibly well. And he's a guy who could go around boasting that he's a Manning and, oh, look at my uncles, look at my grandpa, look at my dad. And he's just like, no, I'm not like, that's cool. Like I care about my family. I love my family name, but I'm here to play ball. Like I'm here to play ball on Saturdays with my friends and I'm here to win games and compete for championships.
Right.
That was the entire theme of the interview with Marty Smith. So love that. He's humble. He's modest. He's got a good head on his shoulders. What about Quinn Ewers? Obviously, Arch Manning sat behind Quinn the last two seasons here in Austin. We've got two questions regarding Arch's relationship with Quinn. We'll start with the first one. Just, hey, what was your time like with Quinn Ewers at Texas?
Great. You become close with the guy when you spend every day with him for the past 2 years. And Quinn's a pro. He handled it. He handled the media like a pro. He handled the way he prepped his body and mind for the games. And I've learned so much from him, and he's just a great guy.
Yeah, I mean, we all saw what Quinn Ewers became, what kind of leader he became. I mean, he got hurt, but he bounced back. He came back to the team as quick as he could and played as hard as he could. And he's helped guide this young guy and not been one of those bitter dudes that had this looking over his shoulder and seeing who is coming next. He just did what he had to do. And the backup quarterback, who's now going to be the starting quarterback, appreciates that. Believe me, he'll say nice things about him, but he wants to move on because now it's his turn,
Yeah, well, it's funny you say that. It's a perfect segue into the second Arch Quinn cut. Arch Manning was asked when he found out that Quinn was leaving and when he realized that he was going to be taking over the reins as QB1 for the Longhorns.
Kind of right after the Ohio State game, I was with Quinn in the locker room, and he was just like, enjoy every moment. It goes by quickly, so love on your teammates and have fun. And I took that to heart, and I'm thankful for everything he did for me. And Coach Sark just told me to be myself and be a leader and work hard, and it'll all work out.
Yeah, I mean, just do the things that you've done growing up. That's all. You don't. Obviously, you're a pretty talented football player, but you're also a pretty mature young guy. Just do the things that you do. Don't get outside the box all of a sudden now that you become the guy. Don't get outside of your character. There's no reason to. I mean, people are going to respect you for who you are. They don't want to see somebody now. They don't want to see the different guy. You know what I mean? They don't want the guy who's changed his character at all. They want to see the guy who's level-headed in games, off the field, at dinner, not going to say the dumbest. People aren't going to look around and say, did they just say that? When you're around people, all of a sudden they become somebody different. Like, did he just say that? Really? Yeah, you don't want that. You don't want to be in situations where all of a sudden the guy's uncomfortable. Just be yourself.
And the good news for Arch, again, being a Manning, I mean, that guy's been the most popular kid on campus the last 2 years.
Sure.
Like, usually there's a massive leap from backup quarterback to starting quarterback. But Arch Manning's already been more popular than the starting quarterback the last couple of years.
I heard some of that conversation where he talked about signing autographs across campus. Just keep on the move. He said he doesn't stop because then crowds start to gather. He just does it as he walks along, but he signs them all. He doesn't have any problem with that stuff. Don't get outside your character. All of a sudden somebody puts a pen and a paper in front of your face and you tape it and slap it out, like Kim Mulkey did to her assistant last night. You don't slap the thing down on the ground and say, I got places to go. Just be yourself,
Right. It's
a few seconds to do certain things, and that can tear up your whole character. Just one thing can tear it apart.
Bingo. That's well said. That's where I was going. Like, it sucks. Look, you and I have never lived this life because we've never been famous, anywhere close to as famous as Arch Manning already is. But it's like you could be a celebrity. You could have 1,000 interactions in public. You could get 999 of them right and treat those 999 people incredibly well, sign autographs, take pictures. Hell, you could have a 20-minute conversation with each of those people. If you have one bad one, that's the one time someone's filming you.
Absolutely.
It's like the one time where, you screw up, you slip up, you do something wrong, you treat somebody wrong, and then people are going to hold it against you till the end of time. Is it fair? No, but it's reality in the world that we live in nowadays. So, yeah, I think that's a good strategy, right? Arch Manning, I didn't cut that one up, but he was asked about, hey, what's life like on campus? And he's like, Steve Sarkisian said, keep walking. Selfies are great. I love taking selfies because I can take them while I'm walking, and then I just keep going, and the people go their separate ways.
He doesn't want to be the Pied Piper. He's already that on the football field. He doesn't want to be that out in his social life. He wants to be like everybody else. Yeah. He wants to blend in. It's hard enough. I know it must be hard for him to go to a damn basketball game on this campus. He probably loves basketball. He wants to go, but if he sits down, people are just going to gather around him. And he doesn't want that attention. He just wants to see the game. He wants to be like everyone else. And that's hard for him. So the head coach has given him some good advice. Just keep on the move.
Yeah,
keep on the move. So
I don't know how many college kids think like that. Like nowadays, if I see a celebrity in public, I'm like 99 times out of 100, I'm not going to bother them. Like I want to give them the chance to live a normal life. Like, they came to this restaurant just looking for a meal. They didn't come here hoping to get bothered, asked for pictures, asked for autographs, anything like that. But in college, I don't know if college kids think that way. They're like, oh shit, I got a chance to take a selfie with Arch Manning. My social media numbers are about to go through the roof. I got to do this right now.
Oh, the kids that do it, it's the person themselves. Do they want it? I mean, and this kid right here, believe me, he wants to be an NFL quarterback. He wants to be. The guy's worked pretty hard to get to where he is as a quarterback, and still been doing it, and he still will do it. Yeah, he wants to be in the NFL. Yeah, he wants to be a star quarterback, but he wants to live as normal of a life as he can. He doesn't want people, he knows they're going to gawk at him, but he doesn't want it. He doesn't want all that shine on himself. It's going to happen naturally, but he's not going to go looking for it. He's not going to pitch a tent in the middle of campus so that people can come and see him. He's not going to do that. He doesn't want that.
What kind of tent are we talking? Oh, like a real camping tent.
He doesn't want that kind of notoriety. He just wants to be normal. That's going to be hard.
If he was doing some other tent pitching, I feel like a lot of people would be rolling around for that,
Yeah, he just seems like just a real mature. I can't wait to be the quarterback here. Can't wait to get it started. And it doesn't matter. Win, lose, or draw, that guy's going to be a winner.
Yeah, well, it's pretty impressive because Arch Manning could have done 500 of these sit-downs over the last couple of years.
Sure.
But he waited his turn. Like, he could have taken the spotlight away from Quinn. He could have made this all about himself, but he's all about the team. And he didn't want to attract too much attention to himself, and that's why I'm so impressed by his NIL decision. And here's Arch talking about that a little bit, right? Like, Arch Manning had a chance to take a ton of NIL money. Now, I know his family's not hurting for money. We all know that, but still – the guy is probably being offered millions of dollars over the last couple of years, and he turned it down. I don't know how many people in the world would turn down the opportunities that Arch Manning has turned down. Here's him talking about why he did it.
Yeah, well, I didn't want to be the guy rolling in with all this money when we have guys like Jake Majors who've had 40 starts here and not making any, and I'm taking all the money. So I wanted to kind of earn my money, work hard, get to know the players, and, kind of earn my way up.
Yeah, he knows I'm going to get my money.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he knows. It's just a matter of time. And the money that I have, I'm living high on the hog as it is right now. So the guys who don't have it, let them have it now. But I'm going to get my money.
Yeah.
That's the way to look at it. You're going to get it. It's just a matter of time. Unless your ticket gets punched, and none of us know when our ticket is punched. So unless your ticket is punched while you're here, then he's going to get his money. So, and he knows that.
I will say this. This is not to dunk on Quinn at all, but, Quinn Ewers skipped his last year of high school to get $1 million to play 2 snaps at Ohio State.
Yeah.
Like, that's okay. I would do the same thing as Quinn, right? This is not a fault of Quinn. That's why I think it's so impressive and so unique what Arch Manning did, because I think most athletes would do what Quinn did, take that route, and instead of doing what Arch did. Now, family situations are different, right? The Ewers family doesn't have the money that the Manning family does, I wouldn't think. So I get that part of it, but it's unique for a kid at that age to be that mature and make those type of decisions. And that's going to bode incredibly well, like you're saying, for Arch, not just on the field, but in life as a whole.
Well, I think if you're a mature enough young person, it's just a matter of what is it that I need at a college campus? And anytime I want to go out to get a meal or take some friends out, do I have enough money to do that? Well, yeah, I can go to my bank account. But my parents are making sure they understand what's going to happen to me in the next couple of years. So I've got plenty of money. There are kids that we know they can't do that. They can't turn to their parents and say, hey, listen, can you put $4,000 in here because in the next couple of weeks, I want to go on spring break, but I want to take certain people here and there and take them to dinner. A lot of kids can't do that. And they've never had the means to do that. These guys know, certain guys like Quinn Ewers knows what he can do. And Arch Manning knows what he can do, but he's also very, very happy. It makes you feel good. You don't walk around campus thinking, I can't do this or I can't do that. It's a shame I can't do this. I can't do that. That guy he knows what he's about to get, what's about to come his way. But he's mature enough to also understand that, you know what? It's not going to always be about the money. I will have the money. Am I happy with where I am, my teammates, the city? I got to live in a place for an extra year or two. Am I going to be happy there? Does this place suck? Am I in it just for the money? No, he's in a great situation. That's why, the University of Texas is a special place, man. It really, really is. There's not a lot of places, and the folks in Columbus and Ann Arbor And, South Bend can talk about how, this is a nice place too. No, bullshit. Not compared to this place. Don't even try that. I love when they used to try that when when recruits will try that against you. And, oh no, Ann Arbor, what a nice college town. Oh, Happy Valley, what a great bull crap. What a bunch of little hamlets those places are. This guy is in a perfect situation. Is not only his present, but his future can lay in a place like that that's growing. This is special. And as people say, when you getting over that hump of winning like they're doing now, it's hard. This place is easy. When things are going good, it's very easy. You have to work harder when it's that much easier. So you have to work that much harder to keep your mind focused on what is the goal here? Winning national championships, get into the playoffs. Your mind has to be straight for that. Or you can lay back like a fat cat, BK, and still get all of this stuff, have a nice college career here and move on, make some NIL money. What is it that you really, really want to do? And this kid has the same, and this team is that way because I think the head coach now is building it that way. Yeah. And that's why I think it makes it easier for others to want to come here.
Some of those other college towns might be nice, but they're not Austin.
No, it's not.
No. All right, one more from Arch Manning here. This is an interesting one because we don't hear a lot about A.J. Milwee, the quarterback's coach at Texas. And Arch Manning was asked, who was your biggest critic? You started 2 games, you played at 2.5 games. Who was your biggest critic after those performances early in the 2024 season? And Arch gave this answer.
My quarterback coach, he's pretty tough, and I love him. But he doesn't give out many compliments. He's pretty hard on us, and that's what I like, and that's what you want as a player. You want to be coached, and I would say him, Coach Milwee, A.J. Milwee. He's the man.
What was his analysis?
He's just all about getting completions and staying ahead of the chains and not forcing deep shots and playing the game within the game.
Yeah, it's interesting. I don't hear a lot about him. We hear so much about Sark and play calling and the quarterback guru. You don't hear much about the quarterback coach, but he's the guy who has the one-on-ones all the time with the young quarterback. So that's interesting. That's a great compliment by Arch.
Yeah, I like that. And I like that Arch is willing to take the coaching because some kids nowadays aren't willing to take coaching. Oh, no. So AJ can be critical.
Hard. Why are you coaching me hard? You better coach the third string or the fourth string guy hard. Just need to leave me alone.
Right. And I'm sure that's something the Manning family really liked. They wanted Arch to get coached up. They didn't want him to get coddled wherever he played his college football. They wanted him to get developed into a guy who's going to have a long, successful NFL career, just like his uncles did. So
yeah, hard coaching is good coaching, man. Yeah. Certain kids can take it. Certain kids just can't take it. But that's a part of being a coach is you got to know how far you can take it with a guy, and you better get to know them quick. That's what the recruiting process is all about. You get to spend some time, recruiting a kid from, they recruit them at 8th grade now. You get to know these guys, and you better be able to coach him hard, or he can't come to where you are. If you're a hard coach and that kid has a light heart, you better change because the kid won't change.
Right.
They are who they are. They're kids. They're not changing.
I'm fascinated to see how these next couple of years unfold with Arch Manning as the Texas quarterback, right? Our guy Brian Davis of A to Z Sports tweeted this out yesterday, and I agree with him 100%. Now, Arch Manning is going to be the most celebrated, hyped, scrutinized, and criticized player in Texas history. Like Chris Sims may be that guy right now. He didn't have to deal with social media when he was on the 40 acres. Like Arch Manning is going to have to deal with stuff that no player in college football history has ever had to deal with.
Yeah, and he will be here as long as it takes for him to feel like he's gotten better, that he's ready to go. If it's 1 year, believe me, if it's 1 year and he sits down with the head coach, his head coach here, and then his uncles and feel like I'm ready to go on and move on, no matter what the season looks like, that he's ready for the next level, he'll be gone. If it's 2 years, he'll stay 2 years. He'll stay 3 years. He'll be like, no, I'm not ready for that yet. There's certain things I can work on. He's not leaving the University of Texas because of what people think it's time for him to go. When he feels like he's reached the level of being an NFL quarterback, and not just a quarterback, but a guy that can help a team move forward, he will go. And people saying, oh, he'll be here for more than 1 year. No, if that dude feels like 1 year is enough for him, he'll be gone.
Well, you might be right. I was told from the jump that the plan was for Arch to be here for 4 years. And you look at Eli, he stayed in college for 4 years. You look at Peyton, he stayed in college for 4 years. Archie stayed in college for 4 years. So if he's following in his family's footsteps, then he will do that. Now, on top of that, Eli and Peyton were 3-year starters at their respective schools. So if Arch wants to be a 3-year starter here at Texas, then he's going to be at Texas for 5 years. But all that being said, I'm with you. Like, if I had to put money on it right now, I would say Arch is here for 2 years. But if he goes out there, I mean, this guy's one of the favorites to win the Heisman Trophy this season. If he goes out there this fall, wins the Heisman Trophy, and everyone is projecting him to be the number 1 overall pick in the 2026 draft, it might be hard for Arch to come back. The plan may change, is my point.
I mean, his family, they're going to sit down and talk about it and say, well, another year, another couple of hits, you're already at the level if they think you're the best quarterback in the draft. I mean, it's just time to go. I mean, like I said, when he feels like he's ready to go and he's gotten the things that he needs to take with him into the NFL, he'll be gone.
Yeah, I think
he's made good decisions. He's not done anything but make good decisions so far.
I'm banking on it being 2 years. Maybe that's wishful thinking.
You're banking on it for sure.
Of course. I think every Texas fan would like to see that.
Absolutely.
All right, we hope Arch is as advertised, and if he is, it would suck to only have him start for 1 season in Austin. So I'm banking they stick with the
better advice than the people around him. We can talk about it. We get a chance to discuss it, but he doesn't have any better decision makers than than that live within his realm. He's got tons of that good decision making people.
Yeah, no doubt. And 2 of them were on ESPN last night running the Pro Bowl games.
Dude, I can't watch fast walking and whatever the hell they do. It's fun. You know what I mean? That is more in tune, I think, now when I look at that, the Pro Bowl stuff and the All-Star basketball, that really is for young people. I mean, like I'm serious, like really young people. I'm not talking about, college, high school kids. It's more like middle school to get them to understand, these guys are kind of looking at them. They're fast walking. They're doing all this stuff. Oh, I can do that. Why aren't they really running? Why am I seeing? No, they don't want to pull in. It's geared to really young people now.
Yeah.
I mean, the future. It's for them. And then it'll change as they go on. This is not for old ass me, where I want to see them get out there and in the Pro Bowl and knock each other's head off like they used to, or play against college team. That's way past my time, the stuff that they do now. Fast walking. I'm like, really? I'm like, that's for young. Yeah, it's for young. It's not for you, dumbass old man.
Well, it's for the players now. The players don't want to play in it anymore.
And it's for those youngsters that are coming up. That looks kind of cool. That looks kind of fun. Let me get in this game. They look like they're having some fun out there.
I think the kids would be very happy to watch what you watched. They would love to see one more football game with all of the best players in the world. You're telling me the kids wouldn't want that? The problem is the players don't want to get hurt.
Egg on a spoon, hacky sack faces.
Don't blame the kid. I hate the kids. I blame the kids for everything. Don't blame the kids for this one. This one's on the players.
NFL, tug of war. That's what the kids want to see. Hey, they want hacky sack races. Jumping in a hacky sack for 20 yards. That's what we need to see next.
I don't think so. We might see that next, honestly, with some of the bits we had last night.
Caitlin Clark doesn't want to get in a 3-point shooting contest.
That's a different sport. That's a different sport.
I know, but why not? Why? I don't get that. I mean, I see people applauding her for. I'm like, why not?
Because she wants the WNBA to have a 3-point contest.
Well, don't they have it anyway?
I don't think they do. I don't know.
Do they have a tripping over each other? Do they have one of those where they can fall over each other in the lane contest?
What's your next suggestion? A missed layup contest?
Yeah. Why don't they have missed layup contest? I mean, really? I'm like, you're getting an opportunity, and NBA's paying for your deal anyway. Just go shoot the 3-pointers. Just 3-pointers. You shoot 3-pointers. You may be better than that. You and Steph Curry. You don't think eyes would watch that?
They did last year.
Yeah, they would do it again.
She don't want to do it, man. I won't get mad at her if she doesn't want to do it.
That's cool. I'm not mad at her. I'm just saying, well, why wouldn't you? I don't know what the fault of that is. I don't. Oh, they want to do things their way.
Yeah.
Okay.
They got their own league. They want their own All-Star weekend.
Are they going to start paying for their league now? No, not yet. Not yet.
Probably not.
No, not yet. Not yet. They're not
No,
quite there yet.
no. What about a dunk contest? Could we do that in the W?
Yeah, we can bring that down to 7.
7-foot dunk contest?
What's wrong with that? Yeah, if it works.
Ugh.
Plus,
I'd watch.
don't they use that little Nerf ball?
Oh, you're saying use a Nerf hoop? That's like 3 feet tall.
Yeah, I can get there. I'll show them how to do that. I'll Nerf them up.
Yeah, you and Jeff George.
George, yeah, man.
You'll get on your knees around all of those women and show
I
them what's up.
I used to light that dude up in Nerf basketball
Bet you did. I bet you did.
on my knees.
Yeah, that's why they called you the Gobnobbler.
Gobnobbler, Pennsylvania. That is a city's name. You found out they had
No.
a city.
No, it's just where the groundhog hangs out. The city is
Okay.
Punxsutawney, but the groundhog hangs out in, what was it? Nobbler's Gob or Gobbler's
Gobnobbler.
Knob?
So yeah, that's weird.
I'd say
Pennsylvania has some really weird places. You know, they got Intercourse, PA.
yeah, they've got the showers at Penn State.
Come on, man.
Is that not intercourse? That's something else?
Bath, Pennsylvania, Nazareth, Bethlehem, Egypt, PA.
There's actually a city in Pennsylvania called Intercourse.
Intercourse, yes.
Oh, I
Intercourse.
thought you were
PA.
making a Penn State joke. I was just
No,
following up
I'm
on.
serious. I think there's an Intercourse, Pennsylvania.
Interesting.
I'm not seeing D's Nuts, Michigan yet. I'm waiting for that one.
Yeah, that'd be the day. If I ever get famous enough to like name a street after me, it's not going to be Kellner Road. It's going to be D's Nuts Boulevard
There you go.
or D's Nuts Drive, right? You need the alliteration there.
Absolutely.
D's Nuts Drive. All right, we've got to give some sponsor shout outs. There's the Arch Manning conversation with Marty Smith. Encourage all of y'all to go check it out once Texas Sports Unfiltered is done for the day. Of course, when we return, I'm not really going anywhere, but after some sponsor shout outs, Cam Newton has a conspiracy that involves Arch Manning, and it also involves the Dallas Cowboys. And
Yes.
This is, like, I'm a fan of a good sports conspiracy theory. This one is a little bit too off the wall for me, but we're going to play you the audio of what Cam Newton had to say on ESPN yesterday.
The
But
man
before
with the
that,
funny hats.
the guy with the stupid hats. But
Yeah.
before that, though, Buck, how about a few sponsor shout outs?
Folks, for years I've struggled with my bad back, but now I have the comfort that I need and I definitely deserve. And I found it at our good friends at Relax the Back. I went over there and I've been in this chair. I got this chair about 15 years ago, and it is absolutely fantastic. It gives me all the comfort and support that my thoracic back needed after my back surgery. And you can find that comfort also. Zero gravity recliners there, Tempur-Pedic mattresses, pillows, everything you need. And if you got a bad neck, bad shoulders, bad hips, get it all fixed up. And if you got somebody, a loved one, or somebody you care about that's talking about struggling with their back, their lower lumbar area, please send them over. BK's at the Hill Country Galleria across from Whole Foods, or if you're in the North Austin area, it's at North Austin at the Gateway Shopping Center across from the Container Store. Live pain-free like the Buck at Relax the Back.
Yes, indeed. Speaking of relaxation,
Oh, boy.
let me crack open an ice cold Olipop here.
Oh, yeah. Nationally branded Olipop.
This is the stuff. Yeah, now you're seeing Olipop commercials on TV.
That's right.
So, I'd like to take some credit for Olipop.
There you go. I was waiting for that. When do you take credit for that?
I feel like we've done our part, at least growing Olipop throughout the great state of Texas. But this stuff is available all over the country now, and it is taking over. What is Olipop, you ask? Well, it's great tasting soda that's actually good for you. I've got the cream soda flavor this morning because nothing wrong with a little cream in the morning, right, Buck?
That's right. Nothing wrong.
I believe it was Thomas Edison who said that quote back in the day. Only 40 calories.
People at Gobnobbler know that.
Yeah, you know all about that. That's very true. Only 40 calories in this can, 0 grams of fat, just 2 grams of sugar. And this stuff tastes like a cream soda. It is fantastic. If you haven't tried Olipop yet, you're missing out. It's the easiest way to be healthier this year. Everyone's trying to promote all of this health stuff on New Year's resolutions. Go hit the gym. Hitting the gym is hard. Go drink this green smoothie. That tastes like ass. Go eat this food. No. This is a big step you could take to be healthier in 2025, and it's the easiest step you can take because this stuff tastes fantastic. Pick it up wherever you buy your groceries, H-E-B, Walmart, Target, Costco, Whole Foods, wherever you do your shopping, you can get you some Ollie Pop.
Jay Bayless knows. Jay knows, my man. King of Prussia, Pennsylvania. I used to go to the King of Prussia Mall down by Philly, right off the tollway. He's heard of King of Prussia.
Is that a person or is that a city?
It's a city in Pennsylvania, King of Prussia, yeah.
Interesting.
Big mall there.
I like that. Real quick sponsor shout out to centextickets.com.
Absolutely.
Give those guys and gals some love. If you're looking to attend any event going on this weekend here in Central Texas or anywhere that you are, centextickets.com has your back. All of the biggest sporting events all year round. You can find tickets online at centextickets.com. Plus concerts, Broadway shows, comedy shows, festivals. It's all there in one place. centextickets.com. Don't forget the promo code CENTEX10 for 10% off of any ticket purchase.
Oh, that's interesting, BK. I see that Jason sends, I miss hearing the score updates of Slippery Rock games over the PA at DKR. They don't do that. They don't give you the games from like Lehigh University or Kutztown State games. You don't get that. It's just a scoreboard that comes up. Do they have a scoreboard that shows you other scores, or they just don't even do that?
They've got a scoreboard that will show you other scores.
That Bob Cole used to be the guy giving you the Slippery Rock games.
Yeah, you won't get the Slippery Rock games.
The Blue Hens of Delaware score at halftime.
You won't get the Yeshiva U going up against Holy Cross score anymore.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, they've got like on the banners surrounding DKR, they'll have the out-of-town scoreboard that just scrolls through games, but they won't show too many
won't
highlights.
Announce it. They did used to announce those kind of that kind of deal.
They did. Now, like occasionally, they will show if Oklahoma is losing.
Yeah, of course.
They'll show it. If A&M is losing, like they will show it. I don't know if they'll really give like a play-by-play of what's going on. They'll just on the Jumbotron show a highlight of the other team scoring against OU or A&M, but they don't do like a segment, a dedicated segment. Like here's what's going on across college football right now. So yeah, as Jake says, they showed Tennessee beating OU at the UTSA game. Like they'll do stuff like that. If Oklahoma or A&M is embarrassing themselves, which they both did a lot of that last season, they will cut to what used to be known as Godzillatron and let you know what's going on up there.
Awesome.
Yeah. All right. Cam Newton, Buck. You a Cam Newton guy?
I am not a big funny hat, haberdashery looking dude. It's way too much.
Well, this is what Cam Newton was wearing on ESPN's First Take yesterday. I mean, we could really spend the next hour and 7 minutes that we have on today's program talking about the ridiculous fits that this dude has rocked over the years.
His head is not pointy like that, though, right? Like that dome that's on the top. His head doesn't go up and fill up that part, right?
That'd be the most absurd thing ever. Like, I wish it did.
I wish it did, too.
It'd be amazing.
Yeah. I mean, his gear that he wears, specially made just for him. He's got a special person that does that. I don't know. I mean, that's his bit. Well, good for you. That's a weird bit, but that's okay.
Well,
we all have our weird bits.
Yeah, but none of our bits are this weird, are they? You and I are pretty weird dudes, but I don't think we do this type of stuff.
I don't know. We not dress up. I don't like to play dress up. I like to just find some shit in my closet or something and put it on. I don't have to have somebody lay it out. I'm not like Herb Street and, Herb Street's wife laying out his. I can do that stuff myself, but that's his bit. He's been doing that forever.
Yeah, it's been, and it gets talked about. So if that was his goal, then congrats to Cam Newton.
Absolutely.
Because people often talk about his outfits. He probably thinks it's because we like him. No, it's because we hate him and they look ridiculous, but he gets people talking about him,
Yes, he does. Just go down there and get that loose fumble, will you? Don't be afraid to get that loose fumble. Don't remember that.
I saw that highlight yesterday because anytime Cam Newton goes viral for any reason, like somebody tweets out that highlight of him not diving for the fumble in the Super Bowl against the Broncos.
It was the Super Bowl, Cam. Let's not. Yeah. It wasn't just a practice.
It was. They were down 16-10 with 4.5 minutes left in the fourth quarter, and he wouldn't die for the football. Like, he made a clear and obvious business decision of, I don't want to risk getting hurt. I don't want something bad to happen, so I'm just going to let Denver
By the way, he
recover
had a
this
chance
fumble.
at that ball. There was a very good chance.
Yeah. I mean, that guy's like 6'5", 250. He's big enough to go down there and get the football.
Yes,
No
he is.
question. And in the biggest moment of his career, he cramped up, pushed out.
Oh, yeah.
Embarrassing. And Denver recovers the fumble, and that was the dagger. They win the Super Bowl. They score a touchdown, and they win the game by 2
All
scores.
right, so what did this goof say?
All right, so Cam Newton is now an analyst on ESPN for some reason. And he was on First Take yesterday with Stephen A. Smith and Molly Karam and whoever the hell else they have on that show that I don't watch, and God bless you if you do. Cam Newton had a conspiracy theory talking about the Dallas Cowboys and their recent hiring of Brian Schottenheimer as the head coach. Here's Cam Newton saying, it's all part of a master plan for America's team.
Top of this, hear me out, J-Mac. Hear me out. I think they tanking for Arch. Make it make sense. Okay, Cam.
Wow.
I don't know.
Wow.
Coach Schottenheimer has one and done written all over
I think
him.
they have to tank.
He got one and done written all over him. Okay, why do you want it done? You get the first pick of the draft. Okay, not only that, I'm going to go back into my Godfather bag and say, okay, Jerry Jones is a businessman, and he's going to get in this Don Corleone, mentality, and he's going to give him a deal that he can't refuse. Who? Nick Saban. Go get Nick Saban as your head coach. Go draft Arch Manning as the number 1 pick. Man, that's...
So there you go.
Smoked a lot of weed that night.
There was Cam Newton on ESPN's First Take yesterday saying the Dallas Cowboys hired Brian Schottenheimer because they want to tank next season.
They got the wrong tank guy.
And they plan on, or they should plan on, drafting Arch Manning with the number 1 overall pick and hiring Nick Saban as their next head coach.
Yeah, well, they could tank, but it won't be because of Marty Schottenheimer. It could be tank because they will suck.
Well, it won't be because Marty Schottenheimer is dead, so it will have nothing to do with Marty Schottenheimer.
Oh, I'm sorry, with Brian Schottenheimer. I mean, they could tank, but it's not going to be because of that dude. There's a lot of reasons they could tank. I thought they were doing it this year.
No, they didn't. They didn't. I wanted them to tank once Dak Prescott got hurt, and it was clear and obvious that they weren't going to make the playoffs. But they started winning some games in the month of December and ruined their chance at a top 10 draft pick. So that hurts.
Yeah, that's a little far-fetched. That's 2 or 3 blunts too many.
I don't know which part of that is the most far-fetched. By the way, Molly Karam with the little quip in the background, I'm not sure they have to tank to be the worst team in the NFL. Hey, my friend Dwayne Johnson has some thoughts about that.
Shut up, bitch.
All right, we don't need that, Molly.
We don't need that in the background.
No, we don't need that little quip, okay? I don't know which part of that conspiracy theory is the most outlandish. We could start with Arch, since we've been talking about him all morning. Arch Manning has started 2 games in 2 years. We're already talking about people tanking for him next season. Oh, by the way, we just talked about how I don't think Arch is even going to leave college after next season. So if you're trying to tank for Arch this coming NFL season, I think it's a huge waste of time because I don't think he's going pro after 2025. But we are talking about a guy who has played 2 college games. This isn't like Trevor Lawrence going into his last year at Clemson where he's already started and won national championship before. This isn't like Tua. This isn't like Joe Burrow. This is a guy who's played or started 2 games in his college career. So to think that anybody
I'm thinking in my mind, they're going to lose 1 game more than they did last year.
Who's that?
Texas. I mean, in my mind, and they're talking about this guy being the number 1 pick and tanking, people tanking for him. I'm like, wait a minute, I didn't play enough games.
That's absurd. Like forget the Cowboys. Like any NFL team doing that, tanking for Arch Manning, like just assuming that, he's going to have an amazing college season and he's going to be the next Peyton or Eli. Like that's bad business right there. Speaking of bad bits, if that's like your goal, if that's what you're trying to do as a franchise in 2025, that you should be fired for having that thought. I'm an owner and a GM comes to me and says that, I'm going to be like, yeah, no, you can't work here anymore. No, thank you. So that part of it's weird.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. I don't even want to hear the follow-up from when it doesn't happen, what Cam Newton is going to say, because that'll make him seem even dumber. It's just
what's more ridiculous than the Arch Manning piece is Nick Saban. Like, the Cowboys could have talked to Nick Saban this offseason if they wanted to, right? Like,
absolutely.
I don't know if Saban would answer the phone, but the Cowboys didn't talk to him. They interviewed 4 candidates. It was like they only really talked to one, but they interviewed 4 candidates. None of those were Nick Saban. Nick Saban does not have a coaching job right now. They could have easily talked to him and offered him a gig, or at least offered him an interview. So I don't know where that's coming from. No, by the way, Nick Saban tried coaching in the NFL once. He hated it so much, he quit midway through a season to go back to college. That guy has no interest in being an NFL coach, and he failed as an NFL coach. So why would you even want to hire him as an NFL coach? So that part of it is dumb. And then, the Cowboys, did we forget that Dak Prescott is making $60 million a year on a contract the Cowboys just gave him last year? Why would you tank after paying your quarterback more money than any other quarterback in football?
Yeah, for those who don't know, if Dak Prescott's hamstring isn't healthy and him ready to go, they'll wait another year for him. They got too much money invested in him. The money is too big.
Yeah, I've heard people speculate. I mean, when Deion Sanders was a coaching candidate for the Dallas Cowboys, people were like, the Cowboys are going to hire Deion. They'll trade Dak. They'll trade up to go get Shedeur Sanders so they can pair those two guys in the league. And it's like, Dak Prescott has a dead cap hit of over $100 million.
Yes.
So even if the Cowboys trade him, they would have to pay that. You really think they're going to get rid of a guy to pay him that type of money? That's just such an outlandish take to think that the Cowboys are going to try to lose after giving Dak that contract. If they wanted to tank for anybody, they would have let Dak walk after this season.
Yes.
And said, hey, we are going to be the worst team in the league, and we'll just end up with Cam Ward or Shedeur Sanders with the top 3 pick. But no, they want to win, just why they gave Dak the deal that they gave him. So
yeah, I don't know. I don't know where I hope Dak is all right to play next year, but I wouldn't be surprised if it takes a while for him to come back. And it doesn't matter. They're still going to wait. The following year, he's going to be their quarterback. They're not going to be looking for a quarterback. It's too much money invested in that dude.
He's also really good.
Yeah.
So that's a huge part of it too. Do you want to trade your sure thing for a lottery ticket? Because NFL draft picks are lottery tickets. Plenty, we all thought, I don't know, Trevor Lawrence was going to be awesome. We all thought Ryan Leaf was going to be awesome. And Jamarcus Russell was the number 1 pick in the draft one year. You think but you don't really know about any of these guys.
Daniels is going to be this good. I never thought I thought it'd take him a couple years, or they would eventually find out about him if he ran around and they'd catch up to him and break him in half. So far, so good, but you don't know.
You think Chicago would have passed on Jaden Daniels if they knew he was going to be this good?
No, hell no.
Yeah,
they wouldn't have the guy that they have as their number 1 guy right now for sure.
You just don't know. You just don't know. So I don't know. Absurd theory. Cam Newton, he's doing what a lot of former athletes do, and that's just spew ridiculous nonsense on television. But that one went viral yesterday. Oh, by the way, speaking of Cam Newton and that Super Bowl moment that you brought up a few minutes ago.
Yeah.
Cam Newton was asked yesterday if he'd rather have a Super Bowl or the MVP that he won, and he said MVP, no question.
Yeah, I heard that. Yeah.
And it's just that's I guess the kind of teammate. We all saw it firsthand on that play.
Sure, he showed me.
Didn't really care about winning a Super Bowl, but it's just damn. I don't know if I've ever heard an athlete publicly admit that.
Yeah, and I heard him try to break that down, and I'm like, dude, I have no clue what you're trying to say. It's wrong.
All of this is wrong.
All of that hat too.
The hat, the fit, the everything, the comments, the this, that, and the other. It's
perfect for that show, though.
I'm telling you, if you watch that show, God bless you. We don't talk about it much on this program, but that story involved the Cowboys and the Longhorns. So when we get the double dip like that, we figured we'd bring it up.
Absolutely.
But there's your latest with Scam Newton right there. That's It's one of the best college football players of all time. Almost makes me sad that that's what he's resorting to nowadays. But
Oh, no, he was awesome.
oh my God, his year at Auburn was unlike any year of college football we've ever seen. That guy.
Yeah, two of the best college football players that I've ever seen end up being a knucklehead. That guy's a knucklehead. Vince had his ways for a while of being a knucklehead. Vince was the greatest college football player that I'd ever seen. Even after coaching Ricky and being around Tony Dorsett, I've never seen anything like Vince Young. And I never saw anything like Cam Newton before. Those two dudes, and their end game is goofy as goofy could be.
Yeah, they
It's
are.
almost hard to believe those dudes led teams, you know?
To championships.
Wow.
Yeah. All right, we'll take your thoughts. Dakota text line 512-222-9328. Of course, the YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, and Twitch comments are rolling as well. Appreciate all the love. A bunch of y'all tuned in this morning. Thank y'all for spending some of your Friday morning with us. Buck, before we get into some of the other stories we've got planned, we got to give a shout out to the Texas women's basketball team. We'll do the Kim Mulkey video next because your crush is going viral again for something she did during last night's LSU win over Oklahoma in Baton Rouge.
She's taking a beating for no reason. Come on.
I think she's earned this one.
Come on. It's just an assistant coach. Get the hell out of the way.
We'll get to that in a second. But before we do, let's give another round of sponsor shout-outs.
If you are seeking specialized patient-focused orthopedic care, contact the experts and, of course, our friends at Texas Orthopedics. Our physicians offer comprehensive surgical and non-surgical orthopedic care for children and adults, spinal care, sports medicine, trauma care, joint replacement. So if you got problems with those knees, elbows, ankles, shoulders, contact Christopher Stockton. They are dedicated orthopedic surgeons there, and their goal is to get you right back into good health and the great quality of life that you deserve. Texas Orthopedics is the largest independent orthopedic practice in the state of Texas. For more information, go to txortho.com.
Yes, indeed. And today is the last day you could call our buddy Tom McKay and his team at Audiovisual Consultations to ensure that you get on the schedule next week. What does that mean? Well, that means you're going to have your TV setup done for Super Bowl Sunday, which, of course, is 1 week from this Sunday. So call AV Consultations. They've got 85-inch TVs in stock, 98-inch screens in stock, the 150-inch projectors in stock, ready to go, plus all the great surround sound equipment, including those badass Sonos sound bars. You want that for the big game. You want that for all of the sports all year round. You know, I've got the 4 TV setup in my living room.
Oh, yeah.
We're about to get to February. The month after February is March, which means March Madness. NCAA tournament. I got 4 screens. I get to watch CBS, TNT, TBS, and whatever the hell True TV is all at once because of my setup. If you want that setup, or if you just want the big giant 85-incher like the Buck has, AV Consultations will hook you up because they've hooked up thousands of Central Texans, since 1988. AVConsultations.com is the website. More importantly, the phone number to call, 512-255-8678. That's 255-8678 for audio-visual consultations. All right.
What about my girl? What has my girl done now? I know she needs to quit it with the basketball outfits. It's time to get all. You can't do that night in and night out. That's not working for me. That's like dressing like Cam now.
Almost feels like a New Year's resolution for Kim Mulkey to dress more like a basketball hoop.
Yeah.
In 2025. I don't know where that came from or why that's a thing, but that apparently is a thing that Kim Mulkey is trying to do. Let's see if I can get a good picture of just the fit here before we play the video that has Coach Mulkey back in the news again. Here we go. She's got, the green pants and then the black, almost like blazer with a bunch of basketball nets and basketballs on it.
Man, those pants are not going to make it. That bell-bottom look.
Not a fan?
That's not a good look.
Not a fan.
I'm not a fan of that outfit at all.
Any of it? The shirt, the pants?
Oh,
nothing?
Don't like the pants. Don't like the fit on the pants. Makes her look a little heavier than she is, probably.
Ooh.
That's because of the bell-bottom parts at the bottom, tight in the middle and then all belled out at the bottom. She could do better than that.
All right. 1 to 10. How do you rate Kim Dwayne's fit from last night's game?
6.
Okay. You don't hate it as much as I thought you would.
No, it's just 6, though. Compared to some of the gear that she's been sporting, those green pants are obnoxious. I don't care. I mean, you might as well put the purple pants on without the bell bottom part,
It's a little loud, but she is a little loud.
Yeah.
Those
That
in
she
her
is.
words.
Though. She can coach. Don't forget that.
Oh, she's a legendary coach, right? I
There
think
you
a
go.
3-time national champ, won 2 at Baylor, won 1 at LSU 2 seasons ago. I mean, she's a Hall of Famer. She's a great X's and O's coach, but she's also a psychopath.
And I didn't call her fat. I never said the word fat.
Yeah, you did.
I did?
Fat? He's fat?
I thought I said the word thick. Does that mean round shoulders, thick, same thing?
I think you said she looks a little bigger than she needs to.
Wow.
So I don't know if that's the same thing.
Certain colors can help you out in that way. Those green bell bottoms don't do it.
Let's go check the tape and see what you said.
And if it happens to be their fat little girlfriend's too bad.
I didn't say that. That was not me.
Yeah, why are you talking about your fat little girlfriend there, Buck?
Man.
No need for that. So Kim Mulkey last night, LSU beats Oklahoma 107-100.
Jay says, bless her heart. Yeah.
Bless your heart for having a crush on her. You're messing with the wife of Chucky.
Come on, man. She's just a strong female figure. That's all.
She is a figure.
Yes, she is. She's not a figurine like my guy over here. He's a figurine. She's a figure. And I don't like those green pants. I'll tell you that right now.
Your two crushes, Derek Jeter and Kim Mulkey. You're the only guy in the world who has those two. But anyways, Kim Mulkey last night. And it's interesting. You'll see the scoreboard at the bottom of this clip. This is in the third quarter. LSU is up 22 points on Oklahoma. Just told you the final. It was 107-100. This game got pretty close towards the end last night, but LSU was able to hold on for the home victory. But Kim Mulkey in the third quarter was not happy with the officiating. And, here's what she did. That is her assistant coach, Simone Augustus, great women's basketball player back in the day. Kim Mulkey's pissed, and in her anger and fiery rage, she smacks a clipboard out of Simone Augustus's hands. And Augustus is just like, she keeps her hand there like, what in the hell just happened?
She didn't get a T for that, did she?
She got a T a little bit later in the game for something else. I think she was mad at a call and she pointed to the Jumbotron, like telling the ref to watch it. And the ref didn't like that very much and teed her up. Kim Mulkey is Draymond Green, dude. She is the Draymond Green of women's college basketball coaches. Because Draymond Green, he gets more texts than most. That guy should get 5 texts every single game. With the amount of complaining, it's not just complaining. Plenty of guys.
He's an entertainer.
Right. Well, yeah, it's like he's a good player. He's going to be a Hall of Famer. Like the NBA, you can't kick a guy out every single night. But you just look at the way he acts. Like if anybody else acted the way Draymond acts, they'd get teed up. And Draymond just throws a little sissy fit 10 times a night.
It's boring.
It's right in the ref's face and yells at them and points at them. And it's like, how are we letting this go here? That's Kim Mulkey. If Rodney Terry did this to Frank Haith tomorrow in LSU, funny enough, that's a tech, no question. But Kim Mulkey does it, and it's Kim being Kim.
Rodney Terry doesn't have the cojones to get that going like that. He doesn't coach that way. She can do that because she's fiery. She's a champion, and her assistant coach is what she is, an assistant coach. And if you can't take that thing getting slapped out of your hand, which nobody said anything, the assistant coach hadn't said a word about it, oh, that sucked, it embarrassed me. No, she knows her. And she goes, right, let's go. Bang. Oh, okay, I'll pick it up, but what am I going to do? Grab her by the throat, tell her don't ever do that again? She's not going to do that.
She didn't pick it up in the clip right away. She's just standing there kind of ashen-faced, what?
Yeah, that's an NBA Hall of Famer there. I think a couple-time All-Star that she just did that too. She doesn't give a rat's ass. She coaches the way she coaches. And a lot of people don't have the guts to do that. I mean, you can call it whatever you want to call it, but that's the way she coaches. That's the way she is.
You just wonder If Kim is willing to do that kind of stuff in public with a bunch of cameras on,
what would she do to you in an alley in a knife fight?
that's why she doesn't need a knife.
I mean, yeah, she'll give you the knife. She'll slide the knife over to you.
I need a knife. I need a gun. I don't think the knife is enough. Knowing her, she'll find a way to get that knife out of my hand in the blink of an eye.
I want to wrestle her.
I know you do.
Hey, Jay, I want to wrestle her for sure.
Yeah, and you would like some KY jelly to be involved.
Yeah. Oh, or some pudding or something. Some Jello pudding. Hey.
Oh,
come on, man.
Some Jello pudding pops?
Anything.
Oh,
she's awesome.
God, well, she'll be here in a couple of weeks. Don't forget. Yeah, the Texas men play at LSU tomorrow. The Texas women will host LSU in mid-February. Let me get an exact date on that game so we can make sure you've got your ticket. February 16th. It's a Sunday at 2 o'clock, Buck.
There you go.
It's after football season. It's the Sunday after the Super Bowl. So you'll miss the Daytona 500 if you go to that.
No, not that again.
I know. I don't think you care too much about that. So yeah, right now Texas is number 5 and LSU is number 7 in the AP poll. So it could be a top 10 matchup. Hell, it might even be a top 5 matchup by the time we actually get to Feb 16. But there's your chance to bring your KY jelly or your snack packs to Moody Center to try to flirt.
Just a dozen roses, that's all. Dozen reds.
She'll rip those in half and throw them in your face and then spit on you, and you'd like every second of it.
No, she would thank me. She would want to give me a hug. Tell me she wouldn't want to give me a hug.
He wouldn't want to give you a hug.
I got to go get her I got to go get her a scarf or something.
She's would smack.
She's going to come here not being dressed properly, probably.
Dude, she would do that. She would do this to you. If you had a bouquet of roses in your hand and you were trying to hand it to her, she would just smack them out of your hand, just like she smacked that clipboard last night.
And I would hit my knees and pick up those roses one by one.
And then try to give them back to her?
Yeah, and throw the petals at her.
You think that would work?
Of course it's going to work.
All right. You got a pickup line ready yet? I know you've been working on one.
Probably got to do something with hoops because that's all she's wearing. The gear is a bunch of damn basketballs and basketball hoops lately.
That's what
she's got a basketball Jones.
That's what you should bring her. Bring her a scarf with some basketball hoops on it.
Could be.
Like that's going to work right there. That shows that you pay attention to her. You care about her. You care about her style, her fashion, her wardrobe, all of those things. Like
I don't care. I'm done with her style. I can't see another basketball thing on her. It's overkill. Cam.
Relationships are about sacrifice.
No, I'm not making the sacrifice anymore. I can't deal with another hoop outfit or those Green Goblin pants of hers. She's dressed like Gumby. She thought she was Gumby.
Oh, we're calling her Gumby?
I better be careful. That could get back to her.
Yeah, that's a risk you run. She's on national TV doing that. We're on national radio and YouTube doing that. So
you can hear about that. I got to be careful.
Be careful. You're trying to make a move on her, and it might not work. So there you go. There's Kim Mulkey last night. I mean, it's
you didn't even like that. You didn't like those pants. I know you didn't like the way they look. That's not that color scheme didn't work.
No, but I don't really judge women for their outfits. I judge them by their character.
Good thought. Yeah. Oh my goodness. That's going to go a long ways right there.
Boy, is that the funniest thing I've ever said or what?
Worst thing you've ever said. That is great.
I don't know how I kept a straight face during that.
Huh? I don't know how that word even came out of your mouth.
Golly, that's that's a good one. That is a good one.
Hey, Jay's right. She needs a jelly cat.
That's a good idea.
Yeah.
Valentine's Day. Dude, that's 2 days after Valentine's Day.
Yeah, save me a jelly cat. I mean, if there's going to be any left, we may be over there just before. So I've got to have a jelly cat just for her. Maybe the roses, so I don't have to go to buy them. I can give her the jelly cat ones. Or I could give her that big-ass turkey jelly cat that was there before.
Or the giant panda that was sitting next to us.
Maybe that.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, she's probably gotten a bunch of real roses before, but has she ever gotten Jellycat roses before?
That's right. The Jellycats are special.
You want to do something unique,
Yeah, and if I gave her that panda, that thing, she would set it right beside her because that assistant coach won't be sitting beside her anymore. She can put that big panda right there
on the bench.
Oh yeah,
next to my guy Joe Schwartz, former Texas basketball player.
Oh,
He's
you need
on
to
her
get in touch with him and ask him what the deal is there.
Honestly, I'll reach out to Joe about coming on the show the week before that game.
That was so awesome.
Because Joe can talk Texas hoops because he played at Texas. I'm sure he still keeps up with the Texas men's team. And he's an assistant coach on Kim Mulkey's staff now. So he's known Kim forever. He grew up friends with Kim Mulkey's son, and they're still great friends. So that's we'll get some insight. We'll get some intel on Coach Kim Dwayne before she gets to town for that game.
Know that the Black Clark Gable's on his way.
Who?
Clark Gable. You wouldn't know who Clark Gable was, no.
Clark Kellogg? That guy is black.
Oh, not Clark Kellogg. Oh, boy. Oh, my goodness.
So there you go. There's your LSU women's hoops. Hey, the Texas women, they got a win last night. A little bit tougher than expected. The Longhorns were 31-point favorites last night at the Mood against Mizzou. They win by 9. Texas was actually down by 7 after the first quarter against the Tigers last night. It was a little bit of a sluggish start, but they end up finding a way to get a home victory, 70-61, the final score last night. Taylor Jones leading the way for the Texas women with 17 points. She's been on fire as of late, unguardable down on the low block. Madison Booker added 16. Texas gets the win. They are now 21-2 on the season, 7-1 in conference play. Of course, the only loss coming against South Carolina a couple of weeks ago. South Carolina still in first place in the SEC. Texas tied for second right now with the aforementioned LSU Tigers. So that's your big matchup coming up in a couple of weeks.
Yep.
Texas gets the win. And their next game is in College Station. They'll play at A&M on Sunday at 5 o'clock on the SEC Network. A&M's not very good. The Aggies are 10-10 this season. Again, just mentioned that the Longhorns are 21-2. But we'll get Texas, and we will get Texas A&M on the hardwood come Sunday.
Somebody said maybe those pants look better from the back. I don't want to see a back shot of that. No.
You don't want a Kim Mulkey back shot?
Not from that. Not with those pants. Those pants don't do it. And it says, yeah, BK, and we read Playboy for the articles. Yeah.
It's good stuff. Man, I watch adult films for the storyline. I want to see that guy fix the pool.
Oh, for their character. Yes, that's a wonderful. That was too much.
Who's eating that pizza, Buck? Who's eating the pizza? The guy brought it in. It's getting cold.
My goodness.
What's going on over there? All right.
You are falling for it.
You're falling for it. You're in love with Kim Mulkey, dude. She's a
good coach, man. She can coach him up.
Yeah.
And she's got a lot of fire.
Boy, if you get Kim Mulkey and Dan Hurley coaching the same basketball game.
Oh, my goodness.
I mean, those two, they're two peas in a pod, aren't they?
Very similar in
style. Both great coaches, multiple national championships, but they are just psychotic on the sideline.
I don't know how it would be hard to be a basketball coach. You know, we see it all the time. We see it every night. We see the pushing and shoving and walks and stuff. That's hard to contain yourself, you know? And I grew up in the era with John Wooden and had to watch that dude. And then I would watch, John Thompson on the sideline.
Bobby Knight.
Bob Knight, the dude at St. John's, Luke Carnesecca. I would watch those guys. Their faces were their heads looked like they were about to pop off their shoulders at nights. I'm like, oh my goodness.
I have zero aspirations on being a college basketball or an NBA ref. I did that for intramurals in school, and that was more than enough for me. I took enough bitching doing that. But dude, officiating a college basketball game that Bob Knight was a part of, or hell, Bob Huggins. Dude, Bob Huggins was terrifying. I'd be scared that guy was going to pick up that stool and chunk it at me. There are a few coaches that are worse than others. Obviously, Dan Hurley fits that mold now, where it's you just know if you get that assignment, you are going to have a long night at the office.
I just said, BK, I would not be the Black Clark Gable, the Black Clark Griswold.
Oh, that's one I know.
That's awful. gosh.
Yeah, I like that. I like that. You know, people have called me the white Denzel before, so
There you go.
I usually don't bring it up because I'm a very modest, humble guy. But yeah, it feels like a good time since we're talking about superlatives and doppelgangers and all that stuff. So
Wow.
yeah, it's good stuff right there. Hey, speaking of back shots, should we talk about Justin Tucker?
Yeah, we got to get that. We got to get to that. I don't know what's going. I don't know what's going on, and I can't tell, and until I really know. I mean, the word will get around, true or not true. I just don't know why people. I'll just say this: I don't know why 6 or 7 people just come up and say these things about you. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I guess because they can, and a lot of people do things like this, but that's just kind of out of the blue, isn't it?
Very out of the blue. This story came out of nowhere. I'm sure most of you have heard at least some of this by now, and we won't go over the entire thing, but we've got some excerpts from the Baltimore Banner article that was posted yesterday at 12:30 Central Time with the title, if you've got kids in the car, maybe for these next couple of minutes, put the earmuffs on the children. With the title of this article, Ravens Justin Tucker accused of inappropriate sexual behavior by 6 massage therapists. The first couple of paragraphs read, Ravens kicker Justin Tucker engaged in inappropriate behavior at 4 high-end spas and wellness centers in the Baltimore region, according to 6 massage therapists, including exposing his genitals, brushing 2 of them with his exposed penis, and leaving what they believe to be ejaculate on the massage table after 3 of his treatments. Several therapists said Tucker's behavior was so egregious that they ended his sessions early or refused to work on him again. And at 2 spas, management said they banned him from ever returning. End quote.
Now his lawyers have said he's never been banned from anywhere.
Yeah.
So I mean, is it all you need to know? Is that true or false? I mean, that shouldn't be something hard to find out.
Well, these are all allegations at this point, right?
Right.
There haven't been any charges filed against Justin Tucker, so I try to avoid rushing to judgment with anything like this. But the Baltimore Banner received a tip on January 9th of this year that something like this may have happened. And then they started investigating, and they spoke to 6 different massage therapists who recounted their firsthand experiences with Tucker from 2012 to 2016.
Wow, that's a long time.
According to this article, it's been a while since anything has happened, but yeah, that's over a 4 to 5 year stretch where 6 different massage therapists accused Justin Tucker of some pretty similar behavior. Like the stories are similar in nature, and I don't want to fully compare Justin Tucker to Deshaun Watson the way the internet is, but that was the eerie part about the Deshaun Watson story. Like with Deshaun, it started with 1, and he screwed it up because he had a chance to just pay her to be silent under the table. When he publicly denied the allegations, that's when you had like 60 plus more come out and tell their experiences. And that's when it's like, oh, the lawsuit started coming and it was over for Deshaun Watson. But that was like when I heard multiple women share a very similar story about Deshaun Watson. It's like, man, you want to give the guy the benefit of the doubt, but you just wonder. You just wonder, because these stories, the fact that multiple women are sharing the same exact stories, like leads you to believe, whether it's the right thing to believe or not, but it leads you to believe that something that shouldn't have happened ended up happening somewhere.
Yeah, I mean, he's a religious dude. He seems like a good dude. He's a family guy. But I'm not saying that these ladies that do massages, that's their profession. They're professionals too. Not every one of them is trying to get a hand on a guy's, or his money. It's just it's weird circumstances. I mean, that's a long time. When you say from this amount of time to that, like 4 years.
Yeah.
And once again, if a guy has been eliminated from a spa, if he's truly been, no, you can't come back in here. I mean, they should know that. That shouldn't be, no, he's never been. That should be, it's true or it's not true.
Right. You said it. Justin Tucker released a lengthy statement on Twitter yesterday after the story got published. He was denying the allegations and he criticized the Banner's reporting process. Here's a little bit of that quote. I have always made a conscious effort to be considerate and respectful in all of the interactions with the community that I love so much. It is devastating for me to learn that anyone would feel I was offensive in any way." End quote. So Tucker and his attorneys have vehemently denied any of these allegations. If you scroll all the way down to the very end of this story, and of course they make you scroll to the bottom where nobody is read, you do get a couple of firsthand experiences from massage therapists in the Baltimore area that have worked on Tucker that say he was great, perfectly fine. Like, I'm surprised to hear about this because I had a great time with him. He was super professional. He was super friendly, super nice. There was nothing out of the ordinary at all. So there are at least a few massage therapists who have come to Justin Tucker's defense here. But obviously the big story is there's 6 who are accusing him of inappropriate behavior.
And why is it that you need, I never know, why do you need numbers at this? Don't you, I mean, it's like going to a hairstylist. Once you got that hairstylist, don't you generally, that's your guy or that's your lady, that's who I go to. I don't need 4 or 5 others. Why does it always come in numbers? I don't know. Is it like going to HEB? I go to this HEB, you know, that's my normal one, but I'm allowed to go to that. I mean, I don't get that. I don't understand what that does. Why do you need 4 or 5 different? If they're good, aren't in the same one good? Well, you can't get maybe you just can't get into that one. Okay, well, I got another, but why do I have 4 or 5? That's the part I don't understand.
You're right. Like, these are world-class athletes, and these dudes, I mean, Justin Tucker's a Hall of Famer. Like, he takes care of his body,
right?
And he's not going to let some random person, at least I wouldn't think he would let some random person work on his body. Now, that's when you find one massage therapist that you really like, and it's like, yeah, you know what to do. You know how my body works. You know what I'm looking for. I am going to you every single time.
Yeah.
And with Deshaun was like DMing people on Instagram. At least with Justin Tucker, he was going to like legit spas and wellness centers. Now, the crime is a crime. If he did this stuff, it's a bad bit.
That's
but
right.
With Deshaun, it was like he would just DM these like amateur massage people on Instagram or just random women on Instagram. And it's like, dude, you're one of the best athletes on the face of the earth. Why are you doing this? Like, one of them could injure you by not knowing what they're doing.
Absolutely. But once again, a freak is a freak.
Freak is a freak, man. Yeah. And again, all allegations, no charges yet. Important to keep bringing that up so no one thinks we're, jumping to any conclusions.
I'm not jumping to any conclusions, but I don't need 4 or 5 people bringing that up. That's just like, damn. And you got the money. They need to be coming to your house.
Right. Well, I better send some Venmos today to make sure nothing happens to me. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, it's just really weird. It's just the timing is weird, the length of time, and the numbers. Once again, when a number of people start doing that and they start telling you you've been kicked out, and once again I said, well, you ought to be able to find that out. The lawyers can do what they want, and he's innocent until proven guilty. But if you come up with 2 spas that yes, he's been banned from these 2 spas, that's saying something.
Sure.
He wasn't going there because he didn't make payment.
Well, Justin Tucker's attorney said that he had never been banned from the 2 spas in question. They also denied that Tucker ever ejaculated at a spa in general. They released a quote saying he's never behaved inappropriately during any massage therapy session that he's had. So right now it's a he said, she said conversation. The Baltimore Ravens, they had a spokesman kind of released a statement saying we'll monitor the situation. The NFL itself said they will monitor the situation. And all of the lawsuits, we don't have lawsuits yet, but all of the Deshaun Watson lawsuits were civil suits. He never got punished in the criminal justice system. So he didn't.
Right, but he did pay some civil money too.
He did pay some civil money. And the NFL did suspend Deshaun Watson for 11 games. Despite no criminal charges ever being filed against Deshaun Watson. So the NFL, I mean, we saw it with Zeke Elliott a few years ago, different type of quote unquote crime, but Zeke Elliott never got criminal charges and he got a 6-game suspension from the league.
Yeah. So, I mean, I tend to lean more towards that. I mean, you like to find out the truth, but I lean more a little bit on this. Like, that guy knows better. I mean, every time you go into a place, there's a camera. And even in a place like that where you think nobody's filming you doing anything.
I don't know if they have cameras inside the massage rooms. They've got them in like the waiting areas, but sure. I don't think legally, because you're naked. Like, that's illegal, I think, to have cameras in those rooms. So I don't know. And that's what Tucker's attorneys are saying. It's like these things are impossible to prove. That was an exact quote that they used in their
Okay, well then
statement.
there's nothing being
So I just don't like, you're not supposed to be filming in those rooms. So I don't think we're gonna see any footage of what happens there. We never saw the Bob Kraft stuff, which was disappointing. I was hoping to see what was going on at that Asian R&T. We never got to.
Yeah, I very seldom stripped down when I was getting massages. I always had my undies on.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever done a nude massage.
Well, I eventually did with just a towel and stuff, and I've also had an accidental contact deal by the masseuse once. I mean,
well, that happened. Like, that's you can't sue a guy or allege anything. Like, if you're nude, if you allow nude massages and you're moving the guy's or gal's body around on the table, there's a chance something's gonna flop and hit you.
Yeah. Like, oh no, I've had that happen. I've had that happen twice, and then both of us made eye contact, and then that was about it. Just went on about our business.
And look, if Justin Tucker is just ejaculating during a massage, like that's not illegal. That's weird. It's a little freaky, but we all have our little kinks, like
that's a little weird. Yes.
Something turns me on that won't turn somebody else on, or vice versa. Like, we all have those things, but yeah, the issue is if you're like just begging people to touch that area. No, I want you to massage the groin. Like, those were the allegations against Deshaun Watson. It's like, I need you to jerk me off. Oh, you're not going to do that? Then that's a problem.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's where it's like, okay, that's sexual assault right there.
No, it's just the numbers always kind of creeps me out. Yeah. Like you said, I'm a world-class athlete. If somebody's good at what they do, I'm good at my job. They're good at their job. I don't need to be going to 6 of them.
Dude, could you
imagine one for every day of the week and then rest on Sunday?
Could you imagine if the Ravens were playing in the Super Bowl and this story came out right now?
Oh my goodness.
Like, I mean, this is already a huge deal, of course, and it's like the #1 football story right now. But if Baltimore was playing next week and Justin Tucker had to be at Super Bowl Media Day next week,
oh my goodness,
the NFL would have to talk about it a lot. No?
Shit, if Justin Tucker still has to go home to his wife.
Yeah, well, I'm sure.
That's the deal. Forget all that other stuff. Forget all the other stuff. And plus, he can't make any field goals anymore. Shit, that's the real problem.
Maybe he figured it out at the end of the year. He had a like the worst stretch of his career in the middle of this past season, and people were wondering if Justin Tucker was past his prime and if he was coming to an end. But he figured it out towards the end. But now you wonder, like, did he catch wind that maybe some allegations were going to come out against him and he was just mentally messed up because of it?
Yeah, that would mentally mess with you a little bit. But I'd say more so than anything, I'd have to go back to my house every night. That'd be the deal.
Yeah. Well, I don't think this really means anything, but he got married in 2015. So from 2012 to 2016, that's when this story is. Now, he was dating.
He was solo then?
He wasn't solo. He wasn't married. It's his college sweetheart. He's married to his college sweetheart. So they were married. They've been together since he's been in the league, of course. But yeah, he wasn't married for all of that stretch. Maybe his wife caught wind and was like, "Hey, you're not doing that anymore." But I don't know. Like, that's tough for the Tucker family. Seemed like a great family, and
that's a shame.
Don't want to rush to too much judgment, but not a great look for.
No, it's not
for J Tuck right now. And oh no, look, once again, we don't want to jump to any conclusions, but here's a picture that was recently taken.
Wow.
Justin Tucker hanging out with Deshaun Watson
so soon
in prison. And here's another one. Both of those guys in uniform with a bunch of masseuses behind them shaking hands.
Gee.
Yeah, the internet is undefeated, as they say, Buck. So
we'll see. I'm so glad I don't delve into that stuff on the internet because like it finds you, it would definitely find me.
This is good stuff. This is the funny part of the internet. There's plenty of bad on the internet, but this is gold right here. This is why I log on every day.
Man, But it comes to you. They give you pre-warning that we got some good stuff for you.
Oh, yeah. The good stuff finds me. It's great. I don't find
Man.
it. It finds me. It's awesome. But yeah,
Awful.
maybe the Cleveland Browns will give Justin Tucker a $250 million guaranteed contract. Who knows? Browns did
out
that
of
with
all the
Deshaun.
the stuff this morning on Arch Manning and the stuff with the Cowboys, if their head coach, if Brian Schottenheimer, is a 1-year deal, does that mean they come for Arch and Sark at the same time?
That's a possibility. That would have made more sense from Cam Newton.
Yeah,
instead of saying Nick Saban and Arch. Like, I don't know why you would look. Nick Saban's the greatest college football coach of all time. So.
Oh, the great quarterback coach, Nick Saban.
But yeah, I don't know why you would, if you're trying to tank for Arch and you want to pair him with a college coach, wouldn't it make sense to pair him with his college coach? Like, that feels like the bit right there. But yeah, I don't know. I don't think that's going to happen either. I don't think Steve Sarkisian wants any part of the circus that is the Dallas Cowboys.
No, that's not stable enough for him. He's had a life of some instability in his life. He doesn't want to go through that again. That stuff almost cost him everything there is.
You're right. Man, it'd be a bad decision for Sark. I don't think he wants any NFL job, but I really don't think he wants that NFL job.
No.
There's too much going on with the America's team right now. All right, we'll take your thoughts on all of that stuff. There's been a lot of random topics on today's show.
Man,
obviously the Justin Tucker story, the Arch Manning conversation with Marty Smith. If you missed that, make sure to check out the podcast. Cam Newton and his crazy conspiracy theory. We've got a few more stories to get to. The NBA All-Star reserves have been announced. I've got some College World Series odds from our great friends at Circa Sports in Vegas. And if we have time, a new dating trick for you single ladies out there. Maybe this could work for the dudes too, but some dating advice that has gone viral. We'll get to all of that in a moment. But before, how about a few more sponsor shout outs?
Shout out our friends over at 34 Wine and Spirits, 4601 Southwest Parkway. We're getting closer and closer to the big game, but we still got lots of college basketball happening this weekend. So head on over to 4601 Southwest Parkway. Pick up all the spirit needs that you want. You'll get your All-Stat beer there. You get all your wine. You'll get whatever you need. Jim Beam, Jack Daniels, you name it. They've got it in there. They've got specialty wines available for you in every kind of category. They have it. Believe me, they are loaded with different types of wines at their store. As I said, if you're having a big Super Bowl party, call on them because they're a wholesale distributor. They will get it to your office or to your place of where you're going to have this big party at. So call on those guys over there, 4601 Southwest Parkway. It's 34 Wine and Spirits.
Indeed. Get you that Alt-Stat beer at 34 Wine and Spirits as well. Whatever you've got going on this weekend, make sure you accompany your good times with the greatness that is Alt-Stat beer. Bunch of different brews, something for every beer drinker out there. And we talked about it earlier in the week. The Alt-Stat Brewery is going to be open to the people, and it's supposed to be a gorgeous weekend here in Central Texas. And sadly, there's no football, but that means you've got some extra time to go out to the Alt-Stat Brewery in Fredericksburg. So much to do there. You get to try all of the great beer, of course. You get to see how it's made. They've got live music. They've got an outdoor beer garden, and they've got a German-style restaurant whipping up some fantastic food. So if you've been thinking about a trip to Fredericksburg, make sure you make a stop at the Alt-Stat Brewery. And whatever you've got going on this weekend, please remember to drink Alt-Stat beer responsibly. It is the official beer of BK. It should be the official beer of you as well. It's Alt-Stat beer, no impurities, no regrets.
Thank you.
Yes, indeed. And a shout out to our friends at Covert Bee Cave as well. If you're in the market for a newer pre-owned car, truck, or SUV, go see our friends at Covert Bee Cave. Don't go to 50 dealerships. Don't go to 100 websites. Just go to one place. If you want to do some research online, covertbeecave.com. You could check out the inventory there. But more importantly, when you're serious about that new whip for yourself or for a kiddo or as a gift, whoever, Covert Bee Cave right there off of Highway 71. 3 dealerships in one, 42 acres of cars, trucks, and SUVs, 7 different brands, plus a great used vehicle selection as well. Great service, great people. And Buck, what do they say about the Covert prices?
Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever.
Not ever. Shout out to Covert Bee Cave. All right. I can't remember what I teased. What did I tease? Let's do some College World Series odds, shall we?
All right.
Just a couple of weeks away. I think 2 weeks away from opening day for Texas Longhorn baseball. The Horns will open up the season in Arlington at the Gilf, inside the nice warm Gilf. It might be cold outside, but inside the Gilf, it's always warm.
Yes, it is.
Sometimes a little muggy and a little hairy, but that's a conversation for a different day.
Nice.
2 weeks till opening day for the college baseball season, and our friends at Circus Sports have some College World Series odds. The odds to win the 2025 College Baseball National Championship. And we'll zoom in here, and there's a pretty unfortunate name at the top of this list. Texas A&M, your preseason favorites to win it all. No surprise, considering they are the number one team on all 3 of the preseason college baseball polls. You got to scroll down a little bit. There are 14 names in this big, bold, capital letter font at the top of the page. Texas is not one of those 14 teams. You got to scroll down. Texas has the 19th best odds to win the national championship in Jim Schlossnagel's first year in Austin.
Wow.
It's going to be a bit of an uphill battle, of course.
Sure.
First year head coach. Texas is replacing a lot.
He did spend 24 hours at A&M, didn't he? So that's gonna take a little glitter off of that a little bit. So yeah, I got it.
Yeah. So I don't know, it's pretty good value. I don't know the last time Texas has been this far down to win a College World Series, because we are talking about the most historic college baseball program that exists. And I feel like just off name alone and prestige alone, you usually see the Longhorns around the top 10 in terms of odds to win it all, even in years where they're not supposed to be as good as others. But Texas plus 4,500, that's 45 to 1. I don't think the Longhorns are going to get it done, but that ain't some bad value if you want to call your cousin between now and February 14th.
Probably not bad value at all.
And then, do you want to bet on A&M to win a championship in anything?
No.
I get why they're favored. Once again, it's a team that finished runner-up last year, and they brought back a bunch, and they were able to keep an assistant and turn him into the head coach. So they've got some things going for them. But come on, the Aggies to win a Big 3 sport? What are we talking about?
Who's defending champ? Tennessee?
Tennessee. Yep, they got the 4th best odds at plus 1,100.
1,100 ain't bad.
No, that ain't bad. Hard to repeat. I think Oregon State, the last team to repeat, they did it in the aughts, maybe 06, 07, 07, 08, if memory serves. Should have looked that up before mentioning that. But, yeah, and you see a lot of SEC on these odds, right? A&M, LSU, Tennessee, and Arkansas. There's 4 of your top 5. Virginia is the other team with top 5 odds to win the College World Series this year. But you've got Florida in there. You've got Georgia in there. I mean, we talked about the perfect game poll that came out earlier this week. 9 of the top 25 teams are in the Southeastern Conference. So it's going to be tough for Texas. Like, it's another one of those sports where the SEC is tougher than the Big 12.
Oh, yeah, no doubt.
I think every sport is. I mean, we thought men's basketball was the one sort of reprieve the Longhorns would get. And, of course, SEC basketball is now the best league in America by a pretty significant margin. So baseball, we knew coming in that and that's why Texas made the move to get rid of David Pierce and bring in Jim Schlossnagel. They didn't feel like Pierce was the guy who was good enough to lead Texas to success in the SEC. Schlossnagel had success at A&M. He's by far the best baseball coach they ever had, and got them to their first ever College World Series final. Hell, they only had 2 wins in Omaha before he took the gig. He doubled that in his first year, and obviously made it to the final this past season. So Texas wanted to make sure that they had a baseball coach who could do what Steve Sarkisian did, and that's have Texas competing for SEC titles right away.
Yeah, no doubt. No doubt.
So there you go. There's your odds. That's worth a little sprinkle, I think. Texas 45 to 1.
Yeah, that doesn't hurt you right there now.
I wouldn't take out a second mortgage on this thing, but
no, I'd be more likely to put, on the defending champs again. I like
Tennessee.
I like those odds.
Yeah, they've got plus 1,100, I think, is what we just mentioned. So. By the way, the alumni game is coming up tomorrow. Thank you to Monkey512 for reminding us of that. Free admission at the Dish, free parking as well. First pitch at 2:30 tomorrow at UFCU Dish Falk Field. Should be a gorgeous day in Austin, Texas, USA, America. So if you've got a itching for some Texas baseball or just any baseball in general, because it's been a long off season, get out there. Gates open at 10:30.
A good weekend too, temperature wise.
I think they're doing autographs. They're doing a bunch of stuff because the gates open at 10:30, so you'll be able to watch batting practice and hang out at the dish, maybe meet some players, take some pictures, sign some autographs, all the above. And there will be a bunch of former players there too, like Cody Clemens will be playing in this game, Trey Faltini, David Hamilton, Zach Zubia will be back, Jared Thomas, Pete Hansen, Corey Knebel, Ty Madden. I mean, there's Tanner Witt, a lot of fan favorites. Bryce Elder, who's had a great career with the Braves so far. He'll be at the dish tomorrow. So 2:30 first pitch, free admission, free parking if you are looking for a little Texas baseball in your life.
Very nice.
Quick shout out, by the way, to Victor Wembanyama and Alperen Şengün. They were named All-Star reserves yesterday. So we found out the starters a few days ago. The list of All-Star reserves came out in the NBA, and you've got one Spur and one Rocket. It's Wemby and it's Şengün, respectively. Both of those guys in their first ever All-Star games. No Mavs on the list, which I will say this. If you're a Mavs fan, I don't know how many Mavs fans feel like this team can win the title this year, considering the way things have gone. But, of course, Dallas was in the finals last year. There's never been a team win an NBA championship with 0 All-Stars. The Mavs, Luka's been hurt all year. Yeah, Luka's been hurt all year. That's why he's not in. Kyrie, you could make an argument that he should have been in, but he didn't get the nod. So, no Mavs on the list. One Rocket, one Spur. Tough loss for the Rockets last night. I doubt you stayed up to watch that game on TNT.
No, they lost by a point, didn't they?
Lost by a point to Memphis. Yeah, they had that game won, too. Big comeback by the Grizz. The Rockets let one slip away, so their 4-game win streak comes to a close. Houston's still playing some good ball right now.
Is Morant still playing? He's still doing all good. He hasn't pulled out a gun on anybody lately.
He was hurt last night, so he did not play, which makes the loss sting a little bit more for Rockets.
He hasn't had any disciplinary things this season. He's gone through the season so far, not pulling out his 38 or anything. Good job.
No 12 gauge, no 45, no Desert Eagle, nothing. At least to my knowledge, John Morant has stayed out of the limelight.
No rat-a-tat-tat with his gat. None of that shit. Good for him.
No rat-a-tat-tat. Never hesitate to put a brother on his back.
There you see. There, good for him.
As was once said in the Chronic by Dr. Dre. All right. No, I think John Morant's been okay in that regard. He hasn't been suspended yet. And the Grizzlies are good because he's back. Like 2 years ago, I think they were the 2 seed in the West. Mm-hmm. Last year, he barely played. They sucked. They missed the playoffs. This year, I think right now they're in 3rd in the Western Conference. So he's one of the best young players in the league. And him not being there had a huge impact on the Grizzlies. Him being back has helped. They're
Absolutely.
One of the better stories in the association right now. All right. You want to get to this? You know what? I should give you the floor here, and I should hold a moment of silence for you.
What's that?
Because it's been a pretty rough couple of days for the figure skating community.
Yes,
obviously, the god-awful, horrific plane crash a couple of nights ago where more than 60 died on the passenger plane that collided with an Army helicopter above the Potomac River outside of Washington, D.C. It was found out that 14 members of the U.S. figure skating community were on that plane. Once again, 60 members plus cast and crew all died, plus everyone on the helicopter as well. So just a tragedy beyond measure. But yesterday, Dick Button passed away at the age of 95. Buck is a lifelong figure skating fan. Do you have any memories of the great?
I have more memories of him being an announcer, announcing events than actually a skater himself. I don't go back as far as he does that way, but he was a fantastic. And now he loved the skating community. He was fantastic, doing Olympic skating and national skating events. I love to hear his voice, and he knew it all, man. He was the original of the originals when it came to announcing skating. He was fantastic. Rest in peace. 92?
95.
95. I didn't realize he was that old. 95.
Yeah, passed away yesterday. And it almost feels fitting, right? I mean, it's
sad.
it'd be sad regardless, but obviously extra sad considering the events of 2 days ago. But it almost
I
feels
looked
fitting
on
that
that
it
list
happened.
of names I saw. I don't know any of those young. Those are young people there. That's a young group. There's a lot of just up and coming skaters that were on there from all over the place.
Yeah. You know who I saw on TV yesterday? I hadn't seen these two in a while. Nancy Kerrigan and Tanya Harding
Really?
were talking to an assembled group of media. I saw it on the news. Just, they were devastated. I mean, I saw Kerrigan crying, like just awful for the figure skating community. And it's been a rough couple of days for them. So I'm sorry to you because I know you are a big, proud part of that figure
Absolutely.
skating family right
I'm
there.
a part of the community,
You're part of the what community?
the skating community.
Okay, just making sure. I don't know
Yes.
if you're talking about something else there. If you are, that's great. Like,
Yeah,
be open with us.
Nothing's wrong. Yeah.
We appreciate that. But just tough couple of days for figure skating. Dick Button, the godfather of figure
Yes.
skating, 2-time Olympic champ, 5-time world champion, and great announcer. Apparently, I
He
don't
was
watch
great.
much. But wore tux all the time, right? When that is bit.
Oh yeah.
There you go. Hey, look who's joining us this morning. It's Mr. Sorrell.
Hello, Mr. Sorrell.
We were worried we'd lose you now that Barron is off to the NFL.
When is that game? Tomorrow?
Senior Bowl is tomorrow. Yeah, practice has been going on all week. We talked about how well Barron was performing a couple of days ago. He's had a great week of practice by all accounts. He's been one of the standouts. Some of the clips of his reps have made it their way to social media.
They have.
And he's been playing really well. I think he's been elevating his draft stock. So that's a big deal. I mean, every NFL person is out there, right? I mean, you had the East-West Shrine Bowl in Arlington last night. A lot of people were there, but the Senior Bowl is the big one. And you've got GMs, you've got scouts, you've got coaches, coordinators, everybody descending on Mobile for this game. So they're there for the practice. They're there for the game as well.
Yeah, everything he does, I mean, from the combine to personal workouts back on campus will be huge because that's where I always said that's where the scouts and the GMs, you feel you're most comfortable and you really have to perform. You have your personal workouts on your own campus. It doesn't get any better than that. You're familiar with the track, whatever it is, the weight room and things that you have to do. That's where it really, really counts. But you still have to show up to the combine. Certain guys at the combines don't do a lot of things. Mr. Sorrell's son, of course, he's going to have to do everything in every spot. But I think his personal workouts will be the biggest for him.
Yeah,
I mean, everybody knows he's a great kid. He's got the size. He's got the speed. He's got, he's worked his way into being a fantastic pass rusher. But when he gets there and they come and they've got him personally, just him, not a bunch of other guys, but just him sitting there focused on him and what he says and what he does will be very important.
I'm just impressed by the fact that Barron Sorrell is even participating this week, right?
That's true. A lot of guys have backed out. A lot of guys who don't have great stock like he does have said, no thanks. I don't want to hurt myself. No, he's gone through it, everything.
You're right. Yeah, all of his teammates opted out. And look, that's their prerogative. That's their decision. Sure. I still wish Jaden Blue had actually called the East-West Shrine Bowl to let him know what's going on.
No kidding. At least made a phone call himself.
But, yeah, I mean, Gunnar Helm, Andrew Makuba, Vernon Broughton, Alfred Collins, those guys all accepted Senior Bowl invites. They chose not to participate. Again, they've got a good reason. Played 16 games this year. They want to get their bodies right for the combine, which is usually more important. But Barron Sorrell, there's some risk being a part of this week. Maybe Absolutely. Your body's not recovered all the way. Maybe you're still hurting from the season and you can't perform at 100%. You go and have a bad week, you can hurt your stock a little bit. Sounds like Barron Sorrell has done the exact opposite of that. So
yeah, they applaud that kind of stuff. It only takes one team.
Only takes one team. I'll be watching tomorrow, the Senior Bowl, to see what Barron Sorrell does. Yeah, the only Longhorn participating, but always a fun game to watch if you are a football fan. Because we're running out of football games. We've got really one real game left until the preseason of the NFL.
Oh no, we have United States Football League, don't we?
Are you in on that now?
Hell no, I'm not in on that. It's going to be a great time to rest. You're ready for March Madness. I'm not watching. I've not seen a quarter of one of those games yet.
That's surprising to me.
I've not seen, no, I have not. I've never placed a bet on it, and I've not watched a quarter of that.
That's the part that's surprising, the fact that you haven't placed a bet on it. Like, I would get you not watching the UFL just because it's not college or the NFL, but, like, I figured your cousin would at least put some coin on the games and maybe check the score on the ESPN app when they're done.
There's a good chance I will watch more WNBA half to a half of a game than a football game like that. I'm sorry, I can't do it.
Well, do you have any hot takes on WNBA free agency that's going on right now?
Take the one who falls on the floor the least.
You mean take the one?
Yeah, the one who doesn't trip over the one girl that's in the middle of there and falls. Oh, no. Like, not her. She's not going to be in the draft. And neither of those two clowns that are supposed to hold her.
What about this lady? You want this?
Oh, gee. Oh.
You want those two
my.
if you're building your dream WNBA roster?
I need those three.
It's all about the W. Don't forget. You want these two?
Who put that stupid dog there? That stone dog. Oh, that's a rib. That's a rib. I'm glad the mother decided I'm not going down there after these two clowns.
Dude, every time we play this video, like the floor on my apartment starts shaking.
Oh, look at the mom. She's like, I'm not jumping up to this. Let me take my time.
Also, well, yeah, it looks like the mom never got any food.
Oh,
looks
Mr.
like
Head. Why is this one rush? She doesn't get herself planted. What's she going to just walk on air?
That's slow-mo, by the way. That's not even full speed. That's probably pretty obvious. But speaking of slow-mo and falls.
Oh, yeah. That left side is hurting.
Dang. And we'll bring on the man to redeem himself here because we always love talking about that. We've got Wags.
Wags, what's up, buddy? You done with pickleball now for good?
No, I got my paddle. I'm surfing. I'm touring.
Touring?
Yeah, Tina's no longer there with us, but we'll get her back. Tina.
Oh yeah.
Man,
get out of my kitchen.
What happened to Tina? Did she get hurt?
No, I got hurt.
Oh, I mean, seriously, I'm hearing about more injuries of some of my friends that play because they want to do husband-wife things together with some neighborhood friends. I heard more of them are getting hurt than actually having any fun out of this deal. They're coming up with some major Achilles tendons, pulls, bad elbows, slamming that they don't know how to protect their elbows. They never went to
how to fall right.
School.
You got to do break falls. You got to land on your forearms instead of your wrist. You're breaking your wrists.
No, they're hitting slamming elbows, and that is not good.
A shattered thing. But yeah, you go back to that video. I keep wondering where the hell that's at. I've narrowed it down. I'm pretty sure because of the landscape, because of the yard. I'm thinking that's England because no American yard is well kept like that, right?
Well, aren't those clothes hanging up there? That's America.
Actually, you're kind of right. That's probably America. I don't know where I can get soil like that.
Not in Texas, that's for sure.
Not in Texas. And it's like, so when they're going after this, it's like did they sit that dog there to see if she can see the dog or is she stepping over the dog? What's going on?
First of all, that's horseshit. Why would you put a stupid make-believe dog right there? I mean, anybody could trip over that. It doesn't have to be that lady who's round-shouldered. Anybody, a child could trip over that dog. It's almost in the middle of the stairway.
We've got our guy Ty.
West Virginia.
We've got our guy Ty Henderson filling in for Rodney. Ty, I don't know if you've ever seen this, so I'd love to get your thoughts on this video that we've been playing of these two ladies just tripping and falling. You see a flip-flop go flying with the first one. Then you see just a mad wipeout with the second lady who's trying to help the first one. Any thoughts on what your eyes have just seen?
Maybe Ozempic would be good for this.
Maybe see, that's shaming. We don't shame here on this program. We don't shame, body shame.
Brenda.
No.
Maybe
that's not body shaming, Buck. That's trying to make sure they're healthy and they live a long life.
The first one, does she actually go head over heel, or when her ass comes up, does she go and do a forward roll?
She hits the back of her head. She has to hit the back of her head.
Oh, this one, that hurts that rib right there, landing that. Oh,
that's the second one's a rib and a knee. I'm saying a hyperextended knee, a broken rib, Brenda, the first lady that fell, she probably cracked open her head, the back of her head.
Oh my goodness. I'm surprised the mother didn't start. Charles, your sisters. Charles, your two sisters. Come get them. Charlie, get down here. Your two fat ass sisters just fell down the steps.
Y'all need to stay off the punch.
Charlie, your two fat ass sisters just fell down the steps again.
Never bringing them here from Wisconsin ever again.
What? Charlie, come get your two fat ass sisters.
Charlie and Donald.
Oh my gosh. Oh, see, something's going to happen to me bad. I should have never said that.
Good.
I'm sorry.
I don't think you're going to get hit by any of the what's it called? The karma train?
Oh no, the karma train's coming after me for that. It is. This cold is almost gone. Now I'll have the flu next week.
Oh no!
Dang it!
What?
Yes, and I said that about those two ladies.
Oh my God! All right,
I'll
quick shout out.
I'll go to church Sunday.
To Double D, by the way, for the nice super chat this morning. Hopefully good karma comes your way this weekend, Double D. Thank you for supporting Texas Sports Unfiltered.
Great weekend. Have a great weekend. Be safe.
Later, bud.
It's good to see you, brother.
Good to see you too.
I'll hang for a second, I guess, just to ask what you guys have planned for the next hour this morning.
Yeah, got a little bit of Texas basketball to talk about. We're going to have a fun little segment to piggyback off of kind of the little crosstalk bit that you had the other day about how, if we're prepared to take care of ourselves, if we can cook. We're going to see if Ty can cook. We're going to get the top 5 flavors of soups. We're going to hit that up to give you guys a little bit of a head start for the weekend.
I will say this, Ty, didn't you go? I know you were at least 1 for 2 on your parlays that you gave the people last time you filled in. You got anything cooking for us today?
I honestly, so the last 2 weeks I've had amazing weeks, paid a rent, really set myself going forward in February. It's going to be a good month, and then this week's been disastrous. So I'm taking off. I'm taking off betting till the Super Bowl probably. I might stop, honestly, stop while I'm ahead, because it was really it was a 400 unit 2 weeks. So I'm up 400 units.
Oh, okay.
I'm down 50 units.
That's not, you're all right. Peaks and valleys, baby. Peaks and valleys.
But a lot of that money was already spent, which is an issue. No. I bought a new Xbox, bought some flights for some vacations. So now I'm back to just losing money again. So
that's okay.
I think a week break before the Super Bowl to really start to see the board will be good for me.
I don't know what happens. You start to cool off, man. You don't stay hot.
The issue was I was with these soccer bets.
That's the problem, dude. You're chasing soccer.
Well, I had such a good week betting on soccer, Champions League, Europa has been so good to me. I was betting on tennis and winning. Lerner Tien, when he beat some Russian last week in the Australian Open, and I took that plus 600 the night before. Just it was Russian versus American. I'm going to sprinkle the American.
You texted me that. I thought you were full of shit, but you got a buddy that has been making an impact on the tennis scene because nobody has tapped into it yet. Are you really? That's where you're at now. You're touring the tennis scene.
Well, it's more out of boredom. I'm not putting hundreds of dollars on this. It's it's daytime sports. Things here at the bank, it's a good job, but it gets a little dull sometimes.
Sure, yeah, I got you. I understand.
So just popping a little thing on the other screen, just follow along for some entertainment.
So as a financial advisor, you don't tell other people that you do what you do on the side with these lines, right?
Well, I don't tell customers that. That's
okay.
Hey, all right. I'm going to text you. I'm going to leave because I want to listen to what you guys have planned. But the TGL comes back, Ty. I need some TGL picks, all right? Rory's team, Tiger's team. Yeah, the little indoor simulation for golf. So your homework is to find a guy who can give me some betting advice on that this weekend, and we'll circle back.
I got you.
We're gonna pull Ty away from his standard job and give him to come back and do lines for Texas Sports Unfiltered.
That's awesome. Have a good weekend, boys. Thanks for jumping on, Ty. See you guys.
There he goes. Here we are, man. It is Ty, Texas guy Ty. You can follow him on Twitter right there at that handle. I believe he's on Twitter I believe he's on Instagram at Texas guy Ty too. Anyways, he's been kind enough to join us for another conversation with our man Double R, Rodney Rodriguez, out on the road for O'Reilly's. What's going on, brother? I guess you had a decent week, and now it's kind of fizzled out just a little bit on the betting scene there. But
rent's due this week.
Basketball too.
That was my last bet I placed. I kind of
you bet on Mary. We've already talked about this too. You bet with your heart instead of your head.
Yeah, okay. Well, I had a little bit of money left to try to get back. I was just going to get even, call it quits for the week, and instead of saving that money, I decided to do a Mavericks Texas straight out of the heart parlay is what I called it.
Straight of the heart.
And they were like plus 230. I was like, this team's been playing well. I know it's going to be close. The line was like 6. I should have taken that.
They split that night too, right? Mavs won, and then
Mavs won by 1, and then we all know what happened against Ole Miss. I wasn't too upset though. Like I said, I've had a great 2 weeks, and one down week's not going to kill me. I just need to get ready for the Super Bowl.
No, I mean, again, like we talked about, it's peaks and valleys there. But anyways, we got a fun Friday lined up for you guys, a fun little show. So Ty, I mentioned this to you yesterday, but I forgot that you are kind of like I don't know if you're exactly who's that dude, Gary or Ramsey. I don't know if you're exactly Gordon Ramsay in the damn kitchen, but you can prep some food, amigo. Like the one time I did forget about the brisket sandwich that you fixed, the breakfast sandwich that you fixed when we were back at the Horn one time. I forgot that you were kind of a gourmand in the chef or in the kitchen there. But we had a little bit of I guess a bit the other day, right? With Bucky and BK, we did some crosstalk there, and there is, I guess, a trend out there, or maybe a statistic out there that dudes, or I guess your age males, don't know how to. Maybe not even males. Maybe it's just people.
I think I know more dudes that can cook than girls these days.
Maybe that's the case instead of it just being gender related. But apparently, your all's generation does not do well in the kitchen. So Ty, let me ask you, do you cook well besides just that brisket?
I have a few signature dishes. I cook dinner probably 5 nights a week, and
I actually go out and blow your money on fast food.
Well, the weekends are life with a girlfriend here who has high expectations. I'm paying for some dinners that I shouldn't be paying for, but that's living in Austin with all these amazing restaurants and trying to treat my lady right and enjoy things myself. I spend a lot of money on the weekends eating out, but I actually meal prepped for the first time last Sunday.
Look at you. Are you kidding me? You just put meal prep in your vernacular.
I hate leftovers. I know that sounds like the most Westlake privileged thing on the planet, but growing up, we literally had 3 nights a week where it was only leftovers, and it was like leftover meatloaf, and I hate soggy food and microwave food, so it doesn't work for me. But I meal prepped all week. It's gone well. Real simple little taco bowl. So hopefully moving forward, I will be saving some money during the week cooking that way.
Look at you. All right. Well, so it went into the first, I guess, question of the generational inability to cook, right? Do you know how to make soup?
So my stepmom makes a great chicken noodle soup. I asked her for that recipe recently, but I feel like that's not a very hard ask, to make.
No, I mean, also you can go ahead and buy like the canned soup too. And
not doing that.
Come on, bro.
I've made chicken noodle soup twice ever. That's the only soup I've ever made.
Okay, but you don't go buy like the canned soup like Campbell's,
if I'm or anything like that. I'm dog sick and I can't do anything but open up a can, sure.
All right.
Maybe when I was little, I eat that.
I'm not sitting here making scratch soup and putting it all together. Usually I'm buying the stuff that's off the shelf at HEB, and I'm just warming up the the pot for 2-3 minutes or whatever, and stirring up the soup, and then there we go.
Does pot
Which
roast
brings
count?
us to today's top 5. And by the way, there's a new bit coming out for Chaos Theory. And Rodney doesn't even know this yet because Rodney's been detained right now by O'Reilly. But once Rodney gets back, he'll be, privy to this. But every Friday, we'll be introducing a top 5. And today's top 5 is soups. The top 5 soup flavors of Chaos Theory. Ty, I will give you greens, good sir. And you also, I'm gonna throw you one because we are about the people here. And we do like, canned food drives and stuff like that. I'm going to tell you the canned soup that you can go ahead and donate to the canned food drive because I've tasted it 3 times now. And it's just been, to me, it's not edible, but other people might like it. I was getting ready to say that it's dog shit. That's why I'm donating it. But no, man, I will give you that after the top 5 flavors that we have. But Ty, again, you have greens, good sir.
Is this a draft, or can we pick the same soups?
We can have the same soups.
Okay, cool.
That's the fun part.
My 1-1 soup is probably chicken noodle. A homemade chicken noodle soup. Get a little rotisserie chicken or boil some chicken. Make that stock. Get some good egg noodles.
You are quite handy. So you're telling me that you actually chop up the chicken and cut up the chicken yourself. You do the chicken yourself, and then you cut up the green beans, the onions, whatever else you're putting in the chicken noodle soup, and you're making that medley together.
Well, you're boiling the carcass, getting everything off of there. It's really not. It's not hard, but it's definitely better than canned chicken noodle soup.
Ty, I'm gonna have to say that you're already ahead of the game. You're 3 steps ahead of the game than I am because I would even have thought of boiling a carcass. To get all the flavor off of there and then put it in the damn stock or the chicken stock or the broth or whatever you want to put in there to the next thing. I don't know how to make my own soup. My wife probably does. So yeah, I'm going to sit here and venture that you are well versed or a little bit more versed than I am in the damn kitchen, amigo. Okay. Chicken noodle soup, you're number 1. Gotcha. 1-1 for you.
What do you got?
I have Texas again. Going off of the Campbell noodle soup, Texas sirloin burger is my number 5. Not my 1 of 1, but my number 5. We're gonna go backwards here. Texas sirloin burger for me, fantastic. Sometimes you can do the little bit of the blend with the barbecue Texas sirloin burger, but no, just the straight up Texas sirloin burger. You really can't go wrong with it. It's fantastic.
Texas sirloin burger soup.
Yeah, you've never had it.
Never even heard of it.
I sent you the picture of all of the flavors that you have.
Do you think I was just looking at
this? Look at this arsenal of flavor that you have.
I'm sorry, I wasn't zooming in on that picture and dissecting.
It was taken back a little. Well, I had to get all the cans in there. I had to get the selection in there, the library, right? So I can't be right up next to all the cans, or else you wouldn't be able to get the catalog.
That's fair. Okay. So all right, we're going backwards. I'm gonna say broccoli and cheddar is my number 5.
Oh, why broccoli and cheddar? I don't think I could get past that.
With a good baguette and just dipping it. And
with a good what? What do you bag? But what are you bagging?
Bread.
Oh, okay. Well, no, I just take the loaf of bread. I'll get like the Nature Valley or Nature's Own loaf of bread and sit there and go through like 3 or 4 slices of bread.
Okay, well,
that's what you call that's what a baguette is bread, man. I'm not versed. You have been educated. Good.
You are far more cultured than I am, and you don't know what that is. That's very surprising.
Well, not in the culinary arts. Apparently, you're leading here. If we were playing Civ 6, you would be dominating in culture instead of world domination or damn the army or warfare. I don't know if you've ever played Civ 6 or not, but there's my nerdism coming out.
I have.
All right. Number 4. Sausage gumbo jambalaya.
That's a good one. Didn't even think about that.
It is fantastic, man. And like I mentioned, the bread, I'll sit here and take like 3 or 4 slices of bread and just dip it into the damn broth before I even eat any of the guts of it up. And I'm just sitting there, or I'll use like a little bit of the bread to scoop the broth or to scoop the guts into the spoon. Fantastic, man. Gumbo or sausage gumbo jambalaya for me.
I'm going to New Orleans in 2 weeks, so I'm gonna get some.
No, I guarantee it's nothing like what you're gonna taste, like the authenticity of New Orleans.
Okay,
but
so just leave it.
Because it. I guess
the rules here. Is this just canned soups you're talking
no,
about?
No. What you're doing, I mean, I don't want to take away from your skill set. Like your ability to make soup is above my echelon of culinary arts. So again, I don't want to take away, I don't want to steal your thunder. I don't want to steal your spotlight. You have shown the people here that you are more cultured than most of us.
Okay, cool.
No, I was just thinking, seriously, man, all I was thinking about with soup was that you went and you looked at the flavored soup and you picked it and warmed it up. I didn't think of anybody actually making their own homemade soup.
Well, a lot of the, like, I've never made a broccoli and cheddar soup, but I've ordered it at like Panera and like
okay, all right.
Which is my go-to Panera order is broccoli and cheese and a Red Bull. Good stuff.
Broccoli, cheese, and Red Bull?
And a bread bowl.
Oh God. All right.
Yeah, okay. No Red Bull in there. For my next one, I'm going to go with Tom Kha soup.
What?
Tom Kha?
I don't know what that is.
It's like a Thai coconut milk soup. It's very good. Usually with like chicken or tofu. Next time you go to a Thai restaurant, get Tom Kha soup.
Okay.
It'll change your life.
Okay. My next one on the list. It would be regular old chili mac that comes out of the can. It's. I wish they had a little bit more chili in it, right?
But it's not soup.
And chili mac is soup.
What is chili mac? Is that chili mac?
It's a blend. It's a crossover of macaroni and cheese and chili.
What?
It's got some broth in there. You throw it in there. It's is
that like a Northeast thing, or like
I would say far from it. Chili mac would probably be like a Southwest thing, wouldn't it?
I've never heard of that either, ever.
Okay, the first time I had chili mac was in the military, so
okay.
It seems like it's like maybe hamburger helper, like filler, good filler.
Okay,
chili mac number 3 for me.
Pho.
Somebody's talking about pho. Like, you can't put pho in soup, can you?
That is soup.
Pho is soup?
Yeah. With noodles? Pho? I thought it's pho.
It probably is pho. Yeah. You tell me that I'm cultured. Yeah, I sound like a cultured swine right now.
I had this as my number 2, but I'm gonna knock it down one. Lobster bisque.
That's nowhere on my list, and that's so damn good. Me being a Northeastern dude, I should have that.
Oh yeah. Perry's, or no. Where am I thinking of? I'm such an idiot. My family goes here all the time. Steakhouse off 5th Street. What's it called? Been here forever.
Vince Young Steakhouse?
Not Vince Young.
No, I'm joking with you. Roots Chris?
Not Roots Chris. The Foles that started it back in the day. I don't know. Anyways, great lobster bisque. Get it every time. Eddie B's.
Good call. Good pull.
Great lobster bisque there. Get it every time.
Okay. And then also, I don't know if people have had this before or not. It's supposed to be Nashville style, but it's spicy chicken noodle soup. And it's fantastic. It's basically just chicken noodle soup. Your basic blend of chicken noodle soup, and it tastes like they added a little bit of Tabasco sauce to it. It's really not too much fire to it. It's not overwhelming, but it gives you a little bit of a kick that's a little bit more than just your regular classic chicken noodle soup.
Okay, cool. I like that one.
You can get down with the spicy chicken noodle?
I can get down with that one. The rest of your list so far has been, I don't know. I don't know what to say about it, quite honestly.
I think you haven't tasted them yet. I think once you taste it, you'll be like, damn. Pretty good.
Well,
especially chili mac. I think you're underwhelmed by the chili mac because you've never heard of it.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, I do like the McRib, so I can't really complain
Now
about.
that is awful, Ty. The McRib from McDonald's is actually awful. That's an MRE meal. I don't know if you were aware of that or not. That's what they serve to the military because it's
Ship me
not
off.
even real
I
meat.
eat that every day.
Oh,
But for my last soup,
gross.
I'm gonna go with tomato soup, tomato basil soup, with a grilled cheese on the side if possible. I think it's classic. Doesn't hurt the stomach too bad. Clean, easy, simple meal.
See, this was, and I asked my wife about this too, and this was my wife's number one, tomato soup. I'm interested or curious to see how many people would have tomato soup as their number one. Nowhere on my list, tomato soup. It's not a fill. You mentioned the grilled cheese. You almost have to have the grilled cheese with it, or else it doesn't fill you up. Like, what are you eating out of the tomato soup besides just tomato broth?
The grilled cheese is necessary there,
right?
I
would also say like a slice of bread or a baguette, if you will, is probably necessary with most of these soups, right?
It's a nice complementary part of the dish, I'd say. I mean, little bread, little moisture. That's the thing. But if the bread gets soggy, like if the tomato soup comes out with the grilled cheese like kind of layered on top of it, or part of it comes soggy, I'm not even gonna touch it.
Yeah, it's a little too wet for you.
No, can't do soggy ever.
I got you. My number one. All right, and I had it 2 nights ago. I had to go back to the store last night where you saw me take the picture because I needed it. Jalapeno Texas burger, or jalapeno. It's jalapeno cheddar Texas burger.
Why is burger in so many of these names?
It's so good. It's the beef. It's the chunk of beef, and it's probably not even burger. It's probably just beef, right? But it's so good. It's just that extra added blend to put the filler in there. It's got it's got celery in it, of course. I mean, it's got all the little filler in it too, right? But the cheddar like base of it with the spiciness to the cheddar burger, it's fantastic. You got to look it up. And that's my number one. I really wasn't even on it until about 2 weeks ago. And then once I got on this soup little kick, I started getting that. And 2 nights ago is when I had it. I had to go back. I had 2 cans of it the other night. I had to go back last night to just pick up more cans of it. It's great.
What is the weather affecting the soup?
No. So look, I started this, I guess it was my New Year's resolution, right? To kind of cut out sugar, or as much sugar as possible, right? I mean, I was going to the K and grabbing at least 3, and this is not an embellishment, at least 3 44-ounce Mountain Dew cups, right? Of the Polar Pops.
Yeah.
And dude, man, I was drinking at least 3 of those, man, for what, a year and a half. I'm seeing, terrible signs with my bladder and starting to piss, at a 45-degree angle, buddy. We had to make some changes. All right.
I'm fatter than I ever have been in my life right now.
Yeah. I got on the scale. I'm at 232. That is the biggest I've ever been in my life too. So
I'm 220. And
you're taller than me, so you're carrying it a little bit better.
Yeah, but it's all in the tits and the stomach though, nowhere else. It's true. I literally don't notice it anywhere, but I'm like, I'm starting to have man tits now.
Do some push-ups. I mean, that is the one thing. So that is the one thing that I've been able to, I guess, maintain a little bit. Like I got a gut. There's no way around that. I got a gut, but at least like my chest, I haven't been getting the man tits yet. Like push-ups is a real thing, man. You can do 10 push-ups a day.
Yeah, I need to start. I've been saying for 3 months that I need to start working out, but it's just
comfort's nice, isn't it?
Yeah, I don't know.
Comfort's a really fun thing to have, or a really nice thing to have, but yeah, you got to get out of your comfort zone. You got to you got to push back. You got to push back against the grain. It's only going to get harder, dude.
I know.
It's only going to get harder, man.
My dad was a very in shape person when he was my age, and then he went from 27 to 28, and he gained 100 pounds of pure fat. So I'm hoping my metabolism holds up, and that doesn't happen. But I probably need to take some precautionary steps to make that not happen.
We've been making some changes again, like I haven't cut sugar out completely, but just with drinking, like I was just drinking so many calories that I had to do something and had to make a change. And soups have been like the easiest thing kind of to supplement stuff. Like you mentioned, you can make a grilled cheese with, most of your soups. I haven't gone to that extent yet. Usually I'll just pull out the loaf of bread, have like 3 or 4 slices, dip it in there, kind of fill me up a little bit. Been drinking a half a glass of water with my meals too, to kind of,
half a glass. Wow.
I'm trying, Ty. I'm really trying, man. What else haven't had any, how I am on sweets, right? My gummy candies and stuff. Haven't touched them. And it's been,
I've gotten 2 of the big zebra cakes from the big ones. I've gotten 2 of those on the way home from work every day this week.
oh my God.
And eating them in the car before I've gotten it.
Oh my God. I'm laughing because I was in the point that made me kind of like really snap and get on this was before we even made this change. I think like at the end of October and beginning of November, I discovered these pies on Amazon. You remember how I was with lemon pies? Every show I would stop, most mornings on Sunday, I would stop and have a lemon pie and 3 Red Bulls.
I was like, what? But yes,
So,
lemon pie.
I would bring in those little lemon pies from that one stop right up there,
Sure.
right off of Westlake Drive. Come up and bring 2 or 3 of them in. Well, I would buy JJ or J&J Bakery lemon pies from Amazon, and I would buy them by the crate. And I'm sitting here thinking, all right, I'll be good. I'll parcel 1 a day, brother. I was crushing them. I mean, we probably went through 3 cases, no embellishment, no embellishment at all. We probably went through 3 cases in 2 months of lemon pies. And I mean, like, to the point where my wife's like, yo, like, these are $25 a pop and you're just crushing them. Like, what the hell's going on?
Yeah, that's no
good. we had to make some serious changes, amigo. It was getting bad. So I get it. And I sit there, I'll find myself eating more fruit now because of the craving of sugar that I'm not getting, and I'm just trying to get my fix. But yeah, sugar has probably been one of the most addictive ingredients that I've tried to kick, and it's been very tough. It's in everything. Sugar's in everything, man. But yeah, it's great, but it's poison, dude. And we're trying to get rid of it. We're trying to get rid of it of our body.
Well, I'm proud of you.
Thank you, man. It's not going well, but we're doing whatever we can. But yeah, we got to make some strides. Olipop's the way to go. But yeah, that's what got me on my damn soup kick so far. But yeah, that was our top 5 with soup. That was our top 5 soups. But yeah, dude, thank you for indulging me with your, I guess, with your culinary arts, and you are way more versed than I am, man. Making me a little bit shameful here with my soups, just going to the can and pulling them off or going to the shelf and pulling them off.
Just watch some cooking videos on Instagram.
No.
They're like 30 seconds. Just swipe to give you some ideas.
If I'm going to go on Instagram, Ty, I'm probably going to be looking at something else.
Honestly. I know. Yeah, I've seen your Instagram For You page. So, but
my algorithm search page is a lot different than, well, I won't say it's a lot different. It's probably very similar to most guys my age, I would say.
Yeah.
Right. Hey, you been watching any of the Senior Bowl at all, or any practice from the Senior Bowl?
I've seen some clips. I've been reading up on it a little bit, but
so we had quite a handful of Longhorns that actually opted out of going. They said we're going to go to the Senior Bowl, and then they said, just a long season, we're going to rest and repair and get ready for the combine and senior day. One Baron Sorrell actually elected to go and followed through with it, and he is turning heads. We talked a little bit about this on the show yesterday, but I just wanted to give you a little bit of a chance to kind of talk about it. Baron Sorrell's draft stock seemingly improving, or at least that's from what I'm hearing from the national pundits. They said that he is the dude in camp there at the Senior Bowl, and I can't wait to see his results or see what he can do for the game that's coming up.
Yeah, no, definitely. He's a guy, probably a mid-round guy right as of right now.
I had him. I was with BK yesterday. We were kind of talking about this. I had him kind of around like a 4th round type of draft stock, but I mean, very well he could be moving up into the third round with a outstanding performance in the Senior Bowl here.
Yeah, I mean, especially in recent drafts, you've seen a lot of Texas D linemen who might have been a little underrated going into the draft, like Amoro Ojimo. I mean, he was, I think, a 6th round pick for the Eagles, and he's getting legitimate, rotational snaps for the Eagles right now in the playoffs.
I think the Eagles are leading in. Don't the Eagles have the most snaps for rookies and 2-year players?
Oh, I mean, they have half of the Georgia defense.
Georgia Bulldogs, yeah, they're loaded.
So, but yeah, I mean, him. I mean, even before him, with like a Charles Omenihu, I think he was like a 2nd or 3rd round guy. But still, I think looking back on it, the value that the Chiefs and the 49ers and other teams have gotten from him, it's like he probably would be a 1st round pick if they redid that draft now.
Omenihu, yeah.
Yeah, but with Sorrell, I just think getting more in front of more eyes. He really wasn't the shining piece.
Well, I mean, he had to share so much time at that edge spot, right? I mean, there's a lot of talent, especially with Simmons coming there too. I mean, hell, you got Ethan Burke, another Westlake great. On the other side, dude, there's some times where your play snaps or your play count probably got reduced just because of the people that are behind you.
Yeah, but I honestly, of those names that you mentioned, he with his time here I think he's been more consistent than Alfred Collins. He definitely, the effort's always there with Sorrell. I think he'll be a good player. I think going to the Senior Bowl was a good move for him to kind of get away from that group as a whole and set himself apart, get more eyes on him, get people recognizing that maybe he wasn't just a product of having great players around him, like you mentioned. So I think from what I've read, he's, like you said, been doing a tremendous job.
It's been nothing but progression year in and year out. Like, he's consistently gotten better each year he's been at Texas, and then for him to put on the performance that he's doing in camp at the Senior Bowl, and then for we'll see how the outcome is for the Senior Bowl itself. But I'm expecting some big things from Sorrell there, and if that does come to fruition, you can expect his draft grade to increase.
Definitely. And with the guys that didn't go or kind of dropped out last minute, I don't blame them at all. You got enough on tape. The SEC championship and 3 playoff games where I think you could say, I don't need to go put my body through that before the combine and everything. Just kind of get ready for your pro day.
All right, man. Real quick, let's kind of change gears here and shift. Let's tell you about audiovisual consultations first and foremost. Today is the day, guys. Give them a call, 512-255-8678. It is one of the last deadline days for you to get the setup of your dreams for Super Bowl Sunday. Now, of course, you can get more, the setup of your dreams after Super Bowl Sunday, but if you want it in time for the big game, probably, today's probably the best bet because they are filling up quite a bit. 512-255-8678. That's the number for Tom McKay and audiovisual consultations. Go to their website, though, at avconsultations.com and see the gallery of projects that they've done over the past 35 years, setting the standard in audiovisual automation. Just give them a look, see the gallery projects. Maybe you'll have an idea of what you want if you're struggling to find it. But again, no job's too big, no job's too small. If you want the 2 TV setup that I have with some arcade cabinets, some arcade machines, McKay can hook it up for you, man. Or you want the trifecta effect that Rodney has with the 3 TV layout, or the video wall that BK has with the 4 TVs, man. It's all deadly. Put it together, you get it done. And then talk about the audio portion, right? Sometimes you'll be playing the host. You can't sit there and watch the games, but if you had that perfect audio setup, right, the surround sound system, you can hear it in every room. It's perfect, man. You'll never miss a beat. Audiovisual consultations can provide it for you. 512-255-8678. That's avconsultations.com. All right, Ty, where you want to go next, man? You got some basketball? You gonna play any lines here for basketball coming up this Sunday or this Saturday? We got LSU, man. So again, it could be
like I said, I'm looking ahead to the Super Bowl, and I'm gonna hold tight till then.
Okay.
It's
you're just gonna watch with your heart.
I mean, we'll see about that. I've been a big Prize Picks guy.
Well, look, hold on now. I'm not going to let you off the hook. If you do get a feel, or if you feel like you got a nice warm and fuzzy, don't leave your boy hanging, man. Let me at least catch the tail of it. All right.
Sure. I'll text you individually and post it on Twitter and Texas.
Thank you. I appreciate you. Thank you.
But yeah, no, I'll be enjoying things. I got some plans this weekend. They'll probably stop me from watching a lot of the game. So. enjoy. I'm not gonna get fully into basketball until after the Super Bowl, even though I'm really not super interested in watching. I'm gonna hate watch the Eagles, root for the Chiefs, but yeah, no, I don't got anything.
Since we're there, like I mean, you talk about hate watching the Eagles. I'm sure you're going to make prop bets on the Super Bowl. Like we kind of just flirted with it. I guess since I don't know if we'll have you for the Super Bowl, what are your intentions here? What do you think?
Favorite prop bet? There will be a doink in the Super Bowl on a kick
off of a field goal post, huh?
Yes, I think it's like +4 something or 500. I mean, it happened last year. So that's not really a trend, I would say. But
you and these stupid bet, like that's the thing with you. Like I'm never even on these stupid things, and then you put me on these crazy ass prop bets. All right, I'm gonna write.
Jake Elliott's kicking for the Eagles, and he's been god awful this year. I could easily see him putting, and it can be
the percentage that you have to hit for the damn thing to actually hit the damn upright, or at least one of the uprights.
It's not that crazy. I mean, and it can go in. It can doink and go in. It doesn't.
Okay, all right. It just has to hit. It just has to hit a pole at some point.
Yeah, it can hit the middle pole outside. Like it's not that crazy. I mean, if we only have 2 or 3 kicks the entire game, then yeah. But I'm not saying put your life savings on this. I'm saying of all the crazy prop bets that are out there for the Super Bowl, that's my favorite one. Just sprinkle $20 on and see if you win 100.
See, I'm with Daryl here. Saquon Barkley, MVP of the Super Bowl. I kind of think that's going to be already, one of the better prop bets to put it on. He didn't, of course, he didn't win the MVP of the league, so there's probably going to be a chance that he gets somewhat of a superlative, right? You'd think that maybe Sirianni and Kellner and MORE want to kind of keep the ball out of the hands of Patrick Mahomes. To do that, you got to give it to your bread and butter, and this guy's been money all damn season long. Why not have him with at least 150 yards in the Super Bowl? It's been a long time since we've seen that much of a domination with the ground and pound game in the Super Bowl. I'd like to think that Saquon Barkley gets that and is the Super Bowl MVP. Daryl G, that's a good one, man. I mean, I don't know what the return will be on that. I think that's you're probably going to have to put a lot down to get that back, but that's something I could get on.
It's a shame that I have to hate Saquon Barkley, because even when he was with the Giants, side note, I don't know if you saw my post on Twitter, but I've completely disavowed the Dallas Cowboys.
Who are you? Are you coming? Do you need a home?
No, Why
are you giving up on the Cowboys now? Because of the Schottenheimer hire?
I bought in just a tad bit, but as of now, I'm still out. After the press conference, I liked what he had to say, but it's still just like, come on.
X's and O's. But we're not going to focus on X's and O's.
My entire 27 years of my life has been disappointment with this team. At least with Texas, there was the down years, but the reason I love football, I have the national championship date tattooed on my wrist is because Texas has won, made me fall in love with the team. The Cowboys, I've obviously loved for my entire life, but it's different when it's complete.
You were just born at the wrong time, man. Because when I was born, the Cowboys were dominating. So,
their last Super Bowl appearance was the year before I was born. So it's been all downhill since Ty Henderson was brought onto this earth.
It can only get better, right?
Really, that's what I keep saying.
Blind yourself. You keep telling yourself that.
You know how my expectations are for my sports teams. It's like with the horn.
Is it too much to ask for perfection? I understand that. No, I get you.
Yeah, like I just want to see a winner. I want to at least see, like, if the Cowboys made it to a conference championship and lost, I would still be like, really upset, and that sucks. But it'd be big picture. I'd be like, well, that's a step forward. Like that's never been done. I've never seen that with my own eyes. But at this point, I'm just not going to be a fan of any NFL team. And I'll watch Red Zone on Sundays and gamble, and I'll probably watch the Cowboys. But even this year, I didn't care. When they lost or won, I didn't care. Like,
it's a dangerous line to walk there, Ty. To not have a team, to not have a fan base, to not have any type of loyalty at all, and just sit there and say that my money's going to go. Actually, I don't know. For you, that might be a good thing, honestly. If you don't bet with your heart and you just bet with your mind, you could be Ty. Your percentage could go from 61 up to 70.
Yeah, if I was at 61, I'd be really happy too, but that's not.
I mean, I embellished a little bit. But yeah, if you were in the 60s, you probably wouldn't even be at the damn bank. You'd probably be in Vegas, buddy.
Yeah, no, I don't know. It's just they've taken it out of me, and I think Texas being good at football now has kind of made that easier. Where it's like I don't really have to carry. I have more important things to think about and put my fandom towards. I don't think the Cowboys are just, unless they have an amazing draft. Honestly, what set me over the edge this year is when they re-signed Dak. It's like, come on, you got put between a rock and a hard place, waiting as long as you did, but you waited.
They did that to themselves, though, wouldn't you say? Like they usually procrastinate and wait for something to fall into their lap, and it comes back to bite them in the ass.
But they didn't have to re-sign him. They didn't have to.
But what's the succession plan?
Well, they had a whole year what? Prescott's just going to hold out for the whole year because he doesn't get an extension. It's like, all right, dude, fine. We'll start Trey Lance and lose 16 games.
God,
like, whatever. Like I'd rather that happen at this point.
No, I mean, seriously, that would have been the move, right? To bottom out and then go get a lights out quarterback if you want to even consider any of these.
I think that is the plan, right? I mean, Schottenheimer has a 4-year deal, I think, and I don't, unless that dude is something. I mean, everyone said this about Dan Campbell when he got hired, that he was a meathead and stupid. I'm not saying Brian Schottenheimer's a meathead, but just like, what the hell? Like that's a dumb hire. Like he's been an interim head coach and a lifetime assistant. Like, what are you doing? That worked out. But how many times before that has the career assistant worked out? And I don't have the numbers on that or many examples in my head right now, but I'd venture to say that it hasn't worked out. Especially when you're hiring a career assistant who was already on your staff.
Right, and who was already calling the plays. Or no, I'm sorry, McCarthy was calling the plays, but
yes, and he's retained. Well, he was calling the plays, and he got them taken away because he was doing such an awful job. So it's going to be the same staff, pretty much, same team. They don't have much cap room. It's just like maybe Jerry's thinking, fire him after this year, fire him after next year, go after Arch Manning. I don't know. I'd buy back in if Arch Manning was the quarterback, or if for some reason they drafted Quinn, I'd buy in, or Michael Taft next year. But unless I have a personal connection to this team, I don't care for from here on out.
That's it's sad when your emotions are distraught like this, amigo. But hey, you know what? As long as your heart isn't with the Cowboys, your mind could go somewhere else, and you could probably make a lot of people some money there with your little lines thing. You just got to stay away from English Premier League, man. That's it.
I don't know. I've Champions League on Wednesday. That's where all my money
there we go. Champions back. Champions League is back, baby. Here we go. Now the money actually absolutely leaves your damn bank account because you're going to be chasing every damn.
There was like 20 games on Wednesday. That was insane, all at the same time. Have you ever watched sorry to get off topic, but the Golazo show?
No.
It's like the Champions League version of
where they just show every goal that's out there on Wednesday.
Like, yeah, it's a little bit. It's probably like a minute behind because they're not going to know exactly when someone's scoring a goal. But
they bring you every show. But they bring you every goal, man.
If you're a person that's like a casual soccer fan and maybe doesn't really have a team or like know as many players, it's a really good way to like indoctrinate yourself.
Since we're on it right now, can you give me a prediction to who you think's going to take the cup?
I mean, probably Liverpool.
That's where I mean, Liverpool, right? Like, Liverpool's probably a very safe bet, I would say, or City. Man City's probably a very safe bet as well.
Yeah, I mean, if you're telling me to pick a sleeper, maybe like Feyenoord. I like them. That's Liverpool's manager right now came from there.
That's a good dark horse. Yeah, that's a good. I mean, you'd probably get good results, good return on that.
I
don't think they'll do it though. I don't think they'll make a run, but
that's me not knowing one player on their team. So I don't know. Take that advice as you will. But it's fun watch. It's a fun watch during the week.
Yeah, I mean, for those of you guys that are novice or avid soccer fans, it is the best of the best Champions League. And hell, if you are looking to make a little bit of scratch, just get a little bit of word down with Ty, and he'll give you a return back. I'm sure that's usually the way it goes. But he's got a good pulse on it. He's got a good little hot hand for the soccer vibe. Just make sure you get to him early though, and hopefully after the Super Bowl, because I guess he's going to be taking a little bit of a break there, a little bit of a hiatus. All right, so we did a little bit of a hypothetical yesterday. Jordan, Scruggs, and I were giving a little bit of a talk, and we did a top 5 of your all-time NBA basketball starters. I wanted to throw this out there to you and also the rest of the fan base for Texas Sports Unfiltered, because I just thought it would be a really good opportunity to generate some traction on social media as well. So for all you guys that were listening yesterday and listening today, please do me a favor and type out, or tweet to us rather, at Texas Sports Unfiltered, your top 5 all-time NBA starters. All right, and I'll also let you throw in a 6-man in there, just because it's extremely hard to place 5 of the top talent of the NBA, just because it all varies, and opinions do vary. Stats you would think would be the dominant component of this conversation, but usually there's just other situations or other dictating circumstances that keeps people's top 5 different. So I think everybody else heard my top 5 yesterday. I'll reiterate it after you get done your top 5, but I'm interested to hear what you got to say, Ty.
Okay, cool.
Again, tweet this at Texas Sports Unfiltered, please.
All right, here we go. Point guard, I got Jason Kidd. I know that's probably the craziest one on here. I love Jason Kidd. I even loved old.
Okay,
Jason.
so this is heartfelt.
It's not many of them. I mean, there's some people I hate on this list too, but it's. I think with this team, I'm about to say Jason Kidd. He runs the best offense. Good defensive player. Came into his 3-point shot later in his career. I think at one point he was number 3 all-time 3-point made leader, which you don't really think is Jason Kidd as a.
Are you old enough to remember Steve Nash?
Yeah.
I mean, like Steve Nash's playing days.
Yeah, I mean, I know Jason Kidd's never won an MVP like Steve Nash did, but
Steve Nash was pretty nasty.
Yeah, but Steve Nash can't defend as well as Jason Kidd.
100%. That's the crux you always got with Steve Nash.
So that's probably my one from the heart pick, because he's one of my favorite players ever. Moving on, shooting guard MJ. I mean, that one's easy. I feel like
I don't need an explanation for that. Yeah.
Some people might put Kobe there or have both. I'm not Kobe. I'm gonna tell you this now. Kobe's not on this list.
I left him off mine. It's crazy. It sucks.
I'm not a big fan.
He's my favorite. He's my favorite player.
I hate.
I love Kobe. I mean, he was my dude. Like I grew up in the Jordan era, or I should say, I grew up when I became a decent basketball fan when the Bulls were kind of starting their three-peat run, right? Like Michael Jordan wasn't a rookie. Boston was still, Boston and Detroit were still kind of the dominant factors of the East. But I remember, as I'm getting into basketball, seeing Chicago start to rise, but they hadn't won a championship yet. And then Jordan kind of took over, but I was never really like all in the Jordan. Like Jordan's the greatest I've ever seen, but I was wowed by Kobe because I was just old enough that once he came on the scene, like, yo, this dude, he's the only person to ever do what everybody tried to do with Jordan. Like everybody tried to be Jordan. One guy was like Jordan, and that was Kobe for me. Like, and to see the prototype, the carbon copy, it just, I don't know. And it's just his style, man, just his assassin and the black mama in him. It just kind of, it solidified, every reason.
I don't think Kobe would be nearly as good in today's NBA as he was.
I don't think so. I think you're absolutely. I think you have some validity with that statement. Jordan too, right? Like a lot of people sit there and say, well, Jordan was this and Jordan is that, but they always forget, his defense, his all-time defense. Right now, you like to think that defense might come down a little bit if you can't be, hand checking, right? Like Jordan hand checked quite a bit back in his day. Now, once, I'd still sit there and say that he's got the skill set and the wherewithal to absolutely be a top defensive player, especially as a guard, in the league. But still, it wouldn't. I don't know if he would have been that dominant in this day's NBA.
Sure.
Defensively.
Moving on. I hate this man, but I have LeBron at small forward. I mean,
you don't. I got LeBron. I got LeBron in my top 5.
Everything about him I can't stand, from on the floor to off the floor.
I think we share the same stuff, but you can't deny the physical specimen that this dude.
Oh no, he's a once in a lifetime player.
And what's a year? 22, 21? I don't even know what year he's in now, but he's still above the rim consistently. And hell, I think he might have put in the most time in the regular season this year or last year than he's ever put in his whole career, which I mean is honestly why he's probably he's so reserved and still has the damn jumping ability and athleticism, and also the return on investment that he puts into his body too. Like if Michael Jordan took care of his body like LeBron James takes care of his body, I'm sure Michael Jordan would have been able to play at a higher level longer than he did like LeBron has. Sure. That's the one thing that LeBron's always had over Jordan has been his athleticism and the ability to perform in his later stages. The later stages that I saw for Jordan was him on the Wizards, and it was a lot of small forward play where, he'd do the typical Jordan back you down into, the 15-foot range and then hit the turnaround fadeaway jumper on you, man. And that was Jordan. And then he did a lot I thought he did a lot to develop Rip Hamilton's game too, making him a pro. Rip Hamilton was always a great shooter, but to learn the NBA game and to learn the angles of the floor, I thought Michael Jordan helped him out tremendously with that. Of course, he crushed Kwame Brown, but he helped out Rip Hamilton.
Yeah.
Look at these lists. I'm loving these lists, guys. Please make sure you put them on social media. Tweet at us at Texas Sports Unfiltered, please.
Okay. Power forward, my favorite player ever, Dirk Nowitzki.
I didn't have Dirk on my list either. Jesus.
Well, I feel like a lot of people would put Tim Duncan above him at power forward.
I had Tim as my 6th.
Tim's the most forgettable player and forgettable, like all-time great.
I didn't have Tim, I didn't have Dirk, and I didn't have Hakeem.
I don't have Hakeem either. Dirk, I mean, lovely guy on and off the court. One of the probably signature shot-wise top 3 ever. That fadeaway, knee in the air.
Almost unblockable, right?
Oh, yeah. We got an NBA championship. Went to another. The refs, worked them in that one. That was a Donahue series. But
all your players have championships, right?
Kid with the Mavs, MJ, yeah, LeBron, yeah. Yeah, everyone's well, my 6th man doesn't. But Dirk, I mean, what can you say? It's a great offensive player, didn't play much defense, but the rest of these guys can make up for him that. Actually, with my center, I have Jokic. So maybe not much defense going on down low, but I mean, imagine having Dirk and Jokic on the floor at the same time. That would be tough.
That's tough.
That would be so fun to watch. You could honestly have Jokic run the point with this lineup.
Yeah,
I have to Jason Kidd directing things, but yeah, I think Jokic is going to go down as the best center in NBA history. If 2 more championships, if he wins at least one, I think they'll have an argument to be the best ever, especially small-ish market in Denver. Not really a franchise with much championship pedigree. I think if we can forget about, Shaq, like a lot of these super teams and stuff that happened with Shaq and
Shaq's on my list, bud.
I mean, Hakeem always going to have an argument. I don't even consider like Wilt Chamberlain or anything like that, just because it's not really modern NBA in my eyes. But
and I said like a lot of these lists will differentiate because of just scenarios, right? Like if you went statistically, you'd probably have the same lineup, all point guard through your center, right? But if you're given different scenarios and reasons why you would put these guys or implement these guys in your lineup here because, this person's shooting so much better. Why have the shooting output with this dude when I can have it with this dude too, and then get more defense? The scenarios and situations will differentiate.
You got to put your heart in it a little bit.
I mean, no, I'm with you. You got to put some heart in, but you also have to put some logic into it. You got a lot of heart into yours.
Well, you
have a lot of heart in your lineup there, but I can't fault it. I mean, they're champion. They're NBA champions.
Well, this one isn't, but Luka Doncic as my sixth man. I think he will go down as one of the best players ever. Right now,
Luka needs to play basketball.
Well, he doesn't play during the regular season.
And when I say that, I mean like each sequence down the floor. Ty, and like I said this too yesterday. SGA, he gets a lot of calls and people get mad about that shit. I understand a lot of Mavs fans get mad and sit here and say that SGA gets everything.
We own OKC. Doesn't matter. But
what's that?
The Mavericks own Oklahoma.
Yes. Surprisingly, they do. I don't, and I think that's been without Luka too. So here's the thing. Luka is fantastic. Everybody knows he's fantastic. Even Luka knows he's fantastic. The refs know he's fantastic too. All right. Each time down the floor, Luka, I get it. You're trying to roll the whole Krzyzewski way to where you're leaning on the refs and working the refs. But damn, dude, you might get fouled every time down the floor. Just shut the hell up and play basketball.
Yeah, that is annoying. He is a bit of a bitch.
Just stop crying about every call. Like you're not going to get the call every time, man. It's not going to happen. And the more you work them, you're probably going to get even less attention for it, or they're just going to do it just to piss you off even more.
Sure.
Stop begging for the call because it's unbecoming.
You can beg if you beg for calls and lose, like a James Harden, or even LeBron at some points. I know he's won, but like James Harden's the best example. You get him in the playoffs, he's bitching about calls, but he's losing every year. He's been to one NBA Finals with the Thunder as a sixth man back in the day. Luka, he begs for calls in the playoffs, but he also has hit several game winners.
100%. Like I'm not taking anything away from his basketball, acumen and basketball skill set. I just need the dude to be the top guard that he can be and stop begging for the call.
Sure.
When he gets back, clearly.
But that rounds it out. J Kidd, MJ, LeBron, Dirk, Jokic, Luka's a sixth man.
All right. And of course, you got a lot of heart with that lineup. I appreciate that. I respect that. Just a reiteration of my lineup from yesterday. Point guard, Steph Curry. It's just hard to even dispute that. Shooting guard, Michael Jordan. Yes, I'm leaving Kobe off the list. Small forward, Kevin Durant as my shooting guard. He does have the handles at 7 foot. He's got the handles to get by any small forward there. And you want to talk about Dirk Nowitzki with his unblockable shot. Kevin Durant's got the unblockable shot. Probably one of the best shooters that we've ever seen in the game. Then also at my 4, just because the dude can go 1 through 5, LeBron James at my power forward. Just a physical specimen. He can rebound and get you off the glass as well, and then take you outside and expand it and hit you a 3 if you need it in a desperation situation. And then also my number 5, it's absolute domination. Shaquille O'Neal. He might not be the greatest offensive forward or offensive center, but he's one hell of a rim protector. He gives us a defense that we need inside the paint. And also, like, you put the ball anywhere near the rim with this dude, he's going to catch it, devour it, and put it down and stuff it, man. That's usually what Shaq does. I know I left a lot of good talent off it. My 6th man, crazy to not have the dream on here, but it's got to be Tim Duncan. Tim Duncan was just so smooth for me. And I didn't give a 6th man yesterday, but if I could get Tim Duncan in at the starting 5, he'd absolutely be there. But because of the domination factor with Shaq and I think the physicality and athleticism with the 4 with LeBron, I can't put Tim Duncan in there, but he's definitely on the team. He's the first rotation in.
It's a good list.
It's probably the best list I've ever had. No, I'm kidding, man. But no, Jordan. But that big shout out to Jordan Scruggs yesterday for throwing that at us. Again, want to make sure that if you guys want to throw your all's top NBA list out there, please hit us up at Texas Sports Unfiltered and tweet at us. We'd love to read your all's list too. I think the differentiation or the differentiating of all the different lineups is what makes it special. And I'd love to hear your all scenarios too on why you would have this person in for another person in the meantime. But yeah, it's a really fun exercise that Jordan was able to put together, and I just kind of wanted to piggyback off of it and carry it. You got to go. I know you're busy, man. Thank you so much for your time today, Ty. I appreciate you, man. And we'll be hitting you up for some lines there and some Super Bowl props. Thank you for your time, bud.
I appreciate it, and thanks for having me.
Absolutely. Texas guy Ty. There he goes, amigo. And we're going to bring on the guys from, I guess it's only an hour. What's up, Jordan? What's up, Mike? How you doing, man? Jordan, I'm stealing your bits, buddy.
Yeah, I've seen. No, we're doing good. Friday, so, weekend's coming up. Can't ever beat that.
I'd love to hear Mike Roach's top 5, too, if you could throw that together on a little bit of football, Mike.
I'm not a huge NBA guy. Just give me the 2010 Mavs lineup. I'll take that.
That's basically what Ty did. Ty went with the 2010 Mavs lineup.
No, I think you have to have Curry in there, like you said. Jordan would be my 2. At the risk of sounding exactly like yours, probably Durant at the 3. I think I go.
Jordan brought that on too. Like Kevin Durant, he's unguardable almost.
Right. I think probably play LeBron at the 4 or kind of a stretch role where he can play on the wing and play inside if he needs to. And then I'll take I think I love Shaq. I'm a Shaq guy, so I'd have to go with Shaq at the 5.
It's a good list. It's a really good list, man.
Yeah.
All right, gents, I'm going to get out of here. Bid you all adieu. Have a great Friday, guys.
Appreciate it, Wags. Well, still don't have a name for our show. We'll have that next week. But we got Mike Roach on here today, national recruiting analyst for the South region, Texas, Louisiana, Oklahoma, you name it. He's got it. Also was on the Texas beat for a long time, covered the 2022, 2023, 2021, 2020, 2019, you name it. He covered those classes for Texas and got some of the Herman era, the dark era. But as he's moved on, I guess Texas has progressed and you're recruiting at a whole nother level. So today we brought him on, going to be kind of doing some retrospective stuff, asking about the guys he covered that, are now on their way to the NFL draft in April. So, I guess, we'll start from there unless there's anything else you want to hit on first.
I also wrote a book. You can see it here.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
And you can see it on Jordan's screen as well. So that's The Road to Texas. Incredible twists and improbable turns along the Longhorn recruiting trail. And I've been getting the statements from the publisher. Sales are slowing down, so let's get back out and buy that. It's a good book.
So, hey, you can find it on Amazon, anywhere you get your books. I saw it at Barnes & Noble several times. Don't know if it's still there, but
it has not been the last couple of times I've gone to my local Barnes & Noble. So I think they sold their allotment and have not reordered. But, hey, help send my daughter to college.
Yeah, hey, no doubt. Well, we're going to, get right into, I guess, the draft guys or guys that have no longer played their career. A lot of them, but, we're going to start with the guy, Quinn Ewers. This is a guy you covered from start to finish. Actually pulled up some of the tweets up here. Let me get these on the screen.
I don't think you can find media members tweeting about him earlier than I was.
Yeah, no, you were on him very early. Where is this? Sorry. There we go.
I'll fill time while you're pulling this up.
No.
Jordan, we rarely talk about 8th graders. We don't like to tweet about 8th graders because they're not even in high school yet. I saw Quinn play as an 8th grader in a 7-on-7 tournament, and he was probably 6'1.5", 6'2" at that point, and could throw it, a mile and was running and all sorts of things. And I was like, man, he's going to be – I told somebody that day, I was like, he'll be the number 1 quarterback in the country one day. He is just different than everybody else out here. And I still didn't tweet about 8th graders. I think I waited until this tweet. I think he was this was probably right after his freshman year. But yeah, I've been with Quinn from the beginning.
Yeah, what was this event? Because I see they're all clearly wearing the same shirts, but I've never covered, I guess, an ill-speed event.
So funny enough, this is actually the first incarnate. Dude, this is a story. So the first incarnation of our friend Coach Flight's team, which is now Texas Threat. This was Texas Flex at the time. And they were partnered with Under Armour, and Under Armour used to do a camp where they had this thing called Ill Speed, which like I don't think they do it. They don't do it at the Under Armour camps anymore since COVID. But it was like basically an obstacle course that they would laser time, and like whoever won had the illest speed, you know. So like I think and Flight's team was originally partnered with Dion's team. So Dion was out there at this tryout, and they were putting together basically 4 teams at the Star for 7-on-7, and they just, because they were sponsored by Under Armour, this is what they gave them for the tryout. So everybody got ill speed tops.
Yeah, well, hey, that's I guess that's how it rolls. Also, whenever I was going through doing a bit of stalking for typing in Quinn Ewers for your profile, saw the video. Sorry, the Twitter messed up the bookmarks function, so it's thanks, Elon. Kind of hard to access, but here it is. So this video, I remember, I think it was in San Antonio at All American. You had talked about at some point. You were at his game this night on October 22nd, 2020, the COVID season, and that was kind of when rumors had started to ramp up. You know, Ohio State was getting in the mix, and I went and actually read that story. You interviewed him. You know, he said all the things recruits say. You know, I'm locked in. I'm going to Texas, all that. And just a few days later, obviously would end up flipping to Ohio State. This was before he announced his reclassification, but a pretty big event. What exactly do you think happened so quickly there? I know in our job, you know when things are happening, but you have to report the quotes sometimes and different things like that. But at this point, you know, did you feel like it was a done deal to Ohio State and it was too late, or, you know, what was kind of going on at that time?
I don't know if I felt like it was a done deal, but I definitely felt like it was headed that way. I remember talking to his dad in the stands that night and being like, hey, I'm not dumb. I just saw you followed the entire Ohio State staff on Twitter. And you know how that kind of stuff goes, Jordan. Like, we'll get one thing from the kids or the parents, and then, you know, you can clearly see all of the signs, or you're talking to people on the college side that are like, well, this is what's going on behind the scenes. And so, you know, I think it was a really confusing time for Quinn, a really difficult time for Quinn. He wanted to be committed to Texas. I mean, that was his dream school. I remember during COVID, I was doing like a series of podcast interviews with recruits, and I wasn't doing them on video, but I would use Zoom to record them. And so like I got Quinn on for one of them, and like the Zoom opens up and he's in his room, and it is literally like, people joke about burnt orange rooms. Like, it was a burnt orange room with like Longhorns all over the wall. And I was like, all right, this is good. So I think he wanted to be there, but the program was in such bad shape at this point. And I think that Ohio State, like for them, looked like, hey, this is our best bet to go big time. And, you know, I think if you talk to Quinn, and I talked to him a little bit down the line after everything had blown over and changed, that like, hey, man, you don't have to do the fake, like, hook 'em celebration. Like, you don't have to tell me, oh, I'm locked in. Like, you know, just like, you don't have to play any of these things. So like, just kind of do what you need to do. I think if you talk to him, he probably would have liked that back, because it was literally, I think that was a Friday or Thursday night game. And I mean, I think it was the next Monday or Tuesday he decommitted. It's not like something changed over the weekend. I think that they saw where the program was going under Tom Herman. It didn't look like it was in a good spot. Now, his dad had said to me that night, hey, we're going to see what happens with Herman. We're going to see who potentially they might hire. And I think had they done that, they would have been like, oh, great, you're hiring Steve Sarkisian. We'll stay. We like Steve Sarkisian, because there was a point where after Sark came in where they had re-engaged with Quinn. And it was, you know, from talking to people at Southlake, talking to people on the Texas side, close to something happening before he even got to Ohio State, before he reclassified, before any of that happened. So, you know, I think that for him, he would probably it's funny because early on in his recruitment, he just kept saying, I just don't want my recruitment to be a circus. And then it kind of turned into a circus. So, and then a lot of that was their doing. So, I think there's probably some things they'd like back.
Yeah, no doubt. In talking with, you know, there was a guy on staff I knew at the time who's no longer at Southlake, and it sounded like similar things. You know, they never wanted to be a circus, but one way or another, it turned into that. I mean, it almost always will if they have the number one overall prospect next to their name. It's hard for it not to. I think
outside of Arch Manning, he's the only one I've seen like really be able to avoid. I mean, even if you think of the last few number one overalls, like Travis Hunter with like the signing day flip to Jackson State, and even Jeremiah Smith last year. I mean, remember Jeremiah Smith was like Ryan Day was having heart palpitations at the press conference because they were waiting on his letter, and Miami was involved late. So I mean, I think you're right that it's hard to avoid.
Yeah. Want to talk about his portal recruitment a little bit because I remember, I was talked about it a lot. I was a Horns 24/7 subscriber for a minute before, I guess decided I wanted to work in recruiting. And I remember, I believe you posted on the board at one point in the fall, like, hey, hearing whispers that, Ewers could be going in the portal in December when it opens. And if he does, it'll be someone that, could potentially be someone to watch for Texas. And obviously goes in the portal, ends up at Texas. But was there ever any part of you that like was sweating that? Because I remember the day after he was officially in the portal, I went and saw Southlake play Allen at Apogee Stadium at the time, now DATCU. And that would have been DJ Hicks, who's playing for Allen. That was his junior year, and that was supposed to be Quinn's senior year. And I remember seeing him, and I texted Nick Harris, who was working with you at Horns 24/7 at the time, like, hey, Quinn's here, like, is Texas going to get him or whatever? And he was like, yeah, we're not worried at all. He's going to end up at Texas. And that it always just seemed like it was a done deal pretty much from the jump. And if it wasn't Ohio State, it was going to be Texas. Did it feel like that? Like, were you ever actually worried with the new tech staff and Texas Tech? Because, all the buzz with Brock Boyd, of course, and that famous message board genius post. But I guess just, the portal recruitment.
I forgot about Brock. The plug was gonna do the scoop. So I think so. Like I said, once Sark took over, there was even like a leaning of like, oh, should we just flip back to Texas? Should we do this? And I think Jordan, actually, like, this is kind of an interesting thing to think about. If you really consider it, it feels like in the last 2, maybe 3 cycles, we've seen a lot more flip and then flip back recruitments. They weren't in vogue back then, man. A lot of times, like, if you flip from a school, it's like there's no way I can go back. Yeah. And so I think had it maybe been today, he would have just at some point would have been like, I'm just flipping back to Texas. I like Sark. I like what's going on there. So, I mean, it was not a month after he arrived at Ohio State, I started hearing from people in Southlake, like, hey, he is not happy there. He is going in the portal as soon as possible. And, the cool thing about covering quarterbacks, especially high-end quarterbacks, is you start to pick up a lot of information because it's a small circle, right? Because presumably each school is recruiting one. They all know stuff about each other, and they're all watching to see what the others are doing. And so there was a quarterback at the time. I can't say who it is because the giveaway who told me, but was visiting Ohio State and was just like, yeah, they told Ryan Day was like, well, we're losing our guy. We're losing our freshman. And this was like in October. So, I mean, it wasn't anywhere close to the portal window. And so from that point, you kind of just start connecting the dots. I think that it was always going to be Texas. I do think Texas Tech made an incredible threat. There was a point I was sitting in a high school office with a coach doing visits during probably like this time of the year. I guess earlier because he committed earlier, and they were on the phone with a tech assistant, like on speaker. Tech assistant didn't know I was sitting in the room, and they were just like, yeah, we're getting him. And like, that's done. We're getting it done. And so, part of you when you're covering it, you're like, okay, everybody I've talked to, everything points to Texas, but if this person feels this way, like, do I need to go back and re-examine it? There was probably some nervous moments at times, but I think I was always pretty confident, especially like, I think Tech came and did an in-home shortly after that game you went to. And I was like, if he's not like, I can't even remember if he visited Tech during that cycle or not. I was like, if he's not immediately like going to Tech and shutting something down, then they're not a threat at that point. Like, that's just kind of how the portal was working at that point in time. So, it kind of just felt like he wanted a redo, and that was his chance to redo.
Yeah, no doubt. When I know obviously he committed to Texas under Tom Herman, but when Sarkisian was at Alabama still, was Alabama ever really heavily in the mix for him, or do you think it was just, he was so locked into going to Texas that he didn't really give anyone else a true look besides I don't know, maybe Ohio State.
I would say the schools when he was in high school that were really in the mix for him were Texas, Ohio State, Oklahoma, and Alabama. Those were the four. And if you think about it, Texas was the childhood favorite. The other three had at the, what were considered elite quarterback developers, elite quarterback rooms. And so those were the three. I don't think Ohio State always seemed like the one that if like Texas had to worry, it would be them. But outside of them, I never really felt like Alabama was a major contender, but they were in that top group of schools. I just think, like I said, he was so focused on Texas early on that it was hard to see. Like he would talk about Oklahoma and it would be like, Lincoln Riley's great. They've got all these number one overall draft picks. And I'm like, yeah, but I've seen your room. Are you going to Oklahoma? Like, and he would be like, no, probably not, So like, it was hard to kind of consider anybody else a major contender at that point.
Yeah. And you'd probably remember, but I assume OU kind of got officially crossed off the list once they landed, Caleb Williams, who's a 5-star in 2021 because, Quinn didn't reclass till the 2021 class had already been on campus for 8 months because he did it in August. But, yeah, I wanted to ask you about Jaden Blue. I know, you and Nick covered that one a lot. I obviously didn't play his senior year, but, was one of the very first commitments for Sark, like first 1, 2, or 3, right, of the Sarkisian era?
I believe he was second. Armani Winfield. It was first on national, like halftime of the national championship game. That Sark called at Alabama. Winfield's like, all right, I've seen enough. And then, of course, didn't end up in the class. Signed with Baylor. He's now at Colorado State, I think. But yeah, Blue was right in there, and Blue was always kind of a Texas guy. There's guys you meet where you're like, okay, this guy's in. I think I'm probably the biggest Jaden Blue defender out there because, when I obviously we loved his talent. He was the number one running back in the country for us at one point. And I think you see at times the talent he flashed on the field at Texas is why, like the speed, the ability to catch the ball out of the backfield. He had some plays this year, man, where it's like he could play receiver with the routes he's running and the plays he's making down the field. It's like, it's not like he's catching swing passes. Like he's going downfield, routing up defensive backs and making plays on the ball. He was just a really exciting kid. And I always found him to be a really delightful kid. I always really liked covering him. And, funny enough, like going out to Klein Kane a ton, I was like, hey, this Matthew Golden kid's pretty good. Maybe one of y'all want to offer him. Like I begged there's a group of us in the state that like we just talk about all the time that we were begging coaches at one point to offer Matthew Golden. But Jaden, I think, got a really bad rap when he made the decision to sit out his senior year of high school. I think it was, as always with kids, not 100% his decision. And I think that the perception that Texas fans got was that he was a selfish kid, that he was a bad kid. And he was none of those things. I mean, Jaden was a very good student. He was a model citizen when he was at Klein Kane, from what I know. And so, there he is. There's my guy, Matthew Golden. I went out there that night to be like, I'm going to put this like campaign on for you. I'm going to go get every clip you've got. Like he was awesome. But yeah, Jaden, I think, got a really bad rap during that. And it hurt him. Like he didn't play early at Texas because he missed his senior year. Like missing those years of development can be very detrimental to you. And so, I'm glad he finally kind of got it back between the rails. Would love to see him, hold on to the ball more when he's running with it. But just a kid that anytime you saw him, he had a big smile, would always come over to talk. Never really got too overwhelmed by the process, which I liked. And I try to remind people when he was having these breakout games the last couple of years, like, hey, remember this was our number one player in the country at one point. He played 6A football in Texas where he ran for over 2,000 yards and was sub-11 in the 100. Like he could go. This is an NFL guy. So
yeah, I'm very curious to see what happens with him in terms of the draft. Obviously the fumbling problem's not, the best in between the tackles runner, but very few guys can catch out of the backfield, run the route tree he can out of the backfield. And I mean, shit, even think about Texas's last game of the season and Blue's last game of his Texas career. The 2 touchdowns Texas scored versus Ohio State were him on the same exact play of, taking advantage of a linebacker trying to defend him. You can't do that on a wheel route. So just fascinated for him because, there's the fumbling thing's a red flag, but, he's a guy who will tear up the combine. So very, very curious what day and round and all that he goes in. But with Golden, with his recruitment, I know TCU got him to commit early, and then obviously Gary Patterson was told, it's your last year in Fort Worth, and he just left the office then, and that was the catalyst to him opening it up, and then Texas offered him once he decommitted, right? If I remember correctly.
Mm-hmm. I think he decommitted at that point by the time they offered him.
Okay.
Jordan, it's hard. Like, you know how it is. As soon as these kids go on to the college, I just blow all those memories, like, out of my head. Like, I can remember the big stories and stuff, but, like, the minute details of, like, when the guy was offered, I don't know. Like, your guess is as good as mine.
Yeah. And JW Crunch, Armani Winfield was committed to Texas, then ended up at Baylor on signing day. Didn't play for 2 years, and now he's gone in the portal. He's going to Colorado State. Actually, interesting transfer portal receiver group they brought in. Winfield, Kojo Antwi from Ohio State. And, we were talking a little bit about Ohio State earlier. One thing I think is interesting, Ewers was part of their 2021 class, but you go back and look at their 2022 class. Brian Hartline went 0 for 4 on all those receivers. It was Caleb Brown, Caleb Burton, Kojo Antwi, blanking on the last guy, but all 4 of those guys have now transferred out of the program. The last guy was Kyon Graves from Arizona. All 4 are portaled out. They obviously had Travion Henderson as their running back in that class. They had Devin Brown as their quarterback, who, talking to you seems like was very close to ending up at Texas at times.
He was an integral part of the Quinn story. Like, the dominoes all fell in a certain way where, like, I know we were talking about Golden, but, like, I flew to Salt Lake City to go see Devin Brown play his last high school game ever, state championship game, put up one of the best performances I've ever seen a quarterback do. He threw for like 400 yards and like ran for like 150 and lost. Like his team could not stop anybody. So like they lost like a 56-52 game, which sucked because I flew out there to see him. And then I was like, should I try to go talk to him? And he was just inconsolable on the field after that. And I was like, probably not. Luckily, I had his dad's number, like called his dad and was like, hey, maybe we can just connect over the weekend after some of this wears off. But like, he was 100% going to Texas. Devin Brown was. And he was going to visit Ohio State, but I think he knew, okay, Quinn Ewers is there. I'm not going to play early at Texas. I could go in and play right away. Like, he came to that Kansas game, Sark's first year when they lost. And he told me, his quote was like, he's like, I knew in warmups they were going to lose. Like the way they were going through warmups was just so piss poor. Like, they just had this attitude. And I was like, man, don't you think that would have made you like not want to go there? He's like, no, I knew I was going to start. Like, I knew I'd come in and win that job immediately. But because Quinn went into the, I think on that visit, like I mentioned earlier, other quarterbacks were being told this by Ryan Day. I think Devin Brown was told, hey, he's gone. Like, you're going to have a chance to come in and play. And so, Devin Brown was going to be that guy. He would have come in with Malik. He was in the same class with Malik Murphy, and they wanted to take a 2-quarterback class at that point. So, obviously, it would have been a battle between the two. But I think Devin Brown thought he was a better player than Malik and had a better chance to make it. But, yeah, it's crazy. But going back to Matthew Golden, I think, at that time, like, you always think, okay, this guy's committed to TCU, didn't work out. He's decommitting. Texas is the offer he's wanted all along. They finally offered. This is just going to happen. And it just didn't. Like, I remember talking to Golden, and I wasn't getting the feeling that momentum was building. It was just like, yeah, I'm going to go down there and visit again, but I don't really know. They didn't have the best receiving recruiting at the time. So,
because wasn't Andre Coleman still the guy then? And that's
it would have been. Andre Coleman was there, yeah, and it was like, they had Evan Stewart committed early in that class and lost him, and then when they lost Winfield, and it was just like, if you were watching what Sark was doing in year one with Xavier Worthy, it's like, how are receivers not just lining up to play in this offense?
Brandon Thompson was.
Yeah, Brendan Thompson was in that class, but like, the recruiting was not where it could have been. And so, in the end, Golden, I thought, was going to go back to TCU. That was when Sonny Dykes was hired there, and Rashad Samples was going to be the receivers coach. And I was like, oh, Rashad will lock this down. And Golden was just like, nah, man, you know what? I'm going to stay home. Like, I just want to do something different, which I respect. And, he went to Houston and obviously made a really big name for. I remember watching that Texas-Houston game 2 years ago when Texas was in Houston and Golden's just going crazy, and I was like, he'll be in Austin next year. Like, they're seeing he's getting his full tryout in front of the team here right now. So
yeah, Jeff will remember this because I said that on the show in the week leading into the game when it was still Jeff and I on here. They're like, not that I've heard anything of Texas talking to Matt Golden, but like this makes a ton of sense if you were to go in the portal. Like they might very well be playing their wide receiver one in 2025, and that's how it turned out. But man, Da'Keil Shorts he had a great run. Went Matt Golden, then Jonah Wilson and McCall Harrison Pilot 3 years in a row, and got him over bigger options like Jonah Wilson when he flipped to Houston. That, if I remember correctly, caught Texas completely off guard. I know he might have tried to get back in the class, and Houston ended up keeping him, and he's now at A&M. But been very interesting time to look back on, especially with what you said about what Sark did with Xavier Worthy in year one compared to the amount of receiver prospects that are trying to line up to play for him now. So definitely something to think about. But this was one of my favorite tweets I found just because how he looks. But Kelvin Banks, one of the few people that went and saw him several times. I know this wasn't the trip where you pissed the board off late in the cycle, and we'll get to that trip in a sec. But
yeah,
with Kelvin, he wasn't the highest ranked lineman Texas signed that year. It was DJ Campbell, and Kelvin, he was a 5-star, high 4 for pretty much everyone. But I don't think anyone would have realistically expected him to have the career he's had. He's the best Texas lineman since I don't know who. He won the 2 main, line of scrimmage awards in college football this season and is essentially a lock as a top 15 pick. I know the mental side, you might have saw it coming. You got to know him pretty well, but, how much of your expectations did he exceed in his 3 years in Austin, you'd say?
I always thought Kelvin was going to be an elite player. I just didn't think, I guess I couldn't fathom him stepping in day one and not like, oh, we're starting this freshman and he's kind of getting it. But we're starting this freshman, he's the best tackle in the conference. I didn't know that was going to happen. I think, and I don't know if this necessarily had anything to do with his ranking at the end of the cycle and being I'm still a huge DJ Campbell fan and need DJ to have a big year next year to kind of follow through on all my faith in him. But I think the one thing I regret is I saw Kelvin at the Under Armour game, and he had traditionally played a lot of right tackle in high school because they had a left-handed quarterback. And so he would play on the right side to protect his blind side. And at the game, I believe they moved – I may be getting this wrong. He may have played left tackle exclusively, and they flipped him to right tackle at the game. Either way, at the Under Armour game, he pretty much played the opposite side, and he struggled the first couple of days when I was there. And I remember just telling our guys, he had a tough time, and I think he was just kind of getting used to playing on the other side. And I don't know if that had anything to do with the status of his ranking, but still finished a 5-star, I believe, and definitely looks like he's going to deliver on that. Really great kid. Love his parents too. His mom and dad were always in the crowd, and that one just felt like. It felt like Texas early on, and then it was Oregon. And as it goes along, I think Texas was confident they could flip him. I think that there's always a confidence that, especially with Oregon kids from Texas, when it gets closer to signing day, they start questioning that distance because it's a long trip, and a lot of times it's not a direct trip. So I think that there was some confidence there. Mario Cristobal leaving for Miami was just like, oh, okay, this is now like an automatic thing. So, I can get into you're making me recall some fun stories from recruiting. I did piss off the board. I will forever gloat about this to the Horns 24/7 viewers here. Okay, so I've always think I have a pretty good discretion on what I can report and what I can't report, and what might hurt the efforts of recruiting and what might not. And first of all, it's not my job to help the efforts of recruiting. My job is to report the news. That said, a lot of my sources are on that end. I want to take care of them. And so for that reason, if something I feel like could hurt the source that's giving me the information, I'm obviously not going to do it. We've been getting a lot of wind that Kelvin was going to make a visit. I think he was playing, Summer Creek was playing at North Shore. And just for everybody's information, I live in Dallas. So
got it right here.
There we go. So I think it was a Thursday night. I just literally that morning, I woke up and I go, there's our friend Jason Howell over at Texags. He has a saying, sometimes you just got to go get the damn story. And I woke up that morning and I go, you know what? I'm going to get in the car and go to Houston to go get the damn story. Like literally that's how it happened. I called somebody at Galena Park and I was like, can you please, I know I'm late. I know I'm past the credential deadline. Like, can I please get a credential? And they hooked me up and
Get you
drove
that
down.
Chick-fil-A?
I did. Got me some Chick-fil-A, got some bonfire wings out by the school where I always stop when I'm at North Shore.
Oh, yeah.
And went down there and saw him. They lose. I mean, North Shore rolled them. I talked to him after the game for a little bit because I was like, I'm here. I'm talking to him. And we had a talk, and he was like, look, man, I am considering Texas. I might visit this weekend, which I think that weekend would have been the Oklahoma State game that Arch was at. Because I think I went back to Dallas, and then the next day went back to Austin to shoot photos at that game. But he was like, I am going to visit. And I was like, okay. I was like, do you want me to report that or not? Because you're committed. I don't want anything happening between Oregon. I don't want you upset, anything like that. And he looked at me in the eye and goes, Mike, you have a job to do. You report whatever you feel you need to report. Like, I'm okay with it. Great. I'm smiling ear to ear. Because how many times, Jordan, are we like, I'm doing this, but you can't tell anybody?
Yeah.
And then it's like, okay. I was like, okay, I got the green light. I get in the car, I leave the stadium, I drive down the street, park at a gas station, and start writing up Mike at night. I posted, it's like, hey, here's the deal, blah, blah, blah. Within 10 minutes, Kelvin Banks quote tweets it and is like, laugh emojis, this isn't happening, whatever. Like, and I was like, I texted him, I'm like, Kelvin, he was like, sorry, man, the Oregon people were getting on me. And I'm like, that's why I told you, like, I don't have to report it. The board got upset because they thought like, oh, Mike's going to blow the recruitment for him. And I had talked to people at Texas and said, hey, Kelvin told me this. Are you okay if I run with this? And they were like, yeah. So I kind of covered my bases on each point. I will say that year, the two things I posted that the board got mad about me ruining were Kelvin Banks and Quinn Ewers going into the portal. Both of them were 100% true, played out the way I told you they would. And it didn't end up hurting Texas. It ended up helping them a lot.
Nope, not at all. And you probably felt that way, having seen all three of these guys a lot. But man, if you would have gone back and told a lot of recruiting fans that Kelvin would come out of this group as the only dude to go to the NFL after 3 years, the only one that'll be a first-round pick, and I mean the only one that's really had legitimate college success. Chris Ross is now in Nevada. Denver Harris is he at UNLV now?
Yeah, I think so. It's his fourth stop.
Yeah. He went A&M, LSU, UTSA, and then UNLV.
I would have bet on Kelvin out of this group because he had the mindset. Like Denver, extremely talented, had a lot of maturity issues, obviously, that have worn themselves out through his college career. Chris Ross, a guy I was interested in the talent, but there were still a lot of questions. And then, I didn't know where his mind was at all the time. Kelvin had the talent, had the size, and had the maturity about him.
Yeah. Would you say he's the best high school offensive tackle you've covered? And by covered, Under Armour or All-American games don't count. I just mean, I guess in the state of Texas.
I'm trying to think if anybody tops him. It won't look this way because he didn't pan out in college. Tommy Brockermeyer was a very good high school offensive tackle when I covered him. Kelvin, it would be hard for anybody. If he's not if he's not far and away number one, he is number one, and nobody's like over him. I don't think. I mean, there may be somebody I'm just not thinking about. That's Greg Little was really good. That was my first year covering recruiting. Greg Little from Allen was Kyler Murray's offensive tackle. He was really, really good. He would be right up there with Kelvin as well, and I think was like a second round pick.
Yeah. No, it sounds about right. I know he was a Colorado kid, so I doubt anyone really got out there much to see him. But any fun stuff from Gunnar Helm's recruitment? Like, I completely forget who Texas even beat out for him.
What's weird is like he was 21 class, right? So, going back to your Heartline point, I will give him I'll give him the grace on this. Remember, that's the COVID year. That's the COVID cycle. That was a really tough year to evaluate, to cover, to do anything. Like, I mean, it was tough to get out and go see people and really get out there. I think that Helm, if I recall, I mean, I couldn't tell you who was on the final hats on the table. So there you are. I don't know. It felt like Texas for a while going into it. The funny thing is, like, you talk to our guys in that area of the country, and they'd be like, "Yeah, he's never going to do anything. He's not any good." Like, just guys I knew, like sources in like high school football out there in Colorado and stuff, would just be like, "Yeah, he's not any good." Those same guys would text me like the Saturdays this fall and be like, "I can't believe he's out here making all these plays." And if you go back and like really retrospectively do that evaluation, you're like, wow, he was a lot better than anybody gave him credit for. And he had a lot of indications at the high school level that would have showed that. But no, don't really have any fun stories. Maybe when you have Nick on next. I think Nick went out there at some point to see him. So maybe when you have him on next, you can Nick can give you some fun stories about going to Colorado.
Yeah. Back to Kelvin for a sec. A lot of people, find it fascinating. He was also an Oklahoma State commit at one point. I think that I don't even know if Texas had offered him at that point, but do you know anything about that Oklahoma State commitment, like why he shut it down so early? Because didn't he commit to Gundy as like a sophomore or something like that?
Yeah, it was really weird, kind of out of nowhere. Like, he was starting to get a lot of attention from A&M in Texas and Oklahoma and schools like that. Like, I think A&M had maybe offered early. Texas was like close. And he was just like, "Yeah, I'm going to Oklahoma State." And I remember seeing him at events, and I would joke with him, like, "Kelvin, you're not going to end up at Oklahoma State. So just like, let's," and he's like, no. I love Coach Gundy. I don't know why he did it. I don't know where it came from. I just remember, like, I would tell him, and then he opened up, I guess, probably right before the spring of his senior season, right after his junior season. And I was like, finally, we can drop this charade of you being an Oklahoma State commit. And that was when it really picked up. Then it was like a national recruitment with heavyweights. It was LSU and A&M and Texas and Oregon and Florida State and all these schools involved at that point.
Yeah. And then anything on Cam Williams? He's an interesting kid to look back on. I've talked a lot about him in the last few weeks. Is like, 24/7 was the only site that had a 3-star on him, and 24/7 had more employees that saw him play than anyone else. And I was completely in agreement with that 3-star because he was close to 400 pounds and cannot move. And, I think that's the development Cam Williams has had under Kyle Flood and Christian Jones' development under Kyle Flood, I think, are like the two most impressive things he can pitch to recruits. But, anything specific you remember from his recruitment that stood out, or any thoughts you had from then? Was obviously an Oregon commit that also ended up in the Texas class after Cristobal left for Miami.
Yeah, when they were really pursuing him, I couldn't believe it. And it was kind of before I understood how much Flood really, like, his big humans thing is not an act. He really loves big humans. Like, I remember I just like seeing Cam the first time, and I'm like, you're right, he was 400 plus pounds. Like, he could not get out of his stance. Like, people would be like, "Oh, Cam Williams can dunk." I'm like, first of all, he's like 6'6", so of course he should be able to. But he could barely get off the ground. He's like rim grazing at that point, I just couldn't buy it. I couldn't see it. And I think Flood has successfully indoctrinated me into the big humans category now. Like, I used to be a guy that believed I wanted my offensive tackles to be like 6'4", 6'5", 270, and we'll put the weight on them when they get to college. And now I'm like, just give me the biggest guys you can find. They're hard to run around. We could just get in the way. And yeah, I think you see that with Cam. I hand up. I've done a lot of bragging on this episode of what I was right about. I was wrong. I was one of the guys that was like, no way this guy ever makes an impact. Like I couldn't get past it because he could not move. Like he could not move at the high school level. And I will say, credit to Flood for the development. Credit to Cam, because I knew I was in trouble with that opinion when I saw Cam. I think I was down in Austin for like a pool party, and I saw Cam on campus. He had just enrolled, and I was like, "Damn!" Yeah, I was like, "Damn, Cam is down to like 370. Like he's kind of on the way down. Like he might get there. He might be able to get his body in shape." Credit to him for getting it done. Boy, what a crew there. That was the Jamon Tap days were.
Yeah, this would have been like if Jamon Tap was an early enrollee 6 months into him being on Austin. If he was summer, that would have been like just a couple of days. And then that would have been Colin Simmons at the beginning of the summer of his junior year, or heading into his junior year. So interesting.
It is fun when you start to connect all the dots. But yeah, Cam was down in weight, and so I was like, man, he is he's getting there. So credit to Cam. Now I do think like he's going to get drafted probably high. I do think you still see some of those issues, like in the college football playoff. You saw, Jack Sawyer and JT Tuimaleau just kind of beating him at will, and him not being able to get out of the stance. And I think that he's probably a right tackle, maybe a guard at the NFL level. But like, hey, I was wrong. I didn't think he was a draftable guy at all. I didn't think he was playable at Texas. So that hand up on that one, I was off.
Yeah, but hey, you know who was the reverse, where a lot of people thought he'd never be playable at Texas, but you were always banging your chest about him? This guy.
Jake, yes. I always love Jake. I laugh. I joke that I always have a really good relationship with a Collin County offensive lineman. Like every year. It was Jake Majors. It was Cole Hudson. It was Connor Stroh. And now it's like all the guys at Prosper. Jake was just a football player, man. Like I understood the size limitations and all those sorts of things. But I remember telling Jake back then, like, if you can transition to center and do it smoothly, like, I think you're going to be a really good player because you're strong. Like you're technically really sound. You're athletic enough to move. And it worked. I remember, he competed at the opening that year, back when the opening was the thing, and he was doing one-on-ones versus like just monsters. I remember, I think, I don't know if this name's going to mean anything to you, but is it Cody Foreman, who was like formerly a 5-star defensive end that went to USC, and now he's like Fresno State or something.
State. I remember
Brian Breesy was in this, and Jake was moving for the first time to play center. Like he had never done it. And I remember like at the hotel the night before he was practicing center drops in like the ballroom where they met. And I was sitting in the stands with his mother during one-on-ones, and she was just like, oh my God, these animals are eating my baby alive. And I was like, he's going to be okay. Like this will be good for him. And, but yeah, Jake is he's a tough kid. He's a smart kid. And those characteristics tend to translate well to center.
Yeah.
So shout out to Jake, Tracy, his mom, his dad, Brett, like just fantastic people.
Yeah. No, I always love those stories. Like, man, imagine what her face would have been if you told mama back then your son would go on to be, he'd have more starts in his Texas career than any other person who's ever worn the burnt orange, because he now has that record.
Shout out to my guy CB down there with the comment. Longtime follower of mine. I think I've been talking to CB for over a decade now on Twitter. So I think I don't know that I would have told you he'd have started the most games, but I think I'd have told you he's going to be a guy you're going to be able to build around. I liked him most in that class. I think that some people thought Logan Parr was a better prospect. There were people that thought Andre Karich was like the better prospect because he was a bigger frame, tackle, and all that. I thought Jake was the best football player out of all of them.
Yeah, and interesting to look back. I mean, those three names you mentioned, Logan Parr is, one of the ACC's best linemen with SMU, and Andre Karch started this year for Tennessee. All three of those guys were playoff team offensive line starters, and all originally were, signed to play for Urband. So interesting to look back on. And then
shout out Herb and Florida State.
Yeah, another O lineman you were on from. This was the same exact recruiting cycle, right? Okay, yeah, it was, the man Hayden Connor.
Was he in the same class as them? I can't remember.
I know he wasn't 22, so he had to have been 20 or 21. But if he was committed then and this was fall of 2019, that probably means he was 2020.
Yeah, he had committed fairly early. Hayden was one of those kids that was like, when he was an 8th grader, everybody knew who he was because he was a giant. And it was like he's going to be a super prospect. And it's kind of like what you see is like Hayden was a really good player. I mean, Hayden started enough games at Texas, played enough snaps where you cannot say he was a bad player. Like those guys don't get that many snaps and that many chances at a place like Texas. But I think what the hype was early for him was like he'll be the number 1 player in the country. And I think things kind of, came back and everybody leveled out as others came on. Just a delightful person. Big nerd. I think I can call him that. I think he would agree. If you'll remember, he's like a comic book nerd. If you'll remember when he did his commitment, he had like a Thanos gloves on and did like a whole like if you can find his commitment video, it's shot like a comic book. And it's got like drawings of him and like he does like the Thanos snap at the end and all this, like huge nerd, like was into all he would talk about was like aerospace engineering. That's what every school he visited. If you did not talk to him about your aerospace engineering program, you did not have a chance with him. Like that was what he was big into. And I think he went to Texas on a visit and heard like a guest lecture from somebody at NASA. And he was like, I'm sold, I'm in. Because he was very much expected to be like an A&M guy. Katy is like a A&M stronghold. I mean, it is tough to get kids out of Katy away from A&M if they really want them. And obviously his teammate Bryce Foster signed with A&M. But yeah, he was just a really fun kid. Like he would make these goofy videos. He has this picture up at Pinkerton's Barbecue in Houston. If you go to the Houston location, he's got like a picture where he came in and was like eating the ribs. And I think I told him, I was like, hey, you need to go try Pinkerton's. The guy who owns it's a Texas alum. And he called me afterwards. He's like, this is the best barbecue I've ever had. So he's got like a passion for that. Just really awesome kid. Obviously powerful. Like his recruitment was like no drama. I don't even have any like fun stories from it. One of my favorites. Great kid.
Yeah, he had a funny announcement for his draft. He hit him with the, I'm leaving Texas, respect my decision, knowing damn well the entire time he was out of eligibility and all that. So a funny guy and a reliable starter. Started the last 3 years for them, obviously. And yeah, 2 other reliable players I wanted to ask you about from a similar time frame. Alfred Collins. I remember this is one of your more memorable tweets, I feel like. And I know you've gone back and referenced it a few times, but
yeah.
Alfred Collins back at Bastrop Cedar Creek. So correct me if I'm wrong, but from, being a reader at the time, and I wasn't talking to Nick a ton then, but, he filled me in on kind of how the recruitment went down later. But, with his mom's connection to the university, it seemed like Texas was always going to be the pick. And then kind of got whittled down to UTOU, Alabama. Time came to announce a decision, and didn't he put out like, I'm going to pop a balloon and the team that I'm going to is the winning color? And then y'all were
pop
like,
a balloon.
Yeah, but weren't
and
y'all like?
It wasn't extremely clear what the color was. It was kind of orange and it was kind of red. And he was down to Texas and Oklahoma. So it was like, all right, who is it?
Oh, okay. I thought y'all figured out like it was 100% Texas because you're like OU and Bama are the same color, so it would have to be orange, for other people.
I mean, we did discuss that, but when he popped it, I remember Nick and I were actually there live at the announcement. When he popped it, it was like in the middle of a gym, It's not like I got a great look at it, the powder inside, and it's just kind of misty. And I'm like, what is it? Now I knew. So here's the thing. Yeah, his mom had a great connection to the university, obviously, but like that wasn't going to get it done alone. I think, who played a huge role in this was Jake Longhorns. When Jake Longhorns was on staff at Texas as a recruiting assistant, he really connected with Alfred and his mom. And I assume the next guy you're going to bring me is Vernon. And it was the same way with him and Vernon. And so I think that if I remember correctly, I was at Logan Parr's first game of the year, and Jeff called me. Okay, so I had heard that Collins had given Texas a silent sometime in the summer. Jeff called me. I was at Logan Parr's first game, which was on a Saturday. Texas was playing their first or second game or something. And Jeff called me from the press box and was like, hey, Alfred Collins is like shaking hands and hugging all the coaches on the field. I think he just committed again. And so I was like, all right, we'll make sure we have something ready. And then we go through the fall, and it's like up and down. And Oklahoma made a really credible push at one point, but I'll tell you the moment like I knew it was done. We were in San Antonio for the All-American Bowl. Texas was in town to play the Alamo Bowl. I believe it was against Utah that year. Might have been the one they played against Colorado. I can't remember. And I think that at some point I had walked over to the team where the team hotel was because I wanted to go talk to some sources on staff at Texas. And the team hotel, so Jordan, we stayed down at the Grand Hyatt. The team hotel was the Hyatt Regency where we do like combine check-in. So I walked down there, and as I'm walking out of the hotel to go back to my hotel, it was like Xavier Alford. I can't remember who else was in that game for Texas. I think Bijan Robinson and like a bunch of commits and Alfred were walking into the team hotel together to like go hang out with the guys. And like Alfred was just attached at the hip with the Texas commits all week, even though he wasn't like publicly committed anywhere. So that's kind of when I knew things were going to happen there. But yeah, I think it was Nick actually who brought up the easy point of like, hey, it's got to be Texas because Oklahoma and Alabama are the like same color. And then Vernon, I love Vernon. I love his mom. I saw his mom down at the All-American Bowl Combine this year. He is just, he's a one-of-a-kind, man. Like, he is a genuine article, just extremely goofy and extremely like himself and comfortable with himself. Those two guys, to me, the most rewarding developments I've seen in college are those two guys, because that's two highly rated guys that seem to be like busts early on in their career, stuck with it at their school, developed into NFL guys, and both had really strong years. I like them both a lot. Vernon was a lot easier to get to know because Vernon likes to talk. Alfred does not. Like, he'll say 3 words to you if he sees you. And he was so, man, like, no offense. If anybody here in watching the show is like a Bastrop Cedar Creek booster or whatever, no offense. But, I mean, I'm telling you, one of the worst high school teams I've ever seen in my life. And just like one of the worst programs. I don't remember even who the head coach was at the time. He is not there. I think they've had like 5 guys since him. Yeah. But I remember going out there like for the game, and I was just like, there's no, like, the head coach, you could tell, is just cashing a check. Like, he doesn't care. There was no presence. When you're at a game, you can typically tell who the head coach is. Like, he's got a presence. There's zero presence. Like, poor Alfred was just out there, like, running around. And, man, I think I saw them against, like, it was one of the really bad Austin teams. I think it was, like, what was the Austin Lassa team, the LASA team? Yeah, I think it was, like, what they formerly were. Weren't they, like, was that formerly, like, East Side or something?
Yeah, so
Reagan?
Maybe Reagan? Reagan used to be a regular high school, and they changed the name to Austin East Side. And then Lassa used to be they split up LBJ High School, where the bottom floor is LBJ, the top floor is Lassa, and then eventually Lassa got their own building, and now they're their own individual school. But they were operating as a completely different school as LBJ, and were in the exact same building as LBJ for like 3 or 4 years. It was a really strange deal.
I think it may have been Reagan. I think I may have seen them against Reagan, but they were called Reagan at the time. or I guess East Side, but they were called Reagan at the time. And it was just awful, football.
That's Reagan is where Jamal Fenner went, and that's where Drew Makuba was his freshman year before he transferred into LBJ.
Oh wow, he might have been there at that game.
Yeah,
I saw Alfred.
He might have. And wanted to ask you about Drew. I know he's obviously an Austin kid, not a DFW kid, so you might not have gotten down there a ton, but he was a Texas Flex guy, like you were referencing earlier. Played for Flight, a few other friends of the show, and I saw him play in high school at LBJ. It was very clear to me he was going to be successful and be able to make an impact year one at Clemson. And I mean, that's exactly what he did. But what was it like covering back then? It seemed very clear to me he was easy to project as being successful, just the way he handled things. Is that the same way you looked at him?
Yeah, I remember this tournament on the screen was kind of when I was like, okay, he's gone from like a kid I'm intrigued by to like, this is an elite defensive back in the class. He was everywhere during this tournament. This was right. Do we have a date on this? Yeah, February 2020. It was right before COVID shut down. So I went to this tournament. The next week I went to Pylon in Las Vegas, and I got back home on like a Monday, and on like Wednesday, the world shut down. So I had to cover the majority of this class over the phone, which sucks. It's hard to do. And Andrew was always, I remember like, everybody thought he would just end up at Texas. And Andrew always said from the beginning, like, I'm not like I didn't grow up like a Texas fan. I'm not, like, it's not huge for me. But I even had like the thought of like, this is just going to wind up this way. And then kind of as it went down the stretch, I was like, no, he's going to Clemson. Like, that's what's going to happen. But, what's funny, I don't know if you were sitting around at the All-American Bowl when I was telling our friends Brett Greenberg and a couple of the other guys about this, but like, they were doing the, hey, old man, tell me about what recruiting was like during COVID thing, which like is weird for me because it seems like it was like 2 years ago. And I guess it was like 5 years ago. And for you, like you probably have no clue, but like coaches it was the Wild West. I mean, coaches were bored. They couldn't do anything. So they would just offer like 100 kids a day. We were worried. I was worried, like, how are we going to have content? That wasn't a problem. I'd write 15 offer stories a day.
Yeah.
Or like, hey, breaking down this week's group of offers or whatever. And they were always trying to find this, like, well, what's a unique way because of the situation? How can we connect with the kids? And I remember Chris Ash told me, I'm going to have a Zoom dinner with Andrew Makuba. And I was like, what? He was like, we're going to get on Zoom. I'm going to make dinner. He's going to make dinner. And we're going to have dinner together.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, all right, that's cool. It's a new spin. It's something I can write about, I guess. But like, yeah, that was just kind of the time. So I guess I'm out of time. I guess I've told enough stories today.
Yeah. Oh, no. Hey, they just they have a very special guest coming on. I don't know if Eric wants me to spoil it. I can see him in the back. Or we can just bring him on now.
Bring him on right now.
He's
while I'm adjusting my camera too. What's the wow?
Big
time Tommy.
Big time.
Is this the Mike Roach show? What an honor it is to be with you fellas.
I'm just trying to fill an hour, Tommy. You know how I do. I'm a team guy.
It's a legendary grouping right now.
Yeah, this is great. Right hang this in the Louvre.
Yeah, no, it was a great hour. If you're just joining us now, I definitely recommend going back to the start of the hour. Talked a lot of retrospective recruiting, Jaden Blue, Quinn Ewers, Kelvin Banks, pretty much anyone who's leaving Austin either for the draft or I guess for life after football, after graduation that Mike covered. We talked about them. So a lot of good, fun stuff there, but I don't know what's up next for y'all. Y'all talking a lot of Senior Bowl, I'm assuming.
Is that to us, Jordan?
Yeah.
We'll talk a little Senior Bowl, talk a little East-West Shrine. I mean, some of the conversation was around some of the players who didn't appear at East-West Shrine, most notably Jaden Blue. We'll talk a little bit of that, but definitely going to talk with the former Horns 24/7 super intern, now the man on the Texas beat himself, Mr. Tommy, the Texas beat, the Cowboys beat, Mr. Tommy Yarsh. We'll get into a little bit of Cowboys and, just his observations at Senior Bowl as well.
Awesome.
Big time Tommy, man. That's my guy.
Appreciate you, big dog.
Yeah. Well, Mike, I appreciate you coming on a ton. I always love catching up with you, hearing your vantage point from your days on the Texas beat. And hopefully we'll get you back on here soon, talk, some of the current high school recruits that are still in high school.
Yeah, anytime. Appreciate you, Jordan. Thanks, guys. Y'all have a good show.
Awesome.
All right, see you, Mike.
Appreciate y'all. Y'all have a good one. Happy Friday. Good seeing you, big timer. And I'll get out of here.
Likewise,
Peace out, Jordy.
man.
Appreciate it, Jordan. That was Still Unnamed Show with Mike Roach, 24/7 Sports, and Jordan Scruggs. Hopefully next week they will have a name to the show. Keenan, I'm giving him 1 week. All right. BK said give him a week. These were extenuating circumstances. I'm giving him 1 week, and then they need to have a name for the show because we had to have a name for our show basically within 48 hours.
Within 48 hours. That's right. And you came up with it because I missed it.
And because of Keenan's tardiness, we ended up with the name of our show, which is False Start. I am Eric Henry of Horns 24/7. He is Keenan Womack. It's Friday. Avoid the bookings, beloved. Y'all know the drill. And we are joined by a special guest. As I mentioned, we're going to jump right into it because we're here up on noon. He is Tommy Yarish. It's a great job covering the Cowboys for the Dallas Cowboys. Tommy, what's going on, my guy? This is. I mean, listen, we've had Keenan, we've had Corey Mose, we've had Danny Davis, we've had, the list goes on. I mean, people
bros and bros,
right? But Caroline Fenton, but you get Tommy Yarish on here, and this is GOAT status right here, man. I feel like we've made it.
I was about to say it's a severe downgrade. I don't know how I measure up to those to those cats, but no, it's a pleasure being on with you guys.
Hell yeah, man.
Tommy, going to jump right into it. We will talk Cowboys in a second, but you were at the Senior Bowl, and just curious, you actually tweeted out a couple of clips of Barron Sorrell. Not a little work there. Just curious what you saw from Barron, and then maybe after that, some of the general thoughts on some of the guys who caught your eye.
Yeah, Barron Sorrell had a really good week. I was kind of surprised because at Texas, he didn't necessarily wow me. I thought that he made plays when he needed to, and he wasn't bad by any means, but I always thought he would be better against the run at the next level, and man, he just dominated. I mean, he did a good job of setting the edge in one-on-one drills. There's that one rep, I think it was against Emory Jones from LSU, where he just kind of threw him on the ground and then stuck his hand out, kind of setting that edge, and that was one of his better reps of the week. So Barron Sorrell had a great day, a great couple of days, I should say. I caught up with him a little bit after the second day, and we talked about where he has grown as a pass rusher and what he's learned from these NFL coaches. And he was just great. He was a great interview. And, it seems like he's got a pretty solid build. I think he came in right around 6'3". So looks the part. And like I said, had a good week. I was surprised by that.
Tommy, who are some other guys that maybe caught your attention? I mean, you were there against Senior Bowl, the recent Senior Bowl taking place this weekend down in Mobile. Well, first, like I said, before we get to some of the guys that impressed you, your thoughts of Mobile making the trip, because I've been to Mobile plenty of times covering Group of 5 football. Listen, first off, Tommy, you're lucky you got the new South Alabama Stadium, because the old South Alabama Stadium, I'm sure the stories, was a complete dump. So, good thoughts on Mobile.
Oh my God! Mobile I've been to Mobile several times, and I love Mobile. I love it. Downtown Mobile is awesome. The state of Alabama, really, I love it. I almost went to college at UA, so that I was in Tuscaloosa a lot. Love Tuscaloosa. Love the state of Alabama. It is a fantastic place to be in Mobile. I mean, the seafood in Mobile is so good, just so good. We had a nice dinner on our second to last night there, right on the beach. I can't tell you the name of the spot, but no free advertising around here, anyways. So. But it was fantastic just to get some fried shrimp, some oysters. So the town of Mobile is great, and South Alabama was a great host of it all. The stadium, like you mentioned, I'm not familiar with what it was like before, but Hancock Whitney was a great venue this time around.
Hancock Whitney was built probably about 3 years ago. I'm forgetting the name. I think it's Lad Peebles Stadium there in Mobile, the former stadium. It was it left a lot to be desired. So glad that they got an upgrade there. But as Tommy said, as someone who is from Florida and spent plenty of time on the Gulf Coast, Pensacola, Mobile, underrated. I'm not saying all right, it's the greatest place in the world. Tommy being from Chicago, me being from a bigger city. Not saying it's, just destination central. However, great seafood and the beaches. Gulf beaches are incredible.
I like Gulf beaches, man.
Tommy, before I pass off to Keenan, and we'll talk a little Cowboys here in a second, who are just some of the general guys that caught your eye during the week there in Mobile?
Yeah, sorry. I feel like I kept dodging that one. My bad, Eric. So there was a lot. I love this is my first time at the Senior Bowl, so it was a great opportunity to just kind of look around at some of these guys and who could. I was looking more from a Cowboys perspective of who could fit there, but really just watching practice in general, you get a good idea of who's standing out. So a couple of guys for me: Walter Nolan, defensive tackle from Ole Miss. I've been really high on him since before this draft process started. He was the #1 recruit in his high school class. He was the #1 recruit in the transfer portal when he went from A&M to Ole Miss, and he's my DT2 in this draft just because of his straight up this first step that he gets to the line of scrimmage is so good, and he uses a good mix of speed and power to win there and get into the backfield. We talked to him a little bit on Radio Row, and the first question I asked him was, how sick and tired are you of double and triple teams? Because it felt like even in the one-on-ones portion, he would get to 1-on-2, or in 11-on-11s, he would get doubled and tripled. So that's really a testament to how good he was. Jordan Bassa, the linebacker from Oregon, was another guy who caught my eye. Really good closing speed. I saw him go up against Donovan Edwards on a certain rep, and he made up 3 or 4 grounds of yardage against a guy who is known for his speed in Edwards. And I thought that was pretty impressive. And then he filled his gaps well in the run game. So and he looks like $1 million too. So Bassa was a good one from Oregon. And his counterpart on the offensive side, Tez Johnson at wide receiver. I know there's been some concerns about his size. Can he handle the NFL physicality? Does he take too long at the line of scrimmage to get out of his break? And can that kind of bite him in the back and press coverage? But he was great at the line of scrimmage. He was winning every rep there. He got defensive backs to flip their hips early, took advantage of that leverage, and got open. He's got great speed once he gets out of his cuts. So a lot to like in Tez Johnson. And then the last guy, probably my favorite guy from this weekend from UCLA, and I'm going to try not to botch his name again, Oluwafemi Oladejo. He was incredible. And this is a guy who only played off the edge for all but I think he was telling us his last season, his first 3 games, he didn't play edge. And then the rest of the year he did. And he was incredible. So he's still pretty raw, but he looks like a Greek god. I mean, just physically, he is so sharpened in his muscles, and he's massive, big legs, strong arms. He's got a good wingspan. So coming off the edge, he was fantastic. There were a couple of times where they lined him up as a 1-tech and a 3-tech, and he was still winning on the inside. And he was another guy that we talked to on Radio Row, and he was like, yeah, the interior offensive linemen are the worst athletes on the line. So that's where I feel like I can be at my best at times. And he certainly was. That I posted some clips on Twitter where he made a center look just silly, and he was making a lot of guys look silly. So for him to look like that against some guys who have been playing the position long on the offensive line, and he hasn't been playing much coming off the edge, I think he's a versatile piece that can kind of go anywhere, and he was my biggest riser for sure.
I'll go to a couple of comments before I pass it off to Keenan. First off, JW Crunch says, it's good seeing Tommy. Indeed.
Good to see you, man.
Saw my guy, Keenan, at the Cotton Bowl, and it's like old times, man. Me and Tommy, plenty of times doing those post-game instant reactions. Missed those with my guy, Tommy Yarch. David Keith Williams, appreciate you rocking with us. As always, it says Mobile, Alabama seems more like Louisiana or the Florida Panhandle than it does Alabama. I would agree with that as well. Tommy, you talked about Tez Johnson, big Tez Johnson guy here. I didn't get a chance to watch much of him at Oregon, but prior to that, he spent 3 years at Troy when I was covering Group of Fives, so I had a chance to see him there as well. Keenan, it is all yours, sir.
Yeah. First of all, great to see you, my friend. You're doing great work over there at Cowboys.com or what?
Thanks,
give us the website.
It's DallasCowboys.com.
That's what I thought.
Make sure you go to that one and not the other one. I'm pretty sure. So
okay, Dallas Cowboys.
That's what I've been told. Just don't go to the other one.
All right. Well, we won't. We will go to DallasCowboys.com. I have read your stuff over there. You're fantastic. So good to see you're doing well, my friend. So we had JP Acosta on maybe 2 weeks ago. He's an NFL draft guy. So I have a couple of kind of more general NFL draft questions for you if you're able to answer them. The first one, though, is about Senior Bowl performer Mike Green, an edge from Marshall. I saw him completely destroy Josh Connerly on a one-on-one rap. What are your thoughts on Mike Green from Marshall? And then I'll get to my other question after.
Dude, Mike Green is just different. That guy has something to him. He's phenomenal. He's phenomenal. And I came into the weekend not as high on him. I didn't really see the hype. I watched some of his film from earlier in the season, and I thought maybe the level of competition was making his stats look a little bit better and seeing if that production would translate. But I came away very impressed. He was fantastic, just so powerful at the point of attack. He's probably the twitchiest edge in this class, and he uses it to his advantage. I mean, you saw him pile over Connerly, and Connerly was one of, if not the best tackle in Mobile this weekend. So he's fantastic. And he's another guy that we caught up with a little bit on Radio Row. It's up on the Dallas Cowboys YouTube channel. He was a great interview. He gave us some great insight onto, where he feels like he's really strong and how he's kind of approached this process. But no, Mike Green is the real deal, and he should be treated as such.
Yeah, I was super impressed with what I saw. Again, I can scout basketball much better than I can scout football, but from a bit of a layman's perspective, he looked physically dominant to me. The other question is about the Cowboys, man, about their draft, because I did a mock draft just for fun. I ran it by a few people, and there's a few different guys that I kind of like there, and I just kind of want your thoughts on who you like as well. I had Jalen Walker from Georgia as one of possible option there. I don't know if that's a reach, but what are some of the things you think they should be trying to address in the draft, and who are maybe some of the players you could see them taking?
Just to clarify, we're talking about at 12, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I think Jalen. I think that Jalen Walker, would be a reach at 12.
Okay.
I'm not as high on him as others, but I still need to go watch back at film. But yeah, at 12, I think that's a little bit much. When you look at this Cowboys roster, I think that kind of everything is in play, maybe aside from quarterback, and not even maybe aside from quarterback. They don't need to draft a quarterback early. So you look at wide receiver, running back, defensive tackle. Those would be, my 3 areas of concern at the highest. So that's where I think they'll probably go in the first 3 rounds. When I'm looking at pick 12, I mean, there's so many different ways that you can go. Obviously, the fan favorite, it seems like, is Ashton Jeanty, the running back from Boise State. And kind of the last couple of weeks, I'm wondering if he's even going to get to 12 at this point. It looks like he could be in play for Chicago at 10, if not earlier. So it just depends where they have him on their board, and if they're going to go with the approach of, if Ashton Jeanty is there, is he our best player available, or do they have somebody graded ahead of him? So that's going to be an interesting spot. I think wide receiver is definitely another viable option where they could go. I know the fans really love Emeka Egbuka, the wide receiver from Ohio State. They're looking for a secondary receiver who can complement CeeDee Lamb, and I think that Egbuka has been kind of that secondary receiver throughout his entire career at Ohio State. And that's not a knock on him. You just look at the guys that he's played with, like Jeremiah Smith, Jackson Smith, and Jigba, and he's kind of always been that supporter. But if he's the Robin to your Batman, then you've got a great Robin. And he's been so productive during his time at Ohio State. I think he's one of the better guys in terms of feeling out where the gaps in the zone are in this class. I think he's got a great feel for the game. I listed him as a quarterback-friendly receiver because I think he's got good hands and he can find the open gaps in the scramble drill really well. So he's definitely somebody that would make sense for the Cowboys. And then if they go defensive tackle, I don't know if – I think 12 would be a little bit rich, but I would love Walter Nolan maybe if he's there at 44, if that's something he drops to. I think he's going to test really well at the combine, though, so I'm not sure that he's going to get out of the first round. But 12 might be a little high for him, but really I'm looking at Jeanty and Egbuka and a sneaky dark horse here, because this is a guy that I'm high on, and not necessarily because of my well-known bias to Texas, but Matthew Golden. I've got a first-round grade on Matthew Golden. I think he's incredible, and I think that his run to close out the year in the college football playoff certainly cemented him a spot in the first round.
I also feel like, with the Jeanty pick, for example, I feel like you could this is a really strong running back class. It feels like there are a ton of dudes that I think can be productive NFL running backs in this class. I mean, if you say maybe pick 44, you take a running back instead of taking Jeanty in the first round. Do you think that could be viable? Do you think they could maybe go after one of those Ohio State running backs at some point in the draft? I mean, what are your thoughts on addressing the running back issue?
Oh, absolutely. I'm of the opinion that if Jeanty's there at 12, I'd rather they fill another need and get a running back later in this draft.
Yeah.
Just because, like you said, this class is just loaded, absolutely loaded. There are so many guys that you could probably see even on day 3 that could make an impact for your team. Now, if they wait for round 2, a guy that I would really like at 44 if he's there is Caleb Johnson from Iowa. I thought he had a fantastic season this year. Another guy that you can keep an eye on is Travion Henderson. You mentioned the Ohio State backs. I like Henderson a little bit more than I like Judkins, just because of what he gives you with the speed element. But Henderson's the guy that you can look at if we're talking about Senior Bowl guys. I mean, Ollie Gordon looks like $1 million. And I know that there's some sharpening that needs to go on there. He wasn't as productive in his junior season, but you look back at his sophomore season and there was some good stuff going through there. He put some good stuff on tape, and he hasn't necessarily lost the ability to do what he did in his sophomore year, but you just wonder if that's going to be able to translate to the NFL level. Devin Neal is a guy who I think would be a good fit, a good receiving back out of the backfield, one of the better ones in this class, I think. And then if they want to go with the local guy, they can go with Taj Brooks, who I think is excellent, a local kid who I talked to him a little bit at the Shrine Bowl before I went to Mobile. And he's close with one of the Cowboys' lead scouts. Chris Vaughn is the father of Deuce Vaughn, Cowboys running back and former Kansas State Wildcat. So it seems like they've got their pulse on the running backs situation. And I'm of the opinion, like you said, that Genty should be, if he's there at 12, he's a generational prospect, he could be a generational prospect, I should say. I just think that there's more needs for the Cowboys to fill.
Yeah, I agree with you. Last thing, Eric, then I'll let you get back to it. Sorry, I love NFL draft talk. I guess it makes sense that Deuce Vaughn probably knows because he went to Taj went to Manor, right? And then
Manor.
Deuce went to where?
That's a great question.
Pflugerville? Something like that. I don't know. Anyway, back to you, Eric. I was just curious about that.
I'll find it right here in a second.
Okay.
Yeah. While you guys are doing that quick thing here, I'll
Cedar
say
Ridge.
Cedar Ridge.
I'll say this in terms of the running back. This is where I would slightly disagree with Tommy and Keenan. It's not that I don't think you can find great value in day 2, day 3 in terms of the backs. However, I will continue to say this. I think we got to this weird point in the NFL probably around 5, 6, 7, 8 years ago where it was like, all right, we're just not gonna, you can find production at the running back spot, however, right? You can find it in the later rounds. You can find it with a guy off someone else's team. And that is true. However, I think Saquon Barkley is showing, for example, if you have a great running back, there are still very few things in football that can match a great running back. Am I saying that Ashton Genty is going to be Saquon Barkley? Not saying that immediately, right? But I think and I'm not saying that Tommy has to respond, I'm just saying generally speaking, if in your room, in your draft war room, you have Ashton Genty graded as one of your top, let's just say 15 prospects in the draft, then I think you prioritize that at running back, especially for Cowboys fans who are still already sick to their stomach that the Cowboys did not pursue Derrick Henry. But that is just my perspective. Again, if you just joined us, we're joined by Tommy Yarish of DallasCowboys.com. Does a great job covering the Cowboys. Tommy, I'm going to get you out of here on this, after this, and a fun question, because I know I've kept you about 20 minutes here. It's a little longer than I want to keep you, but I appreciate you making the time.
No problem.
If you were making the case, because listen, we can bash the Brian Schottenheimer hire till, probably opening day, right? The fact of the matter is he's the coach. That's not changing. So if you were making the case for Brian Schottenheimer as the head coach, what would it be?
Well, I think what this Dallas team needed is a mixture of continuity and a mixture of change. I think Brian Schottenheimer is a guy who already has the locker room. He's already got the players' trust. He's been there. He's done that. He's been an assistant for 25 years, so he knows what it's like to be in the NFL. And he's been in Dallas for the last 5 years, so he knows what comes with being with the Cowboys. Obviously, the head coach is a completely different animal, and working closer with Jerry and Stephen Jones is a completely different animal. But this is a guy who knows what he's doing. He's not a first-time head coach who is coming in on the less experienced side, say, where he's been a coordinator for 3 or 4 years, and that's about it. This guy's been around for quite some time, and I think he's done a good job building a good staff so far too. With Matt Eberflus at defensive coordinator, they made a big retention yesterday with Linda Wells coming back as tight ends coach. I think that's going to be something that you look back on and say, okay, that was pretty big for him. And they did have some key leaves too in terms of staff that left, with Al Harris going to the Chicago Bears. He was kind of the heartbeat of the defensive backs room. But I trust in Brian Schottenheimer to build a good staff. I think that's going to be so much of what he does. And a big part of his career up to this point has been making connections in the different places that he's been. So I trust that he'll build a good staff, and I trust that he's going to lean on the run game, which is something that I felt like at times Mike McCarthy was a bit hesitant in doing when Rico Dowdle got hot towards the end of the year. Finally, it seemed like that's when he realized he could lean on a little bit more. But early in the season, I felt like Dowdle was kind of underutilized, and he still was able to finish the year with over 1,000 yards. But Brian Schottenheimer, I think, is going to lean more on the run game. I think he's had that trajectory in his past. He's had 2 number 1 rushing offenses in the league in his time as a coordinator. So I think that's going to be what Dallas kind of reverts to. And Stephen Jones told us earlier this week in Mobile that they're looking for an offensive coordinator who is more savvy in the run game so that he can help complement what Brian Schottenheimer's trying to do and get the offensive line going, because the offensive line was a big concern. So I think the staff that he's going to build is going to fit his scheme. And then I feel like that he's going to do a good job of working with the scouting team and Will McClay's group of trying to get the right players, whether it be through the draft, which I think they're going to lean on heavily, or depending on what type of interest they want to have in free agency and how much players they want to be. I don't think they're going to be as I'm trying to find the right word for it, inactive as they were last year. I think they're going to be a bit more. I'm not saying they're going to throw a bunch of money around and sign a bunch of guys. I don't think they can do that with their cap situation, but I think they'll do a better job in free agency this time around of finding some guys who can fit what they're looking for on the roster and then look to build through the draft. And kind of just briefly going back to your point on Genty, I agree that, you need an elite running back to be a great running back, to have a great rushing offense. Eric, I think there are some guys in the second round that are great running backs and can kind of fit that mold too in this class. So, but nonetheless, a good point from yourself too, because Genty is a different animal. But hopefully I made the case good enough for you there, Brian.
Tommy, I will get you out of here on this one. Again, you can find Tommy on Twitter at Tommy_Yarsh. I'm going to combine 2 questions into one. CB has a Cowboys related question that's also a Texas related question. He says, how is DeMarvion Overshown's recovery going? And of course, we like to end things on a fun note with our guests. So Tommy, outside of the incident at AT&T Stadium where the sun just made me non-existent, what was your favorite memory of us doing post-game reactions?
Oh man, well, that was a classic. I don't think I've ever laughed harder. After I was upset with the fact that our video was ruined by the sun, and I felt horrible. Yes. That was such a good memory. Honestly, I'm going to go back to the first time that we met at Big 12 Media Days when Eric and I clicked. I immediately, like within 5 minutes, I could tell that this guy was going to be somebody that I really liked working with. He hopped in my car and we went to Big 12 Media Days together, and it was just so easy. Eric's one of the best people that I've ever worked with, and I really do miss the post-game interactions that we got to have and covering games together. So really the easy answer is everything that we got to do together in my year there as a whole, because I enjoyed every second of it. But I think right from the jump, everything clicked and it was great. So always have so much love and respect for you, brother. And same to you, Keenan. I know we haven't worked as closely, but the respect is mutual there as well. And to answer CB's question really quick, we haven't heard anything specific on Demo's recovery, but he was at Brian Schottenheimer's introductory press conference on crutches. So he's hyped up. He wants to get back on the field as much as anybody. So we'll see how soon that is.
Tommy, the pleasure is always all mine. Anytime I get a chance to have you on the show, hopefully it's not the last time we have you on. I will share my favorite memory after you hop off. I'll let you get back to things. He is Tommy Yarsh of DallasCowboys.com. Again, you can find his work at DallasCowboys.com and on Twitter at Tommy_Yarsh. One of the best guys you will come across in this business. Tommy, I appreciate your time, my brother. It is great to see all of your success. I know you're doing big things, and we'll chop it up in the near future.
All right. Thank you, gentlemen. Always a pleasure. See you guys.
Always, brother. Thank you.
That was Tommy Yarsh. The favorite memory that I will share is so I don't think I've told the story on the show. Keenan, post-game visiting locker room setups, visiting post-game setups can just be atrocious, right? And it was one thing when, I was covering a small school. So like you're just one person, right?
Yeah.
Me just going to whatever setup they have at Western Kentucky, or like my favorite one, we'll have to have David Eckert back on, at Southern Miss, when you literally are inside of like an old equipment closet to do post-game.
It's like doing a post-game at the Gregory Gym.
I've heard, right. But if you're one person, it's no big deal. the University of Houston, TDECU, or however you say that, TEDCU Stadium. Let's just say when you're trying to fit, the Texas football media contingency, 27 of us in literally a hallway, it made for hell. I literally was on top of Steve Sarkisian's shoulder, basically, trying to get all tight in so he could ask questions. Bob Ballou, if you've ever met Ballou in person, what would you say Keenan Ballou is, like 6'4"?
6'4", yeah.
Yeah, and Blue's is a bigger guy.
Big,
not
tall, handsome dude.
He's tall. So Ballou's trying to squat down. He doesn't take up space. Jalen Ford is trying to sneak in between guys to get to the locker room. It was just a cluster. So yeah, our post game at Houston, that led for a lot of fun stories. I'll have to have Tommy back on and give the story of when Chip learned that we need to do this in 5 minutes, not 25 minutes. And there's a lot of things you can say about Chip Brown, his illustrious career, but being brief is not one of them. So we got cut off by the sound of lawnmowers, and we had Tommy and I had a fun little moment there. But Keenan, your thoughts coming off of that in terms of the Dallas Cowboys, and do you feel any more confident, given the question I asked Tommy, about Brian Schottenheimer, the case for him being the head coach and maybe where they can go in the draft?
Yeah, I don't necessarily think if this fails, it's going to be all Schottenheimer's fault. I think this is not that talented of a roster in a lot of areas, right? You have your stars. You have Micah Parsons. You have CeeDee Lamb. Dak Prescott, when he's healthy, is really, really good. He had an MVP type of season last year, and I don't care what anybody says. His numbers were insane. And you have some good linemen, young linemen on the offensive end. Decent corner play with Diggs and Bland, but there's a lot of holes, man. And I think they have to go defensive tackle. But the problem is, looking at some of these draft boards is I don't know who the second best defensive tackle is after Mason Graham. And that guy's going to go top 7 or 8, right? So Dallas is going to be out of his range, or he's going to be out of Dallas's range, I should say. And I like Walter Nolan a lot too, but I haven't seen him as a top, I guess what you call in the NBA a lottery pick. I haven't seen him in the top 15, 16 picks. So maybe you reach and go for him there, but I would be fine. I just think you have to address the defensive line. It has to be, maybe even trade around or something. Just make sure you get a first-round defensive tackle if you can. I think that has to be the priority. And for running backs, there's, like he mentioned, dude, I was going to mention some of the guys he mentioned. Obviously, he's way more on top of that stuff than I am. But, Caleb Johnson, Iowa, that dude was amazing this year, 1,500 yards, 5.8 yards per carry or something like that, right? Devin Neal out of Kansas, he said, pass catcher, big fan of his game. I really like both Ohio State running backs. I'd be very cool taking either of those guys. Both of those guys are badasses, I think. There's just a lot of backs. Ollie Gordon, too. He named all of them, but those were all the guys I had in my mind that were kind of spinning around. Taj Brooks. And I think you go running back in the 3rd round. I understand, though, that there probably will be a resurgence of running backs being drafted high because of the Saquon season, because of Derrick Henry, and because of the attempt by the NFL to start to rebalance offenses, but you have to go defensive line, and specifically 5-tech inside defensive tackle. I don't think you can mess around and not take somebody on the interior defensive line.
David Keith Williams says he actually saw a mock draft earlier this week that had 4 Longhorns going in the 1st round. Left tackle Kelvin Banks Jr., defensive back Jahdae Barron, receiver Matthew Golden, and right tackle Cam Williams. Keenan, I am inclined to agree with that. I do think, sorry about that. I do think Kelvin Banks, Matt Golden are virtual locks. I think Jahdae Barron's a 1st-round pick, but just make this clear right now. I have been a huge Jahdae fan since the Wyoming game. That was the game that sold me on him as a talent. I wonder. I'm really curious how Jahdae's going to test, because the thing about him, Keenan, and I don't know if you feel the same way, with his game is so much of it is is predicated on his film study, his football IQ, his being instinctual, being a step ahead of the offense. I wonder how Jade is going to test. I think if Jade runs anything south, or I guess north, it would be the way I go here. If he runs faster than 4.5, I think is a lock for the first round. I am curious what some of the strength numbers will look like. Although I will say this, I don't particularly care, because if you watch Jade Barron, he plays physical, right?
Yeah.
And I don't think that's just a byproduct of being, playing in college, right? I think he did it in the SEC, maybe not against, players that you would have liked all the time, but he did it in the SEC. And I think Jade Barron's natural physicality leads him playing bigger than his size. So I think he's going to measure. They had him listed at 205. And Texas, I will give Texas this. Of a lot of the schools who monkey around with their players, height and weights, Texas is pretty spot on. They're pretty close to what guys actually are, at least in my experience, right? So if they have him at 205, then I'll be curious. Or I think Jade's 205, 210 maybe listed. No, I'll be curious to see what he kind of weighs, because when you see Jade, just in a t-shirt and shorts, doesn't look 210. But I'm not questioning it either, because, like I said, Texas is pretty accurate. I mean, I've seen some in my time, Keenan. I guess to let the audience know, at least at some of the smaller schools, I'm sure it's this way at some of the bigger schools too. It literally is just a player walking up to the SID and being like, "Hey, I'm 308 now," right? Instead of 275.
Like me on my Tinder profile, I'm 6 feet tall.
That's basically what it was, right? I remember a funny story of an offensive lineman who was a fringe NFL prospect at the time at FIU, walking to SID and being like, "Yeah, man, can you update my stuff? It says I'm 260. I'm like 310 now." I'm like, "All right, dog.
Okay,
whatever you say."
It's like Ron Holland was 6'6" and he was listed at 6'8" on every recruiting site. It's like, no, he's 6'6".
There you go. So there is that. Keenan, your thoughts on the idea that 4 Longhorns go in the first round?
Yeah, I feel like Barron's gonna just slip out of the first round. I feel like he'll be a very early second round pick. The other three guys,
Jade Barron, to be correct.
Yeah. Sorry, Jade Barron. I should clarify. Not because of any. I just don't think he's obviously a great athlete. He's not a Travis Hunter athlete type of dude. He's not going to run a 4.38. He'll probably run a little north of a 4.55, something like that. And I think that'll hurt him. But I think he's going to be a fantastic NFL player. I really do, just because he is so. I mean, like my dad, is sort of involved in NIL stuff. He has a deal with Colin Simmons, so he's spent time around the team, and he's met Jade's mother, who is an entrepreneur in Austin. Said she's a super smart woman, and he's not surprised that Jade's a really smart dude who understands the game of football, like good student and stuff too. But like, he's smart. He's a smart player, and that means a lot with these complex coverages in the NFL. And I think for that reason, he's going to end up being a really, really consistent NFL corner. I don't know what kind. I can't do player comps in the NFL. I don't know how to do that, but he seems like the type of dude that could make an impact off the bat and play a lot early as a rookie even. And Cam Williams, just athletic freak. Like, obviously Kelvin Banks is going to likely go in the top 10. I've seen him mock to the Jets, I've seen him mock to the Panthers, I've seen him mock to the Saints, the Bears, pretty much anybody in that 6 to 10 range. And Cam is just an athletic freak, and I think you take a chance on him if you're an NFL team that maybe a team that's picking later in the first round who can take a bit of a project, because he could turn into a complete dominant freak,
I will continue to say this, Keenan. This probably is my bias being from Tampa. But if anyone remembers watching Rondé Barber play football, I'm just telling you right now, Jade Barron, Rondé Barber was not going to, win a foot race and run a 4.3, right? That was not his bag. But he's a guy who played for 17, 18 years in the NFL, and really one of the first cornerbacks, Keenan, who played a lot in the slot. And the nickel, to kind of, I mean, really the only one I can think of who's in the Hall of Fame, right? And then later in his career, transitioned to safety when he got a little bit slower, but similar size, great tackler. That's one thing about Rondé Barber. You could take a look, at his numbers playing in the slot. great tackler, great at the point of attack, all things that Jahdae Barron is. When you look at a comp, that's just the first person who comes to mind there for me. Ike Coronas, what is going on, Ike? Appreciate you rocking with us there. CP says, Eric, back in the golden era, Texas always added a few inches to players' heights. They go to the combine, it's a different height. Yeah, I mean, Keenan, real quick, how prevalent is that in basketball?
So I know more prevalent. So prevalent. Oh my God. Especially with the European numbers, man. Like, you'll scout I was watching some Euro game a couple of months ago. I think it was a national team. I think it was Lithuania versus France, because I was watching, I guess it was a few months ago. I was watching Jonas play against Nolan Traore. And I was looking and I was seeing some of these guys that were like listed at 6'9". I'm like, that guy is clearly 6'7", 6'6". And that means a lot more in basketball, probably. I mean, obviously it's important in football, but in basketball, like the difference between a 6'3" point guard and a 6'5" point guard is gigantic. So, it happens a lot, especially in European league stuff.
No, it's one of those things that I think people take for granted in basketball, right? Because, like you said, if you're a 6'3", there's so much in terms of body control and the way you use your body and physicality in football that you can make up for height discrepancies or weight discrepancies with the way you play, right?
Yeah.
If you're a 6'3" guard versus a 6'5" guard, there are some scouts who will tell you that to them, that's a difference. To me, it's not. I say, like, if you're to me, there's a prerequisite height you have, right? As long as you meet that height, anything north of that is kind of whatever. In basketball, to your point, like, that's huge. A 6'3", especially like a 6'3" combo guard is way different than a 6'5" combo guard, right?
Yeah, you look at a guy like VJ Edgecombe out of Baylor, who I have as a top 5 pick right now. He's a shooting guard, but he's like 6'3.5", 6'4", and it's like a lot of shooting guards are like 6'8". Yeah, it makes a difference.
Yeah. Keenan, why don't we take a break here and you let the fine folks know, because I'm fired up. I got great sleep last night. It's going to carry me through the rest of my day. As soon as I get off the air, I'm going to head straight to the gym. And who's been helping with my sleep? Keenan, why don't you tell the folks who's been helping me with my sleep and helps them with yours as well?
Yeah, I got a little bit better sleep last night, considering the apartment fire alarm didn't go off at 4 a.m. as it did yesterday, and then went off every 45 minutes until I went to work. Sleep Cycle Center is the only medical sleep office in Central Texas that provides the most technologically advanced care in screening, at-home testing, evaluation of airways, and treatment options related to sleep and breathing issues such as sleep apnea. Their focus is to educate on what is going on in the patient's body and to provide all possible treatment options related to their specific issue. Screening, testing, and treatment can be completed virtually or in person. They can eliminate snoring to sleep apnea. You no longer need to sleep in a separate bedroom from your significant other. Individuals and families are welcome. 2 convenient locations, one in the Arboretum, the other in Lakeway. They see patients of all ages, 6 to 106. They are family-owned and operated. CPAP alternatives can be provided in most cases, though they do offer treatments that include CPAPs as well as oral devices, epigenetic devices, weight loss, lasers, and radio frequency. They are a network with most medical insurances. So give our good friend, the good doctor, Dr. Denman, a call at 254-284-6812 or visit sleepcyclecenters.com and tell them Texas Sports Unfiltered and False Start sent you.
Jake Bayless notes what Jahdae, I'm assuming when he says he, this was referring to when Jahdae Barron lacks in measurements, he makes up for in heart 1,000%.
Yeah, usually that's just like a cliche, but it actually applies to Jahdae. Like, it really does.
Keenan, before we get to some of the other topics of the day, a lot of college basketball I know you want to get to. Also going to talk a little bit about the Terry Rozier situation. You brought back a memory when you talked about the fire alarm going off at 4 a.m. Dude, one of the worst, and it happened here in Austin. Not just the fire alarm. It was, and now granted, it wasn't super late. It was like 11. I was just getting ready to crash. But the carbon monoxide alarm. Because that's the one you can't be like, forget it.
It's fine.
You can't be like, oh, it's fine. I'm just going to sleep through it. Okay, you sleep through that one, you might not wake up.
Wake up.
so that one you got to acknowledge. So, like, I remember it started going off, and I'm like, because it actually isn't in my apartment. It's in
Yeah.
the hallway.
Yep.
Right. So I'm like, what the hell is that? And I hear it. I'm like, all right, I guess that's not what I can ignore. So I just step outside in the patio. And then also you see everyone like on my floor just step outside in their patios. So we all said, all right, and it's after hours, right? So we can't, have the office to go to. So we got to call 911. They get down here. They assure us it's all good. They coordinate with the apartment. But that took like 90 minutes for them to verify. First they had to get down here and then verify like, hey, you're not going to die in your sleep with carbon monoxide deal. You're good. Despite the fact the alarm's going off, we'll get someone or, parties to get someone up here to shut that off. But
right.
Yeah, man, I remember that one. And that was one that's like, all right, cause I can, if I'm super tired, Keenan, I can sleep through certain things like the smoke alarm going off. Yeah. Like I can sleep through that. The carbon monoxide one. Yeah, probably not. Shouldn't take that chance.
No, also like this. Yeah, I live in an apartment too, and you'll come over you'll probably come over soon and we'll hang out. Yeah. But you'll see the setup, and there is a hallway where the alarms go off, but there's also one in your apartment that goes off. So It was like impossible to sleep. There's like it is terrifying to wake up to that as well. It's not a fun way to wake up.
CB notes that the 99 Texas A&M game in College Station, the fire alarms mysteriously went off in the Texas team hotel. That reminds me, Keenan, I made one mistake. And again, we'll jump back to sports in a second. When I was covering FIU, book my own travel. And it's not like covering Texas where you got all these hotels. You mostly go to smaller cities and whatnot. You're just trying to get the closest hotel to the stadium, the one that you don't have to take a crazy Uber to and so on and so forth. Right. So I ended up staying at a hotel on the campus of the university in Charlotte. And I'm thinking okay, it's like UCF, right? UCF has a hotel on campus. There's a Marriott that's actually on campus.
Yeah.
All right. It's just, a hotel. No, this actually, what you want to talk about a waste of resources. This was the team hotel that Charlotte stayed in. And again, listen to what I said, Keenan. It's their hotel on campus. For a group of 5 to be spending money for the team to stay at a team hotel.
Stay at your dorm.
Stay at the freaking dorm.
That's so funny.
But the reason I mentioned that was, the alarm went off. I don't know if it was, definitely wasn't with the opposing team because the home team shouldn't have that happen. The alarm got pulled, and it just was me and all the players out there. And I remember one of the players we're going to kick their ass by 20 tomorrow, man. They're sorry. And then Charlotte proceeded to get their asses beat by 20, and their coach was fired the next morning.
That will happen to you.
Just a weird memory. Keenan, your thoughts on the Terry Rozier situation, because it's getting interesting, folks. And why don't you, give the folks your thoughts, but also a little bit of background.
Yeah, so Terry Rozier, point guard, played at Louisville in college. He's played for the Heat, the Hornets. Who's he play for right now? I forget. He's not like a star. He's not like the guy he used to be. But
who is Scary Terry? Scary Terry Rozier. Who is?
He still plays for Miami. Okay, that's what I thought.
He's still with the Heat. Okay, yeah.
Yeah. So apparently he was. People were taking his unders on games where he was leaving early, and that's how they track a lot of these fixed bets. Is if there's a spike in bets on one specific under, and that player obviously goes under, it happened with John Tate Border too. It's really obvious to tell. It's really obvious to tell when, and all the sharps are putting money on this one small bet, and there are betting limits, right? I don't know how much you can put on an under or whatever, but for a game, it's typically $20K unless you're a high roller. Apparently this dude was, it was an illegal betting scheme where he was taking dives to hit unders for bettors. And it connects to a larger story about how not only this is prevalent in sports, but this might be a specific ring of high rollers and gamblers that are investing in these players to do these kinds of things. Kind of speaks to a larger societal problem of gambling integration into society. And I can speak freely about it. I had a gambling problem. I quit gambling because it was addictive, and it's addictive to a lot of people, and it's ruining people's lives. And calls to gambling hotlines have quadrupled in the last 2 years. So it's definitely a really, really scary thing. And it's not surprising that it's seeping into the game like this.
Well, and CB asked, didn't the NBA player get banned last year for gambling? That's who Keenan referenced, and Jonte Porter, the brother of Michael Porter Jr. Dude, everyone, some of my friends kind of, make fun of me, give me shit like, oh man, you don't gamble anymore. Because basically, once I started covering, sports full time, I was like, all right, I didn't feel like I was in a position that I really should be doing that. And then, especially once I started covering basketball, right? Because I've told the story on the show, Keenan. Me and my boys, like I have a crew of like 5 homeboys that I've known either since freshman year of college or we go back to the high school days. And our favorite thing to do was March Madness, go to Vegas,
sportsbook,
go to a sportsbook. That those first 2 rounds, excuse me, the first 2 days, of March Madness, just bet. Like it's for a sports fan, Keenan, it's paradise, right?
Yeah, it's great.
You're in the sports book. You got a cocktail. You got some food. There's women looking good in Vegas. In March Madness, like fans come from all over. Stadium swim, like yeah. However, once doing the shot, I just felt I shouldn't be doing it. The conversation I thought was interesting because I think the way to really attack this, and it was noted on Around the Horn, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
I want you to give a very, if you can, Keenan, just kind of give some specificities around prop bets, because in especially in basketball, that's what you're getting a lot of, right? CB, Jonte Porter, that's essentially what he was suspended for prop bets, right? Like, if you're LeBron James and there's a bunch of money on your name on a prop bet, that's nothing. That's LeBron James. The alarm bells and red flags should just go screaming off if there are a bunch of money's getting placed on a Terry Rozier prop bet. Like that's obvious. So can you kind of just give a little insight to that real quick for the audience who I feel like most of our audience is probably familiar, but for those who
certainly, yeah. So basically, there's betting on games, there's betting lines, betting spreads, and all those kinds of things. A prop bet is essentially they'll say it's like what Underdog Fantasy does this. Prize Picks is an example of this. It's where they take, say, Terry Rozier is going to go over or under 2.5 threes made in a game. And you either take the over, which would be if he hits 3 threes, you win. If he hits under 3 threes, that's why they have it at 2.5. So it's like if it was 2, you'd get a bunch of pushes, which is a tie, basically, and nobody wins. So they get you on the VIG as well, where it's like minus 110, you bet 110 to 100. That's like a typical line on a prop bet, and they'll shift a little bit here and there, but basically it's way harder to fix a game where the outcome is in jeopardy versus one player saying, I'm just going to miss a couple of threes, or I'm going to take this sore ankle a little too seriously and not play the second half. That way it doesn't look like I'm missing shots on purpose or whatever. And it's a lot easier to rig those kinds of things, those unders. And it's a big problem when you have guys like Jonte Porter. Terry Rozier is kind of weird because that guy's made a lot of money in the NBA. Jonte Porter, I mean, he's made a few million, but he's not, he doesn't have $100 million he's sitting on. So it makes more sense for guys like that to be doing that. I'm just surprised it's Terry Rozier, to be honest, because that guy's had a long career in the NBA and he's made quite a bit of money. It might just be a gambling problem. I don't know.
CB says, he honestly doesn't really understand all the bets, not the why, but the how. And there you go. That's a purpose of the explanation right there. Keenan Jake Bayless says, sleeper usually void props for players that get hurt. Yeah, I think there have to be some sort of fail safes for these kind of things. Keenan, we were talking about sports documentaries the other day. Have you ever seen the 30 for 30 on Headache Smith at Arizona State?
I've seen gambling documentaries, but not that one in particular. Oh, wait, is that the one where the player like kind of threw the game for the mob? You were like point shaving?
It's point shaving, but it's more or less yes, but it's a little more nuanced than that.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. If put it this way, I'll send it to you off air.
Yeah.
If you have seen it, disregard. But if you haven't, I think it's one you'll really enjoy as a college basketball head. Headache Smith, who I think is from Texas, if memory serves me correct.
The point guard.
He was a point guard. He ended up playing Once he was dismissed from Arizona State, ended up, played like 7 games in the NBA with the Mavs in the mid '90s. I think he's a Dallas guy, if memory serves me correct. But it's a super interesting doc. You haven't seen it. And this was, remember, that wasn't even Keenan. This was pre 30 for 30, if memory serves me correct. I think that, you know what? I'll have to double check. I actually saw that as a like FX movie, and then they ended up doing something on it afterwards. So I'll send it to you. You can check it out and see good stuff there. Keenan, a couple of college basketball games I know you wanted to get to. I'll let you kind of lead the way there.
Yeah, a couple of interesting ones. I'll get to them real quick. Arkansas visits Kentucky. So it's Calipari's first time back in Lexington since he left for the Arkansas job. Arkansas is bad, and their best player's out for the year in Boogie Fland, who's their 6'2" combo guard. I know he's a little small. He's going to have to play point guard in the NBA, but probably a top 25, 20 pick, something like that. Really talented combo guard, can shoot the hell out of the ball off the dribble. Just really, really good shooter. One of the best in the draft, but they don't have him. So DJ Wagner's going to start a point guard for them. And Kentucky is a lot better than Arkansas is. They absolutely murdered in the portal. They might have had the best portal class. It's like them, Ole Miss, a couple other teams. But what Mark Pope has done there in a year has been pretty shocking. The turnaround he's been able to engineer with the pieces he pulled essentially all out of the portal. So I think Kentucky's going to win that game by probably 20 points, but maybe more. They might rout them by 30. It might be brutal, but I truly wonder how the crowd's going to react to Calipari. They should give him a standing ovation, but you never know. In the SEC, he left for another SEC job, but I think those fans should be happy with. I mean, you got him a national championship, got him 40, 50 NBA players, so he deserves a standing ovation, in my opinion. The other big one of the day, and then I'll get to Texas LSU, is Duke, North Carolina. North Carolina is struggling right now. Barely took overtime to beat Boston College last Saturday after being an 18-point favorite. It's weird that Hubert Davis is like already on the hot seat there because he got him to a Final Four in his first season, got him to a Sweet 16 in another season, but he's in jeopardy of missing the tournament at this point. That's the facts. And this team is really talented, right? RJ Davis, All-American type of dude. Elliot Cadeau, Ian Jackson, and Drake Powell, the 2 5-star freshmen, especially Ian Jackson. Powell's kind of a project, really good defensive player, but not quite there on offense yet. And Ian Jackson is a star. I mean, he's a top 20 pick as well. Duke, obviously insanely loaded. Cooper Flagg, the essentially going to be the number 1 pick. It's kind of already decided that he's going to be the number 1 pick, and he's fully deserving of that hype. He is a once every 5 years type of talent. He's better than Paolo was. He's better than, I'm trying to think of someone. He for a player comp, I've heard White Kawhi. They call him White Claw. So he's a stud. He's an awesome defensive player, great scorer. So he can do it all. Cayman Malawach is their center. He's another top 5 guy, in my opinion. Kind of a more skilled Daniel Gafford type of mold. And they have other dudes, man. Con Knipple, small forward. He's a hell of a shooter. He's going to be probably a top 20 pick. They have Isaiah Evans. They have Tyrese Proctor. They have Mason Gillis. Like, they have dudes everywhere. So I think Duke's going to win that game. It's in Durham, North Carolina, and it's going to be a probably not that close of a game. Yes, Twitch Entropy. Kentucky did play Auburn to the wire in an NBA-style shootout. I think the final score of that was 102-97. That was a hell of a game. And then Texas LSU, man. So Eric will be in his house in Baton Rouge, which is one of my favorite college towns I've ever been to. Love the LSU people and love that stadium. I haven't been to their basketball arena, but so Cam Carter's their star, right? He's averaging 17 a game, something like that. Just kind of he's like a 6'3" guard. I forget where he transferred from. They also have Jordan Sears. Kansas State, that's right. Yeah. Because they went up to Kansas State and kicked their ass earlier this year. So he's really taken on a new role. He's averaging 18 a game, actually. So he's like a scoring point guard, sort of in the Jordan Pope mold, more efficient than Pope, and I mean also a lot older. But they have some players. Again, still the Shocker's son is on the team, Victorious Miller. Jordan Sears, another good player, and Reed, their forward. Corey Chester, leading rebounder. Texas probably should win this game. I think LSU's better than their record states. I think they are. I don't know what place they are in the SEC right now, but they've won a few in a row. Okay, they're 12-8. They're 14th in the SEC. All right, they're better than 12-8. I think they're better than the 14th best team in the SEC. Texas should win this game. Still, they're a better roster, and I think that they have some advantages. I think Arthur Kaluma is going to be a problem for them. And I think a guy like Trey Johnson, they don't really have a guy who can guard him effectively. So Trey should have a big day. And I think Texas is gonna pull this one out and increase their standing in the SEC. And LSU is not great, but it's going to be a home crowd. Anytime you get a chance to beat Texas, their first time, they love saying welcome to the SEC, and so they're going to try to send Texas home with a loss.
Yeah, the Tigers are 1-6 in SEC play.
They're a little better than 1-6, I think. Like not record wise, but like I think talent wise, they're a little bit better than 1-6.
Sure. To your point, I was going to say I think talent wise they're a little bit better, but if you look at the games they've lost, I think only one of those 6 losses was single digits. I think the rest of them were all double-digit losses. I mean, no crazy blowouts, no like 30-point blowouts, but still show that they have a little way to go under Matt McMahon. Yeah, Keenan, 2 quick questions. One question, one statement. One, Grady Spruce High School. Does that name mean anything to you?
Mm-mm.
Okay, make sure I said that correctly. Yes, H. Grady Spruce in Dallas, Texas. So you're not familiar.
I'm not. Where in Dallas? Is it DISD?
I will look it up in a second. It is part of the Dallas Independent School District. It serves southeast Dallas, including Balch Springs, if I'm saying that correctly. It is. I can't read.
Oh, it's near Seagoville. Okay.
Anyhow. Just was saying that because Headache Smith, who I referenced, is from Dallas, Texas. So he did play for his hometown. Dallas Mavericks, went to Grady Spruce High School. So just correcting that note there. The other note that I was going Keenan, you covered Rodney Terry's first year at Texas, right? The interim year.
Yep.
Okay. So do you remember the Kansas State game in January? That was the first loss, 116-103.
I do. Yeah. Nigel Pack went crazy.
Cam Carter has played 4 times against the Longhorns. That is a 2-2 record. Of course, most recent win for Cam Carter against Texas was the surprising Big 12 conference tournament game. I was there. I was courtside at T-Mobile Arena. That Kansas State, Arthur Kaluma, Cam Carter and company got the win over the Longhorns. A game that we were expecting them, quite frankly, Texas to win.
Yeah.
But the first win was that game I referenced, January. Crap, I had it pulled up and I can't remember now.
Nigel Pack went crazy in that game, right?
I'll pull the box score.
No, he was in Miami that year. He went crazy the year before against Texas. He went crazy against Texas in the tournament.
Cam Carter had 17 that game. The leading scorer that evening was, as I'm taking a look here at the box score, Tyrese Hunter had 29, Marcus Carr had 27, Serge Jabari Rice had 16, but in a losing effort, Marquise Noel, Keenan.
That's who it was.
Does that even ring a bell to you?
Oh, yeah. That guy
went off for 36. Keontae Johnson had 28, Cam Carter with 17. That was the win for Kansas State over Texas. That is, that's where I was going with that. That's Cam Carter's best performance against Texas. In the other 3 outings, he's only scored 22 points. But, of course, again, with Kansas State, it was kind of a secondary option behind some of the other guys there. So, yes, Cam Carter has experience against the Longhorns, but not much else there, as you said. In terms of talent, probably better, but still a growing team there in LSU. I will be in the house at Baton Rouge. I will bring in Zay Collier on the 1 p.m. hour. Keenan, you are at the office, sir, correct?
I am, sir, so I must depart. Zay, good to see you, my friend, as always. Hope you're doing well, my friend. And Eric, I'll text you later today. We'll chat about the game.
K-Womack. Much love, dog.
Peace out, bros.
Zay Collier, as we're up on the 1 p.m. hour, which means it's going to be Chip and Zay. But in place of Chip will be Mr. Cole Thompson, of course, of SEC Unfiltered. Where's your man? Oh, no, sorry. He's on vacation. I forgot. He actually did message the group and say that he's taking some time with the wife. I was going to be like, where's your man's at? But, why he missing work? But he did say in the work chat that he's taking some time. So I understand that. Zay, how you doing this Friday, my guy?
I'm doing great, man. It's Friday. We got jobs. We got shit to do. Can't complain one bit. But as far as Chip Brown goes, we know after football season, the good work.
You call that man Chip Brown?
Yeah, Chip.
Oh, you said Chip. Oh, I thought you said shit. I think
no, Chip Brown. Chip. No, Chip Brown. As far as he goes, we get it. One of the hardest working men in the business. Deserves this vacation time. You know what I'm saying? Like, I get it. I completely understand it. But you get them strays when you're not here to protect yourself. Point blank, period. After football season, Chip goes into Kawhi Leonard mode. It's just, we never know. You just never know. Is he going to be on this week? Is he going to be on today? Is he going to give you a heads up or anything coming in? So, yeah, like that's just – love my guy, which got to send the email to Cole Thompson because he did not get the link. We putting that on Chip too. We ain't gonna let him live there. So yeah, man. Again, Hall of Famer, just like Kawhi is. But after football season, Chip gonna take them days, which he deserves. I'll give him some love there. But damn, we starting already. E. Henry, like vacation. Basketball season's still going on. Vacation. We can't wait till the summer. Like, I already got my vacation planned. It's after the College Baseball World Series. You know what I'm saying? You see where my mind's at? You see my priorities, bruh? That's just what it is. Because I know got to be there for the people. Who knows how far this Texas baseball team's going to go first year under the great Jim Schlossnagle. But, yeah, man, Chip, I gotta give him these strays a little bit since he ain't here to protect himself. You dig?
Zay, who the hell said that man deserved vacation time after football? Your boy is out here covering Texas basketball. Your boy is out here covering Texas baseball. Who the hell said he deserved vacation time? I ain't gonna say Chip don't work hard, but I don't work hard too. Your boy out here got sports to cover. Right? He's just gonna figure out. He just gonna find his way back to the show when spring football starts.
Yeah. I mean, come on, man. Lots going on right now. He didn't even let me know where he was going. He just said, I'm going to be out.
He's out.
Yeah, you already put him on blast earlier this week. I could have been invited to the Horns 24/7 event at his house. You know what I'm saying?
You should have been, Zay.
Like, I feel like I'm an honorary member of Horns 24/7, even though I'm not on the payroll. I could have tasted some of them hors d'oeuvres that I'm sure he was passing around. It was probably a really good time,
Zay, they were first. As I bring in the great Cole Thompson, who was also pinch hit on false start, I believe, within the past 2 weeks or so, if memory serves me correct. Appreciate our guy Cole. Zay, it was a lovely spread set out by L. Brown. I mean, there was eggs with sausage, there was bacon, there were donut holes, there was drinking mimosas. Dog. I don't know. Chip Brown, nowhere did it say this is a Horns 24/7 invite. It said we just get together at Chip Brown's house to talk. You should have been invited, sir. Cole Thompson should have been invited at that too.
Should have been invited, exactly. How dare Chip Brown just always leave me in the dirt? Always.
Yeah.
It's a shame. And you know what the sad thing is? E. Henry? I give him so much love and respect for his Detroit culture, for him loving his Pistons, his Tigers, his Lions. I'm giving him all the appreciation, saying that his team got snubbed and he can't even invite me over for a mimosa or a pair of deviled eggs. Shame on you. I'm pinch hitting for you today, Chip, and you can't even invite me over for a glass of maybe some champagne and a spritz of orange juice that I will politely decline? How dare you?
It's cold world.
It's a damn shame. Shame. I should not have been the only one indulging in the mimosas and donut holes. By the way, 2 separate kinds of donut holes: chocolate and the regular joints, bro. It was phenomenal. Zay.
Were they filled?
Yes.
What kind?
Yes.
What kind of filling?
The chocolate one had like a chocolate filling.
Okay.
The plain one, it was like a kind of like a custard type deal.
So Bavarian cream usually is what it.
Yes. There we go.
You go.
Yes.
Wow.
I'm not a fan of Bavarian. I'm not a fan of them. I'm not. I don't know what it is. If you have jelly in them, I think that's a good. I think that's a good mix.
Jelly's the way to go.
Jelly is the way to go, especially in stuff down in holes.
The bacon at Chip Brown's house, top notch, fresh cut. By the way, I mean fresh cut.
Was it okay? Crunchy or chewy is the best thing.
No, it was crunchy.
There we go. That's how you gotta do it. I can't trust you if you have flim bacon. I just can't. There's something about you. There's just something negative about you, especially if that's your favorite.
And Zay, I will give you guys your show after this, but if we can just continue piling on the fantastic spread, Zay, it was the fresh HEB orange juice.
Yes. Not that Tropicana stuff, not the Minute Maid.
As a Floridian, I appreciate that. I got some in the fridge right now. They had the fresh HEB orange juice, dog.
Oh yeah.
Zay, talk to your man on Monday and ask him why you wasn't invited.
Yeah, I gotta put him on blast because that's a shot to the heart. That hurt me a little bit. E. Henry, have a good weekend, brother. Appreciate everything you do.
Take care, friend.
Much love. Cole Thompson in the building, managing editor of the Texas Wire, SEC Unfiltered host, and always got to say this with Cole, guy that thinks Lisa Turtle's a better baddie than Kelly Kapowski.
We're gonna go into this. I'm not getting into this war with you, buddy. I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. Lisa's two. Amy, Kimberly Hart still was number one.
That's
Power
right.
Ranger. That's right. Still number one.
Power Ranger. Yes, we've established that.
How you
doing,
that's
man?
fair. I'm good. Do you like my message to the audience?
Let me pull it up because I got it. Blame Zay for me being it's not my fault. That's all Brad Kellner. I didn't know I was, putting responsibility on to send the link. I will send it.
I texted him at 1:00. Hey, send me the link. 1:06. Set. Oh, there we go. I'm in. 6 minutes. I was literally logging into YouTube and I was about ready to go onto the live stream and go, Zay, check your text message through my YouTube account.
Yes.
I was like this close to actually reaching out to you that way.
Hey, we got you on. We're in business. Happy Friday, everybody. Last day of January, the 31st. Appreciate everybody for rocking with us. Like and subscribe. Y'all know the drill. Chip Brown, obviously out today, but welcome to Chip and Zay on Texas Sports Unfiltered, and appreciate all of our followers for letting us do our damn thing every day for you people. Couldn't do it without them, like passes.com, Cover 3, Olipop, McCall Custom Homes, Woods Comfort Systems, 34 Wine and Spirits, Syntex Tickets, audiovisual consultations, Salt Traders, Coastal Cooking, Covert Bee Cave, and All Stat Brewery. Yeah, Cole, even though football season is coming to an end, a lot of sports to go around, and football never stops here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. That is just what we do. But you mentioned in our messages yesterday that you had to get something off your chest. I'm just going to let you have the mic, give you the floor, and present to the folks what's on the great Cole Thompson's mind.
This has been bothering me for the last 24 hours. I lost sleep last night thinking about this comment. I did. That's how upset
the melatonin didn't help?
Nope, did not help at all. I had the 100 milligrams, could not fall asleep because I was tossing, turning, still realizing that we allow this incompetence to brace our airwaves. And we think that this is smart type of culture and it's not just rage bait. So, ladies and gentlemen, I don't think if you've ever heard of this man, and if you have, well, good for you. One Mr. Cameron Newton was on ESPN's First Take. Now, Cam Newton, I've made this abundantly clear to Zay, to you, the audience, to many people out there, that I believe the single greatest college football season by a quarterback in the history of college football. Truly, the way that he carried Auburn single-handedly to a national title deserved its own accolades. And he had some comments yesterday, some very choice words, one of which was, I would rather win an NFL MVP than a Super Bowl. You want to know what? Cam's been a one-man wrecking crew and a one-man show his entire career, going back to his days at Blinn Junior College. It doesn't upset me that he says those things. It doesn't. Because I understand where he's coming from. This is somebody who had to prove himself time and time again and was always a one-man alpha. And more importantly, he had to defy the odds, didn't have a lot of people on his side throughout most of the recruiting process. And then immediately when he won something, he had to stand on business by himself. So I get why he was a single-man type of mentality. But then he says something that is really bothersome to me that's very easy to just dissect if you look up anything, literally anything online. And that was on the Dallas Cowboys. Now, we all know how I feel about Jerry. We all know how I feel about the Cowboy situation and why the incompetence of hiring Brian Schottenheimer was right up the alley for this team to go ahead and actually make this move. But Cam Newton said they're openly tanking, and they're openly tanking for next year, where they can go land Arch Manning from Texas, where they can go ahead and bring in one Archibald Griffin Manning. I don't know if that's a middle name, but we're going to pretend that it is for this comment. Number 1 overall pick. And I have my reserves and my thoughts. So let's start off with this, Cam. Number 1. How are you sure that they're going to pick him number 1 overall? How are you sure that he's going to be the number 1 overall pick? Because of the Manning name? Because of the Manning lore? Oh, he may still have the same genetics as Peyton and Eli, but he may not have the same passing style. He may not have the same attributes. He may have a little bit of mobility, but he may not be as polished as a quarterback coming on out. And then Lenore Sellers or Drew Aller has a good year. And the Dallas Cowboys take him number 1. Well, how do you feel about that now? Because if you said they were taking for Arch Manning. Number 2, let's just go ahead and continue to defer this. They still have Dak Prescott. Prescott's contract has got to be moved if you're going to go ahead and bring in a new QB, because you're not letting Arch sit for 2 years at Texas to then sit for 2 more years in the NFL. No, he's got to sell tickets. He's got to put himself with butts in seats. He's got to have people driving on in from Austin every single weekend to watch 16 deliver out at the Star. He's got to do all that. So that's number 2. Number 3, and probably most importantly, where are you getting this information or this collective that Arch Manning is going to go pro in 2025 after the 2025 season? How about that? Because last I checked, Mr. Cam Newton, he has made it abundantly clear, I'm sticking around. I want to be at the University of Texas. I want to win a national title. I want to bring Texas back to national relevancy and consistent relevancy. I want to be a reason why Texas is the new premier program in college football. He was said all those things. Those are on record. You know, that thing that you just did, put yourself on record with the incompetent take and the moronic nitwit job that you did on ESPN. Congratulations on that one. He has said he wants to stick around at Texas. Doesn't need the money, doesn't need the accolades, doesn't need to be the number 1 overall pick. Wants to stay at Texas. So you're going to tell me that now Dallas is going to tank for 2+ years to then go land Arch Manning, who has 3 more years of eligibility and very well could use all 3 years of eligibility if he wants to? Number 4, why would you leave the University of Texas when you potentially could have everything going your way? You just signed a $3.6 million deal with Red Bull. And by the way, you're also not short of money because of, the family name that you come from and all the accolades that provides for you. So you don't have to go ahead and get mom and dad a brand new house or pay off the bills for grandma. You can go ahead and stick around as long as possible, earn as much NIL money as you want, and then better your draft stock to where there is no conversation about where you get drafted, and you're going to go to the right fit. Number 5, you're going to be properly developed underneath a quarterback whisperer in Steve Sarkisian to better you for the start of your NFL tenure to where there are no doubts about what you can and cannot do at the next stage. And number 6, why in the hell would your family say, take the money and run when you don't need the money, when you'd rather be known as a legend in Austin? Texas has not won a national title since 2005. This is the single greatest quarterback prospect we have seen enter the 40 acres since potentially the days of Vince Young. And best of all, he also could have potentially every single accolade locked on up before he leaves Austin. So you're saying that Dallas, who's just an incompetent franchise that does not want to have anybody come on in and change the ways or the narratives or the cultures around Jerry Jones, is openly tanking for a guy that may or may not decide to come on out in 2025 or 2026? Why not just go ahead and say, I don't know ball? Because that would have been a such easier answer, Cam Newton, than you actually trying to go ahead and piss me off and keep me up until 3 a.m.
Yo, 3 a.m. is crazy.
Could not sleep because of just that nitwit of a comment. How pathetic of an excuse. Congratulations, ESPN. You are losing subscribers. You are losing viewership. And when you put on mind-numbing content crap like that, you're also making sure that you lose credibility for as being the number 1 nation sports network.
Man, Cole. Damn, I felt that from the heart, dog, from the chest. Like, that was, damn, because you always on one, but, man, and I feel you. Like, I thought Cam's discussion was weird and what he voiced yesterday, but also I do get the product. And you got to separate yourself from other guys. I get the business. I respect the business. I respect anybody that does what we do, because it's very difficult to do, especially guys that were former players. Not everybody could come and get in front of the camera and just present in-depth analysis and have that credibility. And I think Cam Newton has some terrific takes too, but to all your points, some of them were a little off with this statement. And it would have made a lot more sense to me if Jerry didn't pay Dak all that money for Tank. Like, that's my biggest thing. Like, you just pay a guy way too much for the next 4 years, which Dak said him and Broughton Schottenheimer, they're in it together, 4 years together. We'll see how that goes. But, yeah, like, taking for Arch, which Arch is getting a lot of publicity right now, like a ton. Like, from a guy that was real low-key and, you know, he wasn't really trying to be seen. He was letting Quinn Ewers do his thing. Steve Sarkisian did a good job about letting Quinn Ewers do his thing. And even though a lot of people aren't for it or weren't for it, now it's Arch's time, and he's running with it. Like, completely running with it. And I feel him. Get that bag, dog. Like, absolutely take it in. It's a positive. Don't run from it. Like, we're going to break down Arch a lot today. But, yeah, I thought just what Cam said was a little odd. And, again, that's just a part of the show, first take. Like, there's a lot of people that could rub you the wrong way on a lot of these national media shows.
Well, like, Cam rubs me the wrong way because then he tried to sell Ole Miss as being a good college football playoff team, which I can understand why you do that, by justifying it by saying Kentucky is a good loss. And I'm like, brother, Kentucky didn't win a single game after beating Ole Miss. That was their last win of the year. That's not a good loss. If you want to sell it, say that a team like Georgia losing to Ole Miss is a great win. A team like Florida that turned the corner, a team that you used to play for, is a good win, is a good loss. But Kentucky? Oh yeah, I understand. Like, Kentucky's a decent team. It's like, do you even try? Like, there's people out there, and this is the part that I bring up to you all the time, Zay. There's people out there that work their ass off trying to make it in this industry, that try to prove that they are one of the most knowledgeable, that actually care about the game, that do their research. Former players that weren't big-time names in college, but at least did play and have some role on a team that was a championship program. But because they're not just such a household figure, or they can have some controversial takes, or they dress like the Mad Hatter that's on acid every several days.
Come on, you're wrong. You're wrong.
So that qualifies you to talk college football. That qualifies you to talk about this industry. Like, and you're sitting there smoking. Like, at least, like, when Shannon Sharp talks, Shannon Sharp, in my opinion, has some really nuanced takes. And you definitely tell that he puts an emphasis on doing the research. Like, I can appreciate that. I may disagree with a lot of his takes, but Shannon at least puts in an emphasis on making sure that he studies the subject before opening his mouth. You should know this about Arch. He's not leaving next year. He's not short of money. He doesn't have to. He's made it clear what are his goals in Austin. And unless Steve Sarkisian is off to the NFL, which I don't think he is, why would you leave? Why would you leave a place like Austin, Texas? Why would you leave a program like the University of Texas, where if you win a title, you're a legend? Yep. If you win 2 titles, you're immortal. That's what is at stake for a guy like Arch Manning going into 2025 and 2026.
Yeah, I'm surprised they're not building one of those Manning sports bars around town here.
I'm shocked, right?
Already. Like, why not? You know what I'm saying? With the love that he's getting and whatnot. But, and, you know, rewind back to Shannon Sharp a little bit. Ever since Shannon Sharp got caught up with the Instagram Live thing where he's out here getting this buck freak on, that's just, I can't look at Shannon the same no more. I know we all do it. Like, we all have our fun, you know, outside of the business. But at least let us know who Michelle was, Shannon. Like, come on now. Like, what's going on? If she was an OnlyFans girl or a porn star, that's cool. Ain't nothing wrong with that. Get yours. Everybody has.
But what if she signed an NDA to not let it be known of who it is?
Then he has every right to, you know, keep it tight. Don't spill the beans. You ain't trying to lose no paper there. But, man, like, let us know, Shannon. We want to know what's going on. Ain't nothing wrong with that. What you ashamed of? What is she ashamed of? You know, Shannon Sharp, he's still yoked out here in these streets.
He looks better than most 25-year-olds. I'll tell you
real.
that much.
Looks way better than me. Oh, shit. Come on now.
Looks better than me.
I'm out here on my Pillsbury Doughboy shit. Like Shannon Sharp out here, built like he could go be in the world's strongest man competition.
Wait, so when your wife touches your stomach, do you go afterwards?
Something like that. Something like that. I gotta keep it PG on y'all sometimes here.
Oh God. Yeah, please keep it PG. Please.
But yeah, man, like Arch, again, and this is from the fam. Like, we all know when you get 30 plus starts in college, it gives you a better chance of having success in the National Football League. You look at somebody like Jaden Daniels, who dominated this year, took his team all the way to the NFC Championship. He has a high number of starts at the college level. Then you look on the other side, somebody like Anthony Richardson, who could still have a good career, but he barely played at Florida. And it was all about potential with him getting drafted by Indianapolis. And first year, I'm not going to put that against him. He got hurt. Here in year 2, he had his ups and downs. So the Mannings and Arch, they understand that. So the whole tanking for him here in 2025, I'd be careful if I was an NFL team to walk along those lines, because as successful as Arch could be this year, I definitely think he'll come back for the 2026 season to get even better, because I think he's going to take his ups and downs this season, like every quarterback does, to just make him already like getting fitted for a gold jacket for Canton is a little unrealistic. I get the last name, but there have been plenty players with last names that haven't lived up to what the rest of the family is. Bronny James.
I say, you want to talk about Bronny James right now? Just throw him under the bus.
Yeah. Which again, that's a cute story and all, but
it's a
y'all
dumb
know
story.
y'all wrong.
It's a dumb story. I'm sorry.
It's cute. Come on.
How is it cute? You're wasting a roster spot because of the king wants his prince on his sideline.
It's a cute story. LeBron's one of the greatest ever. He has a son on the court with him. And again, his son, not NBA ready at all. I saw him do his thing in the G League where he had a career high. That was awesome.
I said that was pretty awesome, wasn't it?
Stay in the G League. They got to keep him in the G League. Like that next game, horrible.
I agree with you. Here's the thing. So there's 2 points I want to bring up. Number one, 2 rookies made the NFL playoffs this past year. Bo Nix and Jaden Daniels. What was the biggest thing about them coming into the NFL draft?
All their starts.
They had the most starts of any single quarterback in the NFL draft this year. Both teams went to the playoffs. Number 2, Arch Manning comes from a family that had 3 players, Archie, Peyton, and Eli, serve as multiple year starters at their universities. The other thing is, back in the day with the redshirt sophomore crap, you couldn't go to the NFL draft at the time. You had to go play 2 full years before you could declare for the draft. So in an emphasis, he's coming from a family that says, no. The way that we did it and the way that we got drafted number 1 overall was we were required to play 2 years of full football, at least 24 starts before we could even declare. That's the best thing for you. Number 3, and probably the biggest thing of all, when you look at the Manning culture and just the Manning pedigree, they all have one thing in common. Buy-in from a coach. Archie had buy-in from Ole Miss. Peyton had buy-in from David Cutcliffe. Cutcliffe goes to Ole Miss. Eli follows him to Ole Miss because he was going to go probably to Tennessee and follow in the same footsteps as Peyton because they loved the Cutcliffes and they thought the Cutcliffe plan was the best thing for them. That's Steve Sarkisian. Whenever anybody was talking about Arch Manning entering the portal because he wasn't getting starts right away, I thought was stupid. Just absolutely stupid, because of the reason why he was brought in to Texas was not because of Austin, was not because of the Longhorns, was not because of the SEC. It was because of Steve Sarkisian, his David Cutcliffe. So why would you not want to be developed as much as possible underneath the guy that you believe is going to put you in the best case scenario to where the second that you enter the NFL, people already view you as a threat that can win multiple games, take your team deep into the postseason, and maybe even win a Lombardi trophy at 22 years old? Why are you going to risk ruining any of that when your family has already shown you in the past, when you put your faith in one person that you truly believe in that will bring out the best version of you, we're going to believe that that is changing us for the better. All of that's there in Austin, and it's going to be there for a while. And he also has the opportunity to do wondrous things. The schedule this year is very manageable. When I look at Texas, I think at worst they should be 10-2. That's honestly what I see the top to bottom with all the pieces that they lost, a number one recruiting class, a solid transfer portal class that they're going to bring in the spring. I think they should be at worst 10-2, which is good enough to make the college football playoff. Depending on how they get the luck of the draw, they may be in the national championship. If not, you still have 2 more years if you want to come on back and win a national championship and live up to all the expectations and win a Heisman Trophy and be the Davey O'Brien Award winner and win the Maxwell, while also establishing a culture in Austin on what you want to be known for. All of it's there. There's no reason to believe that he should ever want to leave, especially when you look at what could be the future of Texas football and what he could be the reason why Texas football is at a new stage.
Yeah, the dude said with Marty Smith, which we'll get into that interview a little bit later, but he said he wanted to help bring Texas back. He wanted to go to a team that in the university that had all the resources but wasn't winning all the time, and wanted to bring them back to the mountaintop. And he's on a good path to doing that. So you got Texas at worst 10-2. Let me ask you this. What do you have their overall record for the 2025 season?
Right now?
Right now.
I would say 10-2. I would say 10-2.
10-2. Okay.
10-2.
What are those losses?
I think Ohio State. Only
First
because
game year.
I think only because of you're replacing 4 starting offensive linemen. That's going to be a big deal. You're going to have a brand new wide receiver core. Who's going to step on in as your number 3 opposite of DeAndre Moore and Ryan Wingo? How do you feel about the tight end position? If they would have landed Max Clare, who, by the way, is going to Columbus, Ohio, I think I would have felt a lot better about the offense with having a security blanket for Arch. And then I just feel like that they're going to drop one game, either in Athens to Georgia or in the swamp to Florida. I just feel like that's a game that you're probably not going to walk away with a win. So you throw those 2 in, you finish the year 7-1 in conference play, you're still probably going to go to Atlanta. And if you go to Atlanta, even if you finish 10-3, we've already seen a 10-3 team go to the college football playoff with Clemson. You may not host a playoff game, but you're going to the playoffs next year. That is where I'm sitting right now.
Yeah, I'd take that. I'd take 10-2 easy. I mean, Ohio State, they got a lot of issues that they have to figure out with all the guys that they got going to the National Football League and no longer have eligibility due to them being seniors. And, say what you want about Will Howard, but he was good enough to win those guys a national championship. And I know they got old Sawyer, saying coming in there, everybody's so high on him. Well, we'll see. We'll see if he's really that guy. But 10-2, that definitely makes sense to me. The points that you made absolutely make sense too. Like the tight end position, that's one that we're really going to have to look at once the spring comes around into the football season, because Spencer Shannon, the measurables, love him. Spencer Shannon, 6'7", about 250 up in this thing. Like that dude. Yeah, can he run though? Exactly. Can he run? Jordan Washington, they've been really high on him. And, man, Cole, I just can't get the sour taste out of my mouth of Amari Niblack going down the road to College Station. Like, that eats me. I know Longhorn fans, y'all are better than me. Like, y'all are like, oh, who needs him? Screw the guy. He didn't do anything for Texas last year. You being an Alabama fan, you saw in the 2024 season the upside Amari Niblack has. And I was really shocked this year that the dude couldn't get on the field. It just goes to show how much they trusted Gunnar Helm and Juan Davis, well, especially Gunnar Helm. That dude, he showed out. So in a way, I get Amari Niblack not getting any bump. But also, I saw him a lot last year the year before, 2024, playing for Nick Saban's last season. I saw the touchdown that he had against Texas where the dude looked like a freaking wide receiver. He has a lot of Kyle Pitts in him, man. He does.
Okay. He may have that. He may also have another name that you know very well that came from the University of Alabama to Texas and then did nothing with his career. A one Mr. Jahlil Billingsley.
Oh.
So how about that?
Okay.
So what are you expecting at this point for a guy that couldn't break onto the field because he was basically just a giant slot wide receiver? More Kyle Pitts, who set records in the SEC, now at Texas A&M with Marcel Reed as his starting quarterback, or Jahleel Billingsley, who couldn't find his way onto the field and has done nothing with his career since leaving Alabama?
Oh, I hope he's Billingsley.
I'm going to tell you, he ain't going to be Kyle Pitts. He ain't going to be Kyle. So if we got to lead one way or another, Zay, I think that we're leading the way of Billingsley.
I'll take that. For him leaving, I'll take that. Because clearly he saw the writing on the wall. I don't know what those exit meetings were like with Steve Sarkisian and Jeff Banks for Marty Nyblack, but clearly they couldn't come to an understanding. We know you got to throw NIL in there. Was he getting broke off that paper, which he thought he deserved, and he wasn't getting? And then College Station's like, hey, we got it. We'll throw it at you to see what you're about. And did he take it and run with it? I don't know. We might not ever know, but the upside is definitely there. So to see him leave, and now it makes that tight end room even thinner, Steve Sarkisian and Jeff Banks got some answers.
Sure. What I will say is that Texas and Ohio State for me come in at number 1 and number 2. Like going into my preseason way too early top 25. I'll tell you what it really is, Zay. So when I get stuck in a conundrum, especially when it comes to college football rosters, I go for my duos and I look for the top duos at the position. I mean, at the sport. And so if I believe one team has a better duo than the other team, that's how I go ahead and go with my rankings. I believe the best duo in college football is Caleb Downs and Jeremiah Smith. I think they are the 2 best players in college football. Just straight up players. Doesn't matter position, doesn't matter role, doesn't matter what division they play in. They're the 2 best players. My duo for Texas is Arch Manning and Colin Simmons. And if you want to switch it up, you could do Anthony Hill and Colin Simmons. And probably both of them are top 10 players just in college football. And if they're not top 10, top 20. But I have the top 2 players in college football coming back to Columbus next year. It doesn't seem like Chip Kelly is leaving. You're going to be fine at the defensive coordinator position. You may not be as elite with Jim Knowles leaving for State College, which feels like a lateral and underwhelming move for my money for a whole different reason, which we can get into later. It's weird, but still. You still bring in some really good players in the portal like CJ Donaldson from West Virginia, Max Clare from Purdue. And also Julian Saying's been in the system with Chip Kelly if he doesn't leave for a full year, just like Arch has been in the system with AJ Milby and Steve Sarkisian for 2 years. And I get Jeremiah Smith as the difference maker, who may be the best player in college football next year. That's the difference. Like if you tell me that Texas ends up having a better roster week 1 and they win by 4, they win by 7, I'm not going to be shocked. Nobody should be shocked. Texas is good enough. Texas is the number 1 recruiting class in the country. First year in the SEC. And by the way, according to On3, after reevaluating their top 30, top 25, their top 30 5-star players, Texas has the most 5 stars in the 2025 cycle. So how about tickle your fancy there by saying that Steve Sarkisian can't recruit in the SEC? Shove that up your keister and go ahead and spread on out. So how about we do that? But I'm just saying, I still have Jeremiah Smith and Caleb Downs coming back next year. And they had the number 2 recruiting class in 2023 or 2024. It's like, it's apples to oranges. Like if you have Texas at number 1, I don't think you're wrong. I don't think you're wrong if you have Ohio State number 1 either, because they just won the national title.
Yeah. And that's going to be both teams have a new starting quarterback coming in and what those guys are going to do and the chemistry that they're going to have with their offense. But going back to the Jim Knowles situation, former defensive coordinator for Ohio State, Jim Knowles, obviously Ohio State winning the national championship. Jim Knowles did a really good job. A lot of those defensive players like JTT, and I know Longhorn fans hear Jack Sawyer, and you probably get UTSD for what he did to basically end that game against Quinn Ewers. But
I love that saying. That's a good saying. I just caught on UTSD. That's good.
Oh, you just heard that before?
I just got that. Good job, Zay. I love that. I love that.
Yo, man, we use that all the time. My man BK, your boy CP uses it. Chris Phillips says it all the time.
I'm having 40-acre fear right now. That's absolutely the case. I love it.
Yeah, man, that UTSD is real. Your Longhorn fans know in way too many ways. But I digress a little bit. Jim Knowles, you just won a national championship, bruh. And rumors have it he didn't get along with some of the other guys on the coaching staff, and they butt heads, and we know there's going to be a lot of turnover on defense. Really, the only guy that you have coming back is the man you mentioned, and Caleb Downs, who I agree too. I think he's the best defensive player in the nation coming into this season. But to leave that, to not put your differences aside, to have so much pride after you win a natty, like, you should be asking for a raise. Like, you deserve a raise at that point.
But he did.
Wanting to dip.
But he did. That's the thing. He had a raise coming.
And that wasn't good enough?
It was all about the fit there. That's it. It was a butting of heads. It was, I don't agree with your ideologies. He didn't get along with a lot of the offensive personnel. He didn't want to be there anymore. And he had options. Oklahoma was going to pay him exactly what he was making at a place like at a place like Ohio State. And he has ties to Oklahoma. And he knows the recruiting land very well at Oklahoma. So he could easily go back to where he started off, becoming one of the rising stars in the industry, and he would have gotten paid. Notre Dame needed a defense coordinator. Al Golden left for the NFL. They would have matched any offer that Ohio State came with. And then you talk about what was offered to him this year. $3.1 million. Now, it's going to end up being the exact same as what he gets paid out at Ohio State this year because of the buyout. But still, you have a roster that's ready to win, which is the biggest problem, in my opinion, because of you're not only going to be the highest paid defensive coordinator, but now there's real expectations out in State College. Like, there's no longer this whole, oh, you just went 10-2. Congratulations. You lost to Ohio State. You still enjoy yourself going to the playoff. Like, I've had this argument with a lot of people recently. So if you look back at Penn State and how they played against Boise State, against SMU, and then against Notre Dame, and then you look at Tennessee, and Tennessee has a healthy Dylan Sampson with that defensive line, and switch their seeding. So Penn State has to now go travel to Columbus, Ohio in round 1, and Tennessee gets to host SMU in Neyland. Is Tennessee not in the semifinals?
Yeah, absolutely.
So that's the point, is that everyone's talking about, oh, well, Penn State was right on the cusp of getting there, and they had great great execution on the offensive line, and they still have two of the best running backs back in college football next season, and they have a quarterback in Drew Aller that people are buying stock into, and they still have some solid defensive players, and they went out in the portal, and they brought in 2 new wide receivers, and they had a top 5 recruiting class, and they lose Tom Allen, but they kind of upgrade with Jim Knowles, and it's like, you guys weren't close. What happened was that you got the luck of the draw in the easiest path to the semifinals, and now you actually have to meet those expectations because of James Franklin has proven, okay, well, now I'm in the playoffs. I can win, but I can win against inferior teams, which we already knew, and I'm paying for my defense coordinator to be an upgrade over Tom Allen, which was never a problem for you because of, look at your last 3 defensive coordinators: Brent Pry, current head coach at Virginia Tech; Manny Diaz, current head coach at Duke; Tom Allen, who previously was a head coach at Indiana. Like, it's not like you've ever had defensive questions on your team. It's always been the offensive side of the football. Now you have realistic expectations. And James Franklin, I hate to be the bearer of bad news. I am somebody that says all the time, I love the phrase, narratives are meant to die on a Saturday. Because there are narratives that aren't supposed to be true. Like Texas can never get BACK, or that Ohio State can't win the big one with Ryan Day. But now we are here with James Franklin. You're 1-9 in 10 years, 1-10 in 10 years against top 10 opponents. You have 1 win in 10 years. You have to do it. This has to be the year because there's no excuse. You had a top 5 transfer portal class, a top 12 recruiting class. Your star running back is back. You have a 5-star tight end waiting in the wings behind Tyler Warren. 3 stars on your offensive line are back. 7 stars on your defense are back. It's the same schedule. It's the same. You have 1 random game, and it's against Ohio State on the road, and you took the defensive coordinator that was there, and you can't afford to lose that game. These are legit expectations. Like, I saw somebody rank Penn State number 1 in the preseason. And I'm sitting here and I'm like, okay, number 1, please pass the ganja because I need to have a nice smoke. Whatever you're indulging in, I would love to enjoy it because that's the only way I can buy into it. Number 2.
That's some good bud. That's some good bud.
Yeah. Number 2, this is actually not far-fetched to say Ohio State has realistic goals this year. I mean, Penn State has realistic goals this year. And they're warranted now with Jim Knowles coming on it.
Yeah. And Old Michael Keaton looking to ask James Franklin. You can't bank on him winning that big game. People want to say, SMU, that was a big win this year. Boise State, that was a big win. I guess. Like, it's in the college football playoff, so sure, but I still don't count those as big wins. Maybe that's me being straight up ignorant, but I don't see it. And you're right, Cole. The expectations with Aller coming back and everything that you just said. Now you got Jim Knowles, who you can't beat Ohio State, but who doesn't know Ohio State more than Jim Knowles? And Jim Knowles is out here firing on some real petty shit. Like, I thought this was AI. Look at this fool. Ohio State sucks, Pat. You serious, bro? Come on.
That can't be real. That can't
be real, right? This has to be AI, but I don't know, man. That dude looks pretty real to me on the other side.
But you can't say Ohio State sucks, because if you say it sucks, then your defense sucked. Like, then why are you not getting head coaching offers if Ohio State sucks so much? You're only getting defensive coordinator offers. Think about that for a second. Because there were jobs out there for you that probably could have been warranted. And it's not, okay, and here's the other thing. It's not like when we talk about some of these coaches that end up getting P4 jobs. Like, a lot of the times you'll see smaller P4 coaches get higher P4 jobs, or smaller G5 coaches get lower tier P4 jobs. At Ohio State, at Alabama, at Texas, at Michigan, when you do a good job, you're right alongside the lower tier P4 head coaches. Like, you're right there. And nobody wanted you. Not a single person in the coaching hire cycle said, no, let's go interview Jim Knowles for the job. So you can't be saying Ohio State sucks, because what they're really saying is, okay, well, then my team sucked last year and we just got lucky.
Yeah, and the great folks that are listening to us on the Texas Sports Unfiltered app at the moment, there is a picture going around social media of Jim Knowles in his Penn State gear wearing a Ohio State sucks hat in State College colors, which is absolutely terrific. This is the type of petty I'm for. You know me, Cole. I'm petty as all get out. Like, this is, if this is real, Jim Knowles, you're one of my favorite human beings, because damn, that's some cold-blooded stuff right there. And Ohio State owes you a lot. Jim Knowles is saying, F them.
Do you know who's moved up my pecking order of favorite players in the NFL?
Who?
CJ Gardner-Johnson. Because
that's a petty son of a B.
Because right after beating the Washington Commanders in the NFC Championship, he said, I love to see what Jaden Daniels does, but I'm so excited to watch him sit at home and watch us go win a Super Bowl. And I'm like, good sir. All these people clutching their pearls and saying vulgarity being said by Philadelphia. It's like, that's football. That's what the type of rivalry, petty BS, that we stand for. Like, there's a reason why we cannot get enough of watching Baltimore take on Pittsburgh, because those are just two teams that hate each other. I want that. I want the petty crap. I love when I get the pettiness out of people, because that's what the game is about. It's literally about saying, nana, nana, boo, boo, we're better than you, suck on this, we think that you're a piece of crap. Like, that's what it is at the end of the day. And if you don't have that type of rivalry, guess what? It's probably not a rivalry to begin with.
Yeah, that's healthy. Like, to me, that's healthy what CJ Gardner-Johnson did, which I know my man Chip Brown still hurt that they let that guy go and get back to Philly, because he's one of the more underrated players in the National Football League. And I'm right there with you. Like, talk your stuff. This is the type of game. Like, we're competitors out here. If I'm better than you, it's okay if I let you know so. All the humble stuff, that shit, mad overrated.
No, it's terribly overrated.
Yeah, you could be humble when you retire. You only have a certain amount of time to play this game at a high level. So when you do, that's why MJ's my guy. MJ went on his Hall of Fame speech and hated on everybody that he thinks thought he was an afterthought or didn't buy into what Michael Jordan could have been and became.
Yeah.
And he let them know. Even after wearing his, I don't know if it's gold jacket or orange jacket in Basketball Hall of Fame.
I think it's gold still.
Yeah, I think it's gold still too. But, hey, I got my gold jacket. You guys, I didn't think I'd have this jacket. I'm going to let you know about it. Like,
I love that. I love right now that Deion's going on his rants about like how Colorado is. He's earned it. Why? Everyone doubting you, saying that, oh, you're not going to be able to make it at a P4 school, and in year 2 we go 9-4 with my players, with my Louis. Like, No, absolutely talk your stuff.
My Louis.
With my Louis. Yeah, exactly. Talk your stuff. Because here's the thing, Zay. It wasn't just Travis and it wasn't just Shadur this year. It was last year, and they went 4-8. This year, they brought a culture in. They had an identity, and they had dudes. And they're going to have dudes next year. So guess what? Talk it. You're allowed to. Anybody that doubts you? Like the first press conference when he called out, who was it? I think it was Brett McMurphy. Was it Brett McMurphy? No, it was Dennis Dodd from CBS Sports saying, do you believe? Do you believe? Well, why you in here if you believe? It's like, okay, it's one game. It's one game against a TCU roster that lost all of its players last year. Let's slow your roll just a little bit, Dion. Don't get too big for your britches. But now do whatever you want. You finished 9-4. You were inches away from being in the college football playoff this past year. You were right there at the finish line. I don't care.
Yeah. And we know nepotism's a big thing. We're obviously seeing Bronny James playing the NBA with his father, but Dion, just giving you a little bit of advice, which I know you ain't listening to my black ass, but I'm just going to say it anyway. You need to make a spot on the roster for your coaching staff for Shiloh, because Shiloh is out here getting torched in the Shrine Bowl. He didn't have the best season. The name on the back of his jersey is the reason why he's in the position that he is. I don't know if he's going to get any real looks in the NFL, but somebody might give him a shot for the practice squad and see what he's about because he is Dion's son. But when that doesn't work out, let the boy come back and be a coach with you. Like, please.
Well, he's gonna go to the United Football League, and he'll be a stud there. He'll be like an All-American. He'll be like an all UFL player immediately.
That's not beneath him. You don't think he's not looking at that and like, oh, this is beneath me.
He gets to bring in a brand new audience there. And now Dion's going to promote the UFL more. And now you get Dion's support. Think about that for a second. So not only is my one son, Shadur, going to take over the Big Apple, and he's going to now become the star of the New York Giants, but my other son is going to become the star of the Memphis Showboats. And I'm going to lead your team. I'm going to have an MVP son in the NFL. I'm going to have an MVP son in the UFL. And now the Sanders are going to own all three football leagues, the NCAA, the UFL, the NFL. We're taking over. We're all enrolled in this stuff moving forward.
God, spring professional football. I still can't get on board. Like I just can't do it. Sorry.
I can't because I have personal reasons. I have personal reasons why I will never get back on board with the spring football.
Let's stay on that. Let me get to some of these great mentions in our sponsors because we got to address that when I'm done here. But shout out to McCall Custom Homes. If you're ready to upgrade your kitchen, remodel your bathroom, or add something new to your outdoor space, call our guys at McCall Custom Homes. They've been serving the greater Austin area for over 40 years. Family owned and operated. The father and son duo have 50 years of experience, y'all. Like, that is a ton. They know what they're doing. They're not like these sleazy guys that have to watch YouTube before they go and do a job. No, you don't want those cats. You want the guys at McCall Custom Homes. Look, when it comes to their renovation, we want to check it out. Check out their new website at McCallCustomHomesATX.com. They're on Facebook. They're on Instagram at McCall Custom Homes. Give our boy Mike a call at 512-633-9580. That's 512-633-9580. Mike is our man. He's constantly listening. What up, Mike? Know you're listening, buddy. Appreciate you, dog. But yeah, man, hit them up. Send them an email at Mike@McCallCustomHomes.com. It's McCall Custom Homes. We build value into your home. All right, Cole. So you have personal reasons why you don't like the USFL, XFL, whatever the hell it's called nowadays. Lay it on us.
I worked for them.
Okay.
I worked for the AAF, the Alliance of American Football. So
awesome.
So the one that was owned by why am I blanking on his freaking name? I hate this son of a bitch. That's why. That's why I've blocked it. I've blocked it out.
Yes, that we don't mention his name.
Yeah, I blocked it out at this point. But I got hired in San Antonio. I was working out for the San Antonio Commanders on the best team in the Western region. We got told at a meeting that everything was fine. We were going to be losing money year one, but we were going to be okay. It was all going to be good. We traveled. We went around. We got all the way up until week 9, right before the end of the season. March 31st rolls around, and we get an email saying, hey, You're going to hear some rumors tomorrow about the league shutting down, not being able to be affordable anymore, and just don't buy into it. It's all good. It's an April Fool's joke. So it was April 1st, literally April Fool's Day. I get a phone call from my GM, have to go into the office, and I had to hear Daryl Johnston say, we got to go ahead and shut down practice. The league is shutting down. So I have to make the walk down to the practice field where they're getting ready for a game. A bunch of grown men, people that I have gained a lot of respect for, and tell the coach, we got to shut down practice. They're shutting down the league. Charlie Ebersol, that's his name, has vanished off the face of the earth. They can't find him. He owes millions of dollars in revenue. And so we then go back up to our office and wait. And 2 hours later, we get told, you don't have a job anymore. I moved my entire life from Houston to San Antonio. Still had 2 more months on my rent. I was not getting paid for the rest of my time. So I had a brand new 1-year contract. I didn't even get a last paycheck.
Oh my God.
Yeah. Charlie Ebersol disappeared off the face of the earth. Couldn't find him. No idea where he went. They couldn't get in contact with him for multiple years. And then I got a phone call saying, hey, do you want to go work for the XFL? I immediately hung up. Because I'm like, I'm not. Because guess what happened? Literally, the next year, COVID. And they shut down that league. And so I was like, I've already been through this nearly twice. I'm not buying in. I can't. Yeah. And you know what? To all those out there that want second chance opportunities, I think the spring football is great. I understand the reasoning behind it. I know there's players that don't want to give up on their careers just yet. They believe that there's still enough juice left in the tank. All for it, in your opinion. For me, I'm out. I can't. When you start to see coaches going, you know what, it's not for me. It's not really worth the pay. It's not really not worth the pay raise. When you watch as players that used to be superstars at major colleges like Clemson or Georgia go, now I got paid enough underneath the table in the McDonald's lunch bag. I'm okay. I don't need this money from the AAF. I don't need this money from the UFL. I'm pretty good. Like when that's what you get to, you've lost me at that point. So I have personal beef with spring football. And I had a person that was like, we'll pay you X amount of dollars. I'm going to leave it quiet, but we'll pay you X amount of dollars to help us write. And I'm like, no, because I've already been burnt before. And I need a written guarantee. You're giving me a full year's paycheck before I sign on. And like, oh no, we can't do that. Why would we do that? What if you're in bad standing with us? I'm like, what if the league shuts down and then I'm not going to get my last $6,000 to pay my rent this month in San Antonio, where I'm living out in freaking the Swallers and somebody tried to break into my apartment twice. So how about that? How about that? Yeah, I still got to pay my rent to stay there for a couple more months at the soap factory.
Damn, bro. Like that hate that you have there, that's valid, bro. And I'm sorry that you went through it. I'm sorry that you went through it, because that is some janky ass business right there. And it's unfortunate, in these businesses that there's just some people that don't know how to run businesses and they don't keep it straight with you. And you have to go through those ups and downs, and a lot of the times the downs are just too much to overcome, like what you went through. So golly, man, I didn't even know you were a part of that. What part of San Antonio were you in? Because I love me some San Antonio, but also okay.
I was living downtown. I was off of what was it? I was next to the Children's Hospital.
Okay.
So literally about a quarter mile from the Riverwalk. And I only did that because so I was going to move to the Quarry. So eventually I was going to sign on for another year, and I was going to stick around in San Antonio at least for one more year. I was going to start doing a Commander show for the radio station during the season on, I think it was Sunday mornings, just to get recaps about what was going on and what was happening with the team. So I was going to be able to get a little bit more of a pay grade, and I was going to go out to the Quarry and stay out there. And I love San Antonio. San Antonio is actually my favorite city in the state of Texas. I love San Antonio more than anything. I do. Get over it. I do. I love San Antonio.
You're wilding.
I am. I'm wilding, but I love Hill Country. I love Hill Country. It's right up there. What is it? It's 2 exits, and I'm on my way to Hill Country. And I also don't mind the dry heat, personally. I'd rather have dry heat than wet heat, personally, after living in Houston for so long. But no, I was living literally right up the road from the Alamo Dome, because our office was in the Alamo Dome.
Okay. Damn, man. Now we got to go to another topic here, because you just opened a whole can of worms.
Why? Because if I said San Antonio was my favorite city,
Your favorite city? Like San Antonio and El Paso are battling it out, in my opinion.
For what? Last place?
5th.
What? Okay, hold up. Number 1's Austin, naturally, for you. Number 2, I'm going to guess, is Dallas.
No, I love the H. I love H-Town. Dallas is number 3.
Now, is 4 Fort Worth, or are you having that as part of Dallas?
That's part of Dallas.
That's so it's DFW for you.
Yeah.
Okay, so what's number 4 then? Because I swear, if you say one of the dumb cities that are coming up next, I know he's on your mind. So what's number 4?
I'll put San Antonio number 4.
And then number 5 is El Paso.
I've never even been, so I'm just saying shit.
Yeah, because nobody wants to go to El Paso. Why would you want to go? You may not come back.
Yeah.
I say, I'll come back from San Antonio. I'll never come back from El Paso.
What separates San Antonio from all the other cities in Texas that makes it the best for you?
I personally love the fact that it's so big and it's spread out. So I enjoy the fact that I get to travel. So there's certain parts of San Antonio that are completely different than other parts of San Antonio. So downtown San Antonio is a lot like Houston. You know, you have your spots and you have your lows and you have your parts that you really, really like. But then you have uptown. Well, you also have, you know, down by the campus at UTSA. That's its own different entity with Six Flags and with SeaWorld over there. You have the Quarry. You have other parts I think are just really, really nice. I love the landscape. I love the fact that there is kind of like that indulgence built into the land type of feel. Like that to me is what I can appreciate about San Antonio. They embrace living in the land where it's not as modern when it comes to all of the architecture. And I can't stand Dallas because Dallas is filled with a bunch of yuppies that are snot-nosed, stuck your nose up. I'm better than you. Daddy's money brought me to this spot. So that's always been a problem to me. And then Austin's fine, but Austin also has its moments that are really cool spots and then spots that have been destroyed by tourism. So it's like,
Okay. Yeah, man. I like me some San Antonio too, but also like the AT&T Center where the Spurs play. That's just straight up in the hood.
Yeah, it's straight up in the hood. They need to
what
move.
are we doing? I know they're trying to make a new spot for the Spurs and stuff, but that's the shit I'm talking about. We're like, come on, San Antonio. Y'all be doing janky things when y'all don't have to.
So I remember when I was living there, I went to a Rampage game because I'm a huge hockey dude. Love hockey. Think hockey's awesome. Cannot wait for them to finally put one out in Houston. Hopefully they do at one point. But like how you guys have the Austin Stars. Like, and where is that? It's like that's like not even in Austin. It's like on
Cedar Park at the HBC.
Cedar Park. That's it. Okay, because I've been to a concert out there. So the Austin Stars, love going to those games. But like I got told, hey, it's probably best if we leave by the end of the third period, right before the end of the third period. And they're like, why? You know, you just don't want to get mugged or shot, or you know, have your car jacked, or stick around and have an extra beer. No, you may not make it out alive. There may be people waiting behind, you know, the dark alley. So it's like, oh, okay, cool. I'm gonna go do that instead.
Yeah, you gotta have your head on a swivel, but yeah, screw what Charles Barkley be saying, man. I love them big old women in San Antonio. Them women, they know some things. You know what I'm saying? Like, have a good time. They make you tamales and enchiladas afterwards. Like, it's a good vibe. Like Charles was tripping when he said that. I know people had a good laugh from it, and Charles had his Houston Rockets and Suns days where the Spurs were a rival once upon a time. But yeah, I've always thought that was uncalled for because, again, the big old women in San Antonio, I know some of y'all probably like, Zay, you're bugging. Hey, don't knock it till you try it.
What, big women?
Try it. The San Antonio big women specifically. Don't
Okay,
knock
well,
it till you try it.
I've had some fun with some San Antonio women, but I haven't had
telling you.
Not the big ones for Fiesta.
Well, you're a smaller guy though. You ain't, you know what I'm saying?
I'm a smaller guy. What are you now calling out my height on the show? Or are we at that level now?
I'm just saying you gotta, play in your range a little bit. It makes sense. That's a lot for maybe someone like you.
A lot for someone like me. You're saying that I can't handle it. It's too hot for me to handle, Zay. Is that what we're doing?
You've never done it.
You're judging. See, you're judging before you even know me. That people judge me. I'm Shrek. You judge me before you even know me. How dare you, Zay? Isaiah Collier.
When you say never been a part of it, I'm just going to assume. That's my fault for assuming. I should not do that. That was wrong with me. I'm man enough to apologize. But telling you, now we're both married, so about them days are over.
I haven't been part of that, but I just want to make you feel bad for a little while. See, I did that. I was good. See, I made you feel bad. That's all. I made you have to go ahead and pull that. This is the guy coming that says Lisa Turtle hotter than Kelly Kapowski.
I mean, yeah, that's still something. But
I didn't say today. I said back in the day in the 1989 special, Saved by the Bell.
True, very true.
Because Lisa's had some work done in all the wrong places.
She does. It's unfortunate.
Mark Voorhees has made me sad.
Yeah, I hope she's doing well, but that's unfortunate. But again, appreciate everybody for rocking with us today on TSU. Chip and Zay, Chip Brown is on vacation, and Cole Thompson is pinch hitting. We always appreciate Cole here. But yeah, Arch Manning getting a ton of love right now. It seemed like Arch just jumped in the limelight. Like before, he didn't want it. Really, everybody was trying to put him there. And again, we knew Quinn was the guy. Sark did a good job of handling all the Arch questions. Definitely thought at times Arch should have been on the field more, especially on 1st and 1 on the goal line against Ohio State. But the pass is the pass, whatever. It'll always be in the back of my memory. But now Arch, he's completely embracing the starting role. We saw him at the A&M Texas game for basketball. He was with everybody. He was on the court, throwing shirts in the stands and stuff. And now he's doing all types of interviews. He's talking about his new NIL deal with Red Bull, which is pretty hefty. And, hey, he's embracing it. Like, he understands that, hey, his time is now. Let's make the most of it, even though he has limited time on the field. Now he's taking it full throttle, and Archmania has officially started, and it's been fun so far, Cole. I'm not gonna lie, like how he goes about answering his questions, the way that he carries himself. I saw him, the other interview that he had was with the broadcast boys.
That was a fun interview.
That was
a very fun interview.
That's a lot more slapstick than what you saw with Marty Smith, but that's where you could see guys' actual personalities. And Arch, he's got some personality. And also, people forget the dude used to be a hooper. Like the dude, he has a video going around that I'm about to bring up of him throwing down a nasty windmill. Check this shit out. Come on, man. Come on, dog. Okay, Arch. I see you, bro. I see you. Peyton couldn't do that.
My favorite part of that interview with the broadcast boys is he was not afraid to call out Uncle Eli being an 8th grader and saying I was keeping up with pace with them. Like, when you're able to do that, I'm not saying that that's a shot at your uncle, an uncle that may or may not this time next week be inducted into the NFL Hall of Fame. But I feel like that you got to carry yourself that way. See, for me, the thing that I've said a lot is one of the quarterbacks that I love more than anybody else going into the 2025 season is Sam Levitt for Arizona State. Because Sam Levitt threw it out there and did not disappoint. I want everybody to know that I'm as good as a quarterback, if not better, than Quinn Ewers. In my first college football playoff stop, a dude that won a conference championship, the same conference that you won last year and set a Big 12 record, the same dude that beat Alabama in the house that Nick Saban built with Nick Saban there, and was a throwaway from going to a national championship. I want to outdo you. You got to carry yourself with that moxie. You got to have that type of swagger. You got to have that type of approach if you actually believe that you can win a title. And there's some humility that comes with it. Afterwards, again, the way that Levitt handled himself and the way that I think Arch would handle himself. But just knowing that you understand, I'm good enough. Like, I don't want a quarterback that's like, I have to prove myself. I came to this program to believe, to say that I was, that I need to go ahead and turn around the corner. It's like, no, what you're saying is I've arrived, so the program has arrived with me. I want that type of mentality. I want that type of physical. Like, you're calling out Uncle Eli, who has 2 Super Bowl rings. Yeah, by the time I was in 8th grade, I was able to hang with him in his workouts. By all means, sign me on up. Welcome to the program. Come on down to the acres. We're welcoming you with open arms. I love that.
Yeah, he said he worked out with him back in middle school and kept up with him when it came to speed. And he also said by high school, I was faster than him. And yeah, I'm right there with you. You need your guys, especially at the quarterback position, to present that type of swagger and just that flair. And that seems like Arch has already figured that out, even though he was the backup. And he also said in the Broadcast Boys interview that he's a huge Josh Allen fan, which I'm sure you love because you're also a huge Josh Allen fan. And both of those guys, a lot of similarities with Arch Manning and Josh Allen and the things that they could do and how they utilize their legs and their athleticism and just having rocket arm. You know what I'm saying? Like, I like that a lot. I like when players who are coming up understand the history of the game and look at big-time players that have played at a very high level and can take bits and pieces of their game and implement that to theirs. Like, I've always been a big fan of that. Like, I think everyone should do that. Now, some guys, you know, to go out and say, I'm trying to be like Lamar Jackson, like, okay, you could do that, but Lamar has certain gifts that not too many have. You know what I'm saying? Like, I wouldn't tell anybody to go out and be like, you know, I want to become a better shooter in basketball. I need to go watch Steph Curry first. Let's fall back a little bit and
pick a new person.
Yeah, pick a new person.
Spin the wheel again. Let's see who he lands on.
Yeah, if you say somebody like Kyle Krover or somebody like that, or like a Klay Thompson, that makes more sense. But Steph, the way that he plays, maybe you could get to that later on if you're lucky, but there's just certain guys that are just out of this world where you can pick somebody that's more relatable. And as good as Josh Allen is, Arch and Josh Allen, very comparable. Absolutely. That might be like his pro comp whenever that starts. You know what I'm saying? Like,
is he going to end up weighing 244 pounds by the end of the day?
That's a little much.
That's what I'm talking about. That's a little too rich for me.
What's Arch right now, though?
Probably about
220.
I'd say probably about 215, maybe.
215, yeah.
I'd say 210 to 215. Which again, I'm not saying that you can't play at that weight. What I'm saying is that you got Josh Allen at 6'4", weighing 240, and moving like a 200-pound dude. It's a little different. It's a little different for me.
Don't put it past big homie Torrey Beckton getting these guys right, man.
I'm not putting it past him. What I'm saying is I would rather keep Arch's speed at 215 than have him gain 30 pounds and lose that speed and still have the ability to run. I'd much rather that. Like, okay, perfect example. You brought up Steph Curry. So a player that I really love is Lenoris Sellers going into this year out in South Carolina. Sellers is now going to be a part of the same system that helped Cam Newton win his MVP in 2015, Mike Shula. They brought in a good tight end. They brought in a good running back room with Rasul Faison from Utah State. They got some pieces. But I'll be completely real. If you automatically say, oh, he's got to be built like the next Cam Newton. Reality check real fast. There is one of Cam Newton in college football. You are never going to be the next Cam Newton. It's the same thing with Steph Curry. Have some realistic expectations. Like, I remember there were people when they were saying, I want to be a sharpshooter like Ray Allen. Okay, bring it down like about 2 notches. That's what you should be trying to get to. Because of Ray, clutch factor, the G built like that. And like the House of Highlights. So Arch was on the House of Highlights saying, building his best quarterback in the NFL. And he brought up Drew Brees, and he brought up Peyton, and he brought up Lamar being the best runner. And then he goes, clutch factor. And it's like, you could say Patrick Mahomes. You could say Tom Brady. But they're their own entity. You can say Eli, and he picked Eli because of Eli in 2 of the biggest games on must-have throws, did that, and that's a reality for a quarterback, being built like Eli with the clutch factor. Tom and Mahomes are just their own freaking thing. Like, here's Eli, here's society, everyone else, and way up there near mountaintop of college football, NFL lore, legend, dynasty are Tom and Mahomes. And you ain't touching that ever. So have some realistic expectations. But I think that, you know what I also appreciate about the interview and every single one? He carried himself with confidence, but he never threw Quinn under the bus. It was a lot of, I knew I needed to wait. I knew I was good enough to be a starting quarterback. I appreciate my time being here, learning underneath him. Never once like what they would have put me in at 4th and 1. Imagine what we could have had. Imagine what the score would have been. Imagine how many points. It's like, no, you understood the assignment. Keep that leadership. And I think that those are all the intangibles to when you're a teammate ready to go to war and it's 4th down and you need that 1 yard. You're blocking your ass off. You're hitting whoever is in your way to guarantee that 16 gets you across the line because the way he carries himself. You want to play for that dude. I thought that was a very underlying thing because in the broadcast boys interview, especially, that's where you get to be your all natural self. No like certain poise or pedigree about acting in a certain demeanor. You get to be the most authentic version of yourself. And he just seems like a guy that was appreciative of everything that he learned underneath Quinn, everything that he learned in his last 2 years. But now it is time for him to be the dude. That's a leader that I want to follow into war.
Yeah. By the way, according to Google, 6'4", 225. So he's bigger than what you think, man. And A&M, they remember when he lowered his head on homeboy and got in the end zone on that first drive. Like, yeah, like this dude, Arch Manning, willing to lower his head, willing to get the extra yards. Like, he's just tough, man. And now him being the guy, like, all you're hearing is good things from winter workouts and how he's carrying himself. And I know that one photo went viral where he's getting Buck and getting crunk, and you can see him yelling, and he's showing that intensity and he's showing that emotion. Again, you're right. He didn't bash Quinn at all, and that's why a lot of people were rubbed the wrong way with Quinn Ewers because they wanted to see that emotion. You know, I say it all the time. Tom Brady ruined us. He ruined us, just like MJ ruined us, because when the greats aren't like that exactly, we break them down and we compare, this is how it needs to be done. This is the prime example. There was no one more intense than Tom Brady. If you were a coach, you could get cussed out any moment. I don't give a damn. You get cussed out. It is what it is. If you're a player, you can get cussed out. It don't matter. Tom Brady was going to make sure everybody was on the same page and everybody was prepared to make the main thing, and that's to win every game possible, which is why he has 7 Super Bowl rings. So when guys don't have that exact personality like Quinn Ewers did, even though Quinn Ewers had some really, really good moments, when they have really bad ones, they look at what else. You know, Arch, I don't think he's ever going to have those emotional problems of being intense ever, because I think that's just how he's naturally wired, which, again, I appreciated the way Quinn did it, but now how Arch is getting it done or going to get it done is pretty refreshing here at the 40 Acres, Cole.
I would say so. I think the other thing that's really refreshing too is that 2 different approaches can work just to pace off your personnel. And when you think about Texas the last 2 years had a roster built that was good enough to win a national championship, whether in the SEC or in the Big 12. And they had a great defensive line, and they had great linebacker play, and they had super talented wide receivers and running backs and stable offensive line protection. So I think that when you look at Quinn, he could play with that not timid but kind of silent assassin mode, and it works for you. But when you have to replace 4 offensive linemen, you have to replace your entire defensive line. You still have 2 really good pass rushers with Trey Moore and Colin Simmons coming on back. Ant Hill, Agent Zero, going to be the dude in the middle. Mookie Taft on the back end. But you get Malik Muhammad coming on in a corner. Some solid playmakers at wide receiver. You kind of need that dude to light a fire underneath your ass and fill you up with that anger and be willing to kind of take over games and go, nope, it's my team. I don't care about what my left tackle's doing right now. I'm gonna make up the load for it. So it's like that's what works for this philosophy with Arch. I think that's wonderful. I think that learning the last 2 years out in the Big 12 and out in the SEC will do wonders for Arch because he has all the understanding. Now he just needs the reps for what Steve Sarkisian and what AJ Milne want. But I just feel like, again, this type of philosophy is needed for this team, where Quinn's philosophy may have worked for that team. You just came short twice. That was it. Down the red zone, both times.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. And Again, he also talked in the Broadcast Boys interview. His favorite route to throw is the post route, which we saw a lot of that when he was in the game this season. Like, he couldn't throw a prettier ball down the middle of the field. Like, that's something that Quinn struggled at, that even though we saw a little dosage of with Arch, he thrived at. And I'm sure Steve Sarkisian is going to continue to put his quarterback in the best position possible to make the throws that he's most comfortable with. So, that, aerial attack with this 2025 team, and you mentioned this, which that's going to be a topic of conversation up until the season starts. You got Ryan Wingo, you got DeAndre Moore. Who is that third receiver that's going to come on in the scene and prove that he deserves the reps? And we don't know right now.
Who would you say right now is your pick?
Oh, man. It's tough, because I want to see what these guys that have already been there are about.
Yeah.
Parker Livingston, Freddie DeBose, Aaron Butler. What are these guys really made of? Ryan Niblett, is he going to be back as a wide receiver, even though they needed him as a running back this past season due to CJ Baxter and Christian Clark not being available? What's that mean? But again, I'm not naive to the new guys coming in that are part of that 2025 class, like Khalid Lockett, like Jamie French and them. Those dudes, they're some bad boys. And Ryan Wingo, we saw this year how he was already prepared for the college football game and the speed of the game. And even though I thought Ryan Wingo at times had some, just bad moments where him and Quinn weren't on the same page, you would see Steve Sarkisian bring him to the sideline and chew his ass out because Ryan Wingo might have ran the same route or just not known what the play was in general. And, it was towards the end of the season in big games. I don't know how that's going to look for the new guys coming in, but I don't know if they're going to go out and get another wide receiver in the transfer portal. Clock is ticking a little bit there because I don't like the way they used Silas Bolden this year. They should have used him in a lot more ways. I don't know if that was because he got here in the summer and Sark and Chris Jackson just didn't believe in him to completely know the playbook. I don't know, which I also think is their fault. You make him believe. You keep him, he's that talented where you keep him in the fold so damn much that we're going to make sure this guy's prepared to where since Isaiah Bond has the ankle injury and he's not reliable, number 11's going to be ready to do anything that we tell him to. That wasn't the case, and I thought the Horns missed out on that. So I hope that doesn't happen here in 2025. But again, Ryan Wingo, DeAndre Moore, it seems like their spots solid. They're there. Now it's just about that third wide receiver and who comes through, and it's going to be a big part of this Texas passing game.
If you ask me right now, Khalid Lockett feels like a pretty good lock. 6'2". Good frame. Number one, looks like he's 30 years old. So the dude is already built.
Does he look that old?
He looks old. He does not look 17. Like I looked at Ryan Williams when he was coming on into Tuscaloosa last year. Dude looked like a 17-year-old. Khalid Lockett looks at least 25. He's got a little chin beard. Definitely 6'2" frame, built like an action figure. That dude feels like it. Here's what I'm going to be really interested in. And just humor me for a second. So Auburn has all of these wide receivers currently in the room. They have Perry Thompson, they have Malcolm Simmons, Cam Coleman. They just got Eric Singleton from Georgia Tech, a guy that we were talking about potentially going to Texas. They got in Horatio Fields from Virginia. They have two young guys coming on in. Casey Kane, not the same Casey Kane that was in Texas, but a different Casey Kane. But there's so much room there. Somebody's got to enter the portal. Texas needs a third receiver with years of eligibility. I think that their third receiver right now is currently playing on a different squad. I think that their third receiver, the guy that is the breakout player, is an Austin in the summer. He enters the portal after the summer. After spring practice. I think that's what we're looking at. That's going to be the third guy. And that's where I think Texas is really going to strike. Because I like some of the moves they brought in the portal. The Purdue defensive lineman. They got the kid from Travis Shaw from North Carolina. They just got Hero Canoe from Ohio State. And Shaw feels like a dude that is probably going to start. The other two are rotational guys. If you're not ready to play Justice Terry, the 5-star, immediately, you got to add in depth. And I think that's where Texas is really going to connect. So what's really interesting also to say is that if you look at the college football playoff teams, the ones that were in the semifinals, look how barren they were in the transfer portal. I think combined, they have a grand total of 13 transfers between the 4 schools. Like, it's very limited. So they haven't had time to be able to go put enough emphasis on bringing in the right talent. Those are going to be schools that I think we're going to see take that next jump forward in the portal. And they're really going to add in guys in the spring transfer portal window. And then when they do that, then we'll have a better understanding about who sits where in the way too early rankings. Especially because of, you really want to doubt like Ohio State and Texas because of they didn't do anything in the portal, but yet you're like, oh, but it's still spring portal. We still have top tier recruiting classes. We still have players all coming back in. I think that the third wide receiver is currently on a different team right now.
Okay. I like it. I'm absolutely with it. I could definitely see that being a thing. Again, who would not want to play for Steve Sarkisian and Chris Jackson as a wide receiver and be a part of the scheme and everything they like to do, because it gets you ready for the NFL. Like, you could ask Matthew Golden, you could ask Adonai Mitchell, both of those guys transferred in, and Matthew Golden, his stock is just rising as the days go by, and his film is crazy. Like, after our show or after we're off, SEC Unfiltered gets done, y'all go back and look at those catches that Matthew Golden was making this year, because the dude was ridiculous, man. Like, one-handed catches in the red zone and stuff, and his speed is underrated too. Like, the dude, he made him some serious money this year. And if you're Steve Sarkisian and you're going out and you're making your pitch to some of these wide receivers in the portal, you'd be like, hey, you see number 2, what he did for us last year? You see what Adonai Mitchell did for us the year before? You could be that, dog. We got that in you, or you got that in you. We could make you that. So
and what's also really interesting with both of them is neither one was supposed to be the guy. Yeah. Like, it was supposed to be Xavier Worthy. It was supposed to be Isaiah Bond. Like, I remember we were talking about Matthew Golden was more so like, oh yeah, he's on the roster. Yeah, he's here. Like, the kid from Houston, cool. And he ended up being my third most impactful transfer portal player of 2024, like in the SEC. That's how highly I regarded him. Just how big of an impact he made for that team. Higher than Bond, higher than Bolden, higher than a lot of other playmakers around the SEC. He did that. So that's your selling pitch. It's like, you're underutilized at your school right now. We got a guy that we didn't think was going to be much for us that now is probably going to be a first-round pick. And if he's not a first-round pick, he's a high-end number 2 pick.
Absolutely.
That's a selling pitch that you go with.
Yeah, you're right. He was that third receiver we were talking about. We were talking about Bond. We were talking about Bolden. And we're like, yeah, Matthew Golden's going to be good. But these other guys, though, yeah, like, that's what it was. All of us did on TSU, myself included. So for Matthew Golden to surprise us the way he did, DeAndre Moore, like, I talk about this all the time with him, because the dude, he's one of those just core leaders in the locker room that does everything the right way. Like, I saw a video on him the other day doing Pilates. Hell, Arch actually mentioned it in one of his, mini interviews that he did recently. Like, yo, I did Pilates one time. I know our guy DeAndre Moore does it. Like, that dude, whenever his times to be eligible for the draft, which I could see him being a 4-year guy, even though he'll be eligible next year. He just seems like that type of cat. He's going to surprise a lot of folks and make some big time money. But how good he was this year, how consistent he was this year, not just catching the ball, but blocking. Like, that's where a lot of guys, they get it twisted in the Steve Sarkisian system, because they just see the flash. They just see, okay, how many touches am I going to get? Nah, bro, like, you better block.
Yeah.
If all the screens and motion stuff that Sark likes to do, you better be ready to block. We got to have real football players on this team. We can't have these prima donna diva wide receivers that if they're not touching the ball, then they're not locked into the game. Like, hell no. So, again, this coaching staff, Chris Jackson, Sark, AJ Millie, etc., they've done a really good job of bringing in football players that aren't afraid to get their nose dirty and mix it up. Like, you need those type of cats to get to where you want, and that's a national championship.
They have to play that way too. Like, everyone understands. Like, when you sign on to play on the 40 acres, you understand there's a certain brand of football that I have to play. Not a certain style of football, a certain brand of football. Physical. And that's everywhere. Physical running to the weight rooms. Physical switching out reps. Physical whenever I'm blocking. Physical, I got to play on special teams to get a roll. I got to be able to be willing to block when it's on punt return. I got to be able to kick out a roll when it's on kickoffs. I have to do everything because I'm not. If I'm not willing to do the dirty work and I'm ready to get my hands dirty, I'm not going to be welcome here. And that's the culture that is set by anybody that comes on in. Like, that is the other part that's really important here, is that when you bring in a certain type of player, they have to understand, we're not changing our style because of you're all flash and finesse. You want to be a part of this team, you better get your hands dirty. And that's a culture.
Yeah. And the NFL loves that too. Everything that you just said, like NFL, they want players like that. Why do you think Jordan Whittington is having so much success, even though he doesn't have the crazy reps because he got Puka Nacua and what's my man's name that everybody wants to trade down there? Cooper Kupp. Yeah, like Sean McVay loves that type of guy because how can you not? And he was doing those types of things under Steve Sarkisian when he was here at Texas. So
let me ask you, Zay, think about this for a second. Who were two of the most beloved players in Texas football over the last 5 years?
Sam Ehlinger, Bijan Robinson, Jordan Whittington.
That's one I'm thinking of. Who's the other one?
I need hints, man. I'm drawing a blank here.
Roshan
Thompson?
Rojo.
Okay.
Rojo.
Yeah.
Those two. Yeah. Because when you think about those two, they did everything. They did not care. They were just team players. Rojo was a quarterback. And they're like, hey, you want to be on the field? We got to move you to running back. I don't know how to throw a football, coach, but I know how to run one. I know how to tuck and run it. And then he got drafted. That's the mentality that you need. That's the role players that you need. That's the persona that I want in my locker room.
Good point.
And that's what I got with Jay Witt, and that's what I got with Rojo. When I had those two, and guess what? Rojo, he's going to have a role in the NFL for as long as possible because if he's that type of player. Jay Witt got on the field as a 6th-round pick because of they just love the fact he did everything. Culture's big. Culture carries a lot of weight. The two things I think at the end of the day that will make teams be able to, I would say, separate themselves down the stretch towards a college football playoff run. Number one is depth. You got to have depth because if an injury occurs, 17 games, your body starts to deteriorate. You got to be able to turn the next man up. Number two, culture. I thought last year Texas had both, and that's why they were in the semifinals.
Yep. Well said. Well said. But we're going to get back to the Arch Manning talk to finish that up a little bit. I'm going to talk about Texas basketball, y'all. The big game they have tomorrow at the Pete Maravich Center against the LSU Tigers and a little bit more. But before that, though, got to get to some of these terrific sponsors and mentions that we have, like Covert Beat Cave. You know, Wifey and I got to bring the Buick Encore GT out this weekend. It is a must. It is your boy's birthday weekend, turning 34 on Monday. I will be there. I will be here at TSU for Chip and Zay. But again, got to celebrate. And how can you not celebrate in the lovely Buick Encore? And even if it's not a celebration, you want a Covert BK vehicle to get around the great part of Central Texas. New or pre-owned, it doesn't matter. They got you with both. Buick, GMC, Ram, Jeep, Dodge, Chrysler, and Cadillac are the 7 terrific brands that they have to choose from. If you want to check it out yourself, hit them up at covertbeatcave.com. The hospitality's good. The outstanding service and customer satisfaction is always A1. My man Daniel hooked us up. Then he sent us over to Marcus, and Jerome was the one that orchestrated it all, and everybody else that works at Covert Beat Cave. A-okay in my book. And again, it's not about me in that quota. It's not about, making that sell. They don't have those, sleazy salesmen that don't really care about your well-being. They're just about making a buck. That's not what they do at Covert Beat Cave. Check them out. See it for yourself. Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever. All right, Cole, just finishing up a little bit on this Arch Manning talk. He also mentioned A.J. Milwee, who I don't think gets enough credit for what he does, because we see Steve Sarkisian as the quarterback guru, which again, Sark had a solid college career at BYU. Sark's done a lot of good things as an assistant, going back to his time with Pete Carroll. I know he had those murky times when he was the head coach at SC and the head coach at UW, but he did his thing in the NFL with the Falcons. We know he did his thing for Nick Saban in Tuscaloosa. Roll Tide, yeah, there we go. Gotta say that there, whatever. But A.J. Milwee, the quarterback coach for Texas, doesn't get enough credit because of all the things I said about Steve Sarkisian. A.J. Milwee, 39 years old, still making his way in the game. I thought a big thing that he did a few years ago, back in the 2022 season, Quinn Ewers' first year at Texas, he went from the booth in 2022 to on the field so he could break down what Quinn's seeing out there and what he sees out there these last few years. And that obviously helps Steve Sarkisian be more of the CEO of the team and not have to worry about all the little things. So
wait, Zay, did you say in 2023 he moved down from the booth?
Yes.
Okay. So what happened in 2023?
You get to a college football playoff.
What happened in 2024?
Get to a college football playoff.
Yeah, I think you want to stay on the field from here on out.
Absolutely.
I think that's a pretty good thing that you want to do at this point.
Yeah, 100%. So A.J. Milwee, Arch said that that's his hardest critic, and I'm glad A.J. Milwee's getting some love here because, again, Sark gets so much attention of being the reason why the quarterbacks have success. No, A.J. Milwee, he does his thing too.
He does his part. And he deserves to get respect. He does. I think because of also it's a due diligence. The quarterback position is the most influential role in professional sports, if not in just all of sports, but definitely in football. And you have to have the same wavelength as your quarterback. You have to be able to understand what they're going through. You have to understand the progressions, what they're seeing on the field. They have to be able to communicate with you. And whether or not we want to say that Quinn Ewers lived up to expectations that were set at a bar that was almost unobtainable from the second that he arrived in Austin from Ohio State, the reality is that he's going to go down in history as a top 3 passer in yards, top 3 passer in touchdowns, top 3 passer in completion percentage, top 5 passer in passer rating. He took his team to a conference title, something that only you could say about Colt McCoy since 2009. He took us into a college football playoff appearance, which was the only quarterback in the college football playoff era that's been able to do so. So Milwee had to be on that same wavelength at him and had to be able to have those harsh conversations. And Quinn is better because of it. I think that's the same thing that's going to happen with Arch Manning, is knowing that you have a relationship with a coach that's not going to sugarcoat it, that's going to put you in a position to where you will be better because if he is willing to offer you the advice that you may not want to hear, and he's on the field with you and being on the same wavelength, that's only going to be better for the room. And then guess what happens when Arch leaves? If Trey Owens is still a part of the roster, he's going to have that same relationship if A.J. Milwee's there. So we don't give enough credit because of Steve Sarkisian was the quarterback. He was the guy that played the position. He was the guy that helped develop the quarterback with Matt Leinart and what he did with Mac Jones. But Milwee is a big reason why Texas is where it is today. And a lot of the times the unsung heroes don't get their shining moment until we kind of forget about them, until the later years, later on when you have struggles. that might be AJ Milwee at this point. But I'm glad that you have a guy in Arch Manning who is willing to come out and openly say, this is what happened. This is why I'm here. Make sure that when we bring up Sark, we also bring up we bring up AJ Milwee. Just like whenever he brings up the play design, it's like we bring up Sark, but we better bring up Kyle Flood because Kyle Flood's the OC. We got to bring him into this conversation too. It's a testament of what is, I think, the dynamics of that program, and that everyone plays a role and everyone is delivering on their role.
Absolutely. And Arch, like, he understands that, he said he talked with Eli and Eli told him, yo, man, it's okay to get chewed out in front of everybody and yelled at. Because with the position that you're at, when people are going to assume that there's favorites out here and that your shit don't stink because of your last name, no, that ain't the case, bro. You can get it just like everybody else. If you muck up, job's on the line. If AJ Milwee does a bad job with Arch Manning, he gone. Like, this is Texas. We ain't got time to wait for that. So AJ Milwee knows he has to hold every quarterback. Doesn't matter if you're Arch Manning or not. Doesn't matter if you had freaking Drew Brees or Tom Brady in, to the same standard. And I could appreciate it. When Arch talked about that a little bit, I really dug that, especially as a coach's son. Because, yo, man, CC, my pops, it used to be on. That dude, the things that he would say to me in front of everybody, like, our gym was small, Cole, at Bowie High School. Now they got another gym, which I envy those guys because that gym is crazy. It's like a small D2 gym or something like that. But our gym was small back at the time I played. So CC would make sure if I messed up on something, everybody heard it. Good. Where people after the game would come be like, yo, Zay, hang in there, bro. Like, damn. And you got to go home to that shit.
You got to go home to it.
And you got to go home to that shit, too. Okay,
let me ask. Did CC turn it down a little bit when it came to being at home? Or was he still okay, cool. So I can appreciate that. Because CC understood, your pops realized pretty quickly, when I'm at home, I'm dad. When I'm in the gym, I'm your daddy. Like, he made it abundantly clear on what was the separation between the two. He did. And I can appreciate that. Because guess what? He didn't treat you any different. He didn't treat you any different than the five-star point guard that's going to go get looked at by UNLV. He said, my son is a player here. He's just a kid that wears a number. I'll treat him like dirt. And then when you come home, he has a conversation like, all right, so was Coach tough on you today? And they just give him that dumb look like, what are you talking about? Was Coach tough on me today? You were there. You were the one screaming at me. Oh, you got to remember, son, he's always putting you in the right mindset. Like, it's just like, what are you doing here, dude? Like, at least CC was able to be that guy.
Yo, Double D, absolutely. Double D is being a coach's kid similar to being a preacher's kid. Did you go to college to act a little crazy? Hell yes. Absolutely. I was wilding out. Like, yes, I could agree to that. Like, you wild out. I'm sure there's others that have been a lot more calm and tame than I was. But, oh, yeah, I went from the ATX to Paris Junior College. And then that year one, it was a blur. Let's just say that. I was 19 years old. It was a blur.
What was your favorite memory that you can actually remember?
The time that I spent with my teammates, Cole. That was my favorite memory. The good time.
What were you guys doing? What were you doing with your teammates?
Hey, watching film. That's all.
Yeah. Is that what the kids call it these days? That's what the kids call it these days?
Yeah, focusing on our studies,
studies.
By the way, I had no idea Mookie Taft had a Lamborghini.
Come on, man.
I didn't know that. Mookie Taft seems more blue collar to me. Like, the fact that old Mookie's rolling around Lambo in, like, I feel you, Mookie. No wonder he came back.
Let him feel himself.
Let him feel himself. You're right.
How about this? He probably just got the Lambo. Like, the deal was for him to come back. We'll give you the Lambo.
That's a good deal.
Maybe he was driving a 1989 Ford Bronco, and they said, son, you're coming on back. Your story's not done. Here's a Lamborghini. Yeah. This is chapter 1 of the new book.
Yeah, Mookie Taft's like, yo, I'm still from Westlake, y'all. Like, let's keep it a buck here. Like, I'm going to be a little bit flashy, even though his playing style as blue collar as it gets.
Oh, it's as blue collar as it can be. Like, that's a dude. And when you say, like, have you seen the guy that, like, he makes fun of every single, like, group out there, whether it be like Democrats, Republicans, different organizations, and he puts them in certain cars. Like, have you seen that guy on TikTok?
Nuh-uh.
Okay, so he'll like do like a tribal warrior. It's like Subaru Outback 2010. When I think of Mookie Taft, I think of Ford F-150 2015. A little bit of a rip, a little bit of a lift with a chrome finish. Like, I'm just like blue collar, fits the bill. Just like, because that's his play style. Like, that's what you imagine when you think of Mookie.
Yeah, like over 300,000 miles, can't get rid of it. Just, I feel the same way, man.
Been to the shop and had to be told about his engine that's about ready to die on him. Got to go downhill and hit the clutch before it actually hits the sidewalk. Like, that's Mookie. Like, that fits his mold pretty good.
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm glad he's rolling around the Lambo. Stun on him, Mookie. Like, let them know you about your business on and off the field, dog. One of my favorite players ever. I couldn't be happier that he came back. Like, that guy, you talk about culture for this team. Nothing represents that more than Michael Taft. So, yeah, man. But, shout out to Arch Manning doing this thing, Red Bull, getting all these interviews and stuff. Like, he looks ready. And here we go, Texas fans. I know y'all been waiting for this for a long time. A lot of y'all probably wish it happened sooner, but now we're here. Enjoy the ride. But all right, Cole, I want to ask you a little bit about Jalen Milroe. We got about 18 minutes left here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Chip and Zay, Cole Thompson in the building, filling in for the great Chip Brown. You being an Alabama fan, you saw the ups and downs this year with Jalen Milroe. He's out at Mobile, Senior Bowl, not doing the best. He had a fumbling problem this year. Comes back that with his measurements that his hands are smaller than Kenny Pickett's was when he got measured, which was a big thing. What are your thoughts about Jalen Milroe now taking the next step, and what does this mean for him, especially finding out that those measurements aren't what normal NFL scouts love?
So there's a couple of things I want to say. Let's start off with the fact that people were wondering, should he have gone pro? Whether or not I agree that the way he got there, he should have, I personally say yes. And here's the reason. There's not much more that you can show after 2 years of leading your team to a college football playoff, getting a win over LSU, getting a win over Georgia, and then losses to Oklahoma where you were at fault, where you're going to be able to better your draft stock. In fact, when you come back, all it does is the more reps they have on you, the more film they can nitpick at. The more they can say, here's a problem that you can't correct. Here's a problem that you haven't been able to fix. Here's a problem that is still an issue. Here's a problem that you have now shown 3 years in a row. This is just your play style. And so if your draft grade was a second-round pick going into the pre-draft process, it ain't going to get much higher. It's either going to stay a second-round grade, and you're going to go play another year in school, and maybe you're going to end up hurting your stock, or you're going to get drafted and just going to delay the inevitable of you being a second-round pick. The hand thing is an issue because of they had an issue with Kenny Pickett. And the only reason why Kenny Pickett was probably a first-round pick was because of he was at Pitt. Pittsburgh needed a quarterback because they just got rid of Ben. It was his last year. He literally was in the building. He had been at Heinz Field forever. That was the place that Pitt played at. That was the place that Pitt practiced at. So it's like it's a homecoming feel, but he probably would not have been the guy if it was any other team. Like, he probably would have gone in the second round. So we already knew that he was going to be a second-round pick. Well, now it's probably a third-round pick. The accuracy is an issue. One thing that I'm very excited about if you're an Alabama fan is that the quarterbacks that you're bringing on in, I think, are going to be more accurate, and they're going to fit the style of offense that Kalen DeBoer wants to run a bit more, where they will be leading your receivers 10 times out of 10, building that relationships and the dynamics that you need to be able to flourish in the SEC. With Milroe is an awesome athlete. Just watching him play is so much fun. But fun leads to sometimes fear, and fear leads to fumbling issues and mistakes and countless errors that put yourself in a bad situation that eventually hurts your team rather than helps it. So I'm looking at everything that I'm seeing from Brett Dow and Mobile, and I'm watching him play, and I'm watching him practice, and I'm watching him still make the same wrong reads and still overthrow balls and still hit receivers that end up being in turnovers. And it's just still the same issues. Here's the good news. He's super athletic. He has all the traits and all the mobility that in the right system, he can absolutely be a solid bottom tier starting quarterback in the NFL. In the wrong system, he's out of the league in 2 years. But that's really where I'm at with Jalen Milroe. I knew it was going to be a risk going into the NFL. I thought it was the right risk that you had to take. But now you had to be able to set yourself apart. What do we know about Quinn right now? Nothing. We haven't seen anything on Quinn. He didn't go to any All-Star games. He wasn't at the East-West Shrine Bowl. He's not in Mobile. He's going to meet with teams at the Combine, and we're going to see his pro day film, and we're going to see his film at the Combine. And whatever he looks like there, that's what we go off of, plus the 3 years of starting experience in Austin. That's what we got. That might end up being better for him. That might be it. But there really isn't this third quarterback that sticks on out. It's Shadur, it's Cam, it's Shadur. And then you throw in who you want at QB3. But that also is like, it may be a blessing for Jalen Milroe. It may be a negative for Jalen Milroe. I went into Mobile thinking that Jalen Milroe could be something, could be exciting. I left Mobile, or left the Senior Bowl thoughts, knowing that he could be exciting in the right system. Nothing has changed for me on him.
Yeah, and it's unfortunate because you look at that Georgia game where he completely showed out, and I thought at that time, Cole, oh, this guy's going to be going to New York. This guy's going to for sure be SEC Player of the Year. Like, all this talent around him, it seems like Kalen DeBoer's figured it out. And then the next weekend, which they weren't on the field very often because I think Vanderbilt ate up all of those minutes with 40-something. But still, like, after that Georgia game, he just declined. And it was very odd to see that happen. And again, I wish him the best. The athleticism, not too many guys have that. But you got to be able to make those throws. In the National Football League, when everybody's that much faster and that much more athletic too, him having these struggles now, worrisome, you know, and having the fumbling problems and stuff like that. Like, bro, you're too slow to be fumbling like that. Come on, bro. Like, where they do that at? How is this happening to you?
Why is this happening to you?
Why is this happening to you? Exactly. So to what Jake's saying, Milroe to me is what Lamar haters think Lamar is. One read QB who tries to cowboy it too much and is just not a consistent thrower. Like, I agree with that, Jake. Like, I want him to be better. I hope he has a good career. I'm not praying for anyone's downfall like this, but it's interesting just to hear all the negative energy out of the Senior Bowl. Meanwhile, our guy Barron Sorrell thriving.
Yep.
Barron Sorrell out here balling, boy, turning heads. Telling people, oh, man, Chip said yesterday when he talked to one of his reliable sources who had Barron Sorrell before the Senior Bowl going in that 4th to 6th round. Now he's like, yo, this guy's 4th round, maybe sooner than that.
Maybe late round 3.
Maybe late round 3 if he goes and shows out at the Combine and Pro Day and stuff. And shout out to Texas football on their Twitter. They put out a little compilation clip of Barron Sorrell going crazy at the Senior Bowl. Much love there. But yeah, shout out to Barron Sorrell doing his thing. And again, another one of my favorite players on this past team, which I have a lot of favorite players. Y'all know that. Y'all been listening to us here at Texas Sports Unfiltered. Like, that's why it hurt me so bad to see them go out the way they did against Ohio State, because you're not going to have this many special players, this much leadership. These guys are so talented who are now going to have really good NFL careers, like a Andrew Makuba, like a John A. Barron, Gunnar Helm. The list goes on. And Barron Sorrell, he's definitely a part of that list. Glad to see him having success at the Senior Bowl. But all right, y'all, before the right call, though, got to get to another one of our terrific sponsors, and that is Leaf Landscape Supply. If you're looking for a full service and wholesale and retail plant nursery and landscape supplier in the ATX, go visit Leaf Landscape Supply in both of their locations. Up north, Pond Springs, down south off 290 in Monterey Oaks. Both locations are terrific. Whether you're looking for large quantities of supplies to fulfill any type of landscaping job, trendy house plants, a collection of specialty plants and rare plants, Leaf Landscape Supply is your one-stop shop for everything you need. So check out their website at leaflandscapesupply.com. And remember, when you go make a purchase, let them know you heard from your boys at Texas Sports Unfiltered. You heard from your man, Zay Collier, and you get 10% off. 10% off. Can't beat that at Leaf Landscape Supply. All right, Cole. The NBA All-Star teams were announced in full yesterday. And
yes, they were.
A lot of guys got snubbed, like a Trae Young, which, man, even me being the hater that I am of former Oklahoma players, I even thought this was bogus because Trae Young averaging like 22 and 11, leading the league in assists, not to make it is pretty bogus. But again, he's from Norman, so I can't feel too bad. But in the Western Conference, you got Steph Curry, Kevin Durant, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, LeBron, Joker, Anthony Davis, Anthony Edwards, James Harden, Jaren Jackson Jr., Victor Wembanyama, Jalen Williams, and Houston Rockets' own Alfred Sengun. You've seen Alfred Sengun, I'm sure. That guy, basically a baby Joker. He's absolutely terrific. Has a lot of old school game, can pass, just left or right hand. It doesn't matter. Great footwork. I'm glad Sengun is representing the Rockets, who are sitting at number 2 in the Western Conference right now.
I'm happy about it. I am. I think there were some big snubs in there, but I do believe that when you bring in somebody who's a part of a culture and has been through the rebuild and is living up to expectations and seems to be now locked in as the long term, and hopefully they can get an extension done to where he doesn't sign a lucrative max deal elsewhere in the offseason, you appreciate that. And you appreciate what Ime has been able to do to make him up to that next level to where he's not Joker, but you'll take him as the pauper. You'll take him as the little one. You'll take him as the, as the class clown. He's not Joker, but we call him class clown. We're okay with that. It's fun. It's fine. We're cool. Like it's something. We got something growing there. But there were some snubs. There were some big ones. Now, who do you think was the biggest snub in your opinion?
After Trae Young.
So you think Trae Young was the biggest snub?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then probably LaMelo Ball.
Okay.
But I gotta see. I don't know the NBA standings by heart, and that always has a lot to do with it. So, I see somebody in our comments section, Jake, saying that's a bonus.
That to me is the biggest snub.
They're 10th in the playoffs right now, though.
He has an NBA best 42 double-doubles, and he's averaging 14.5 rebounds per game to go along with 20.9 points and 6.6 assists. I'm sorry. If you have 42 double-doubles, 42, that deserves a spark in the All-Star game. Double-double my ass.
So who are you putting them over? Jalen Williams, Oklahoma City, Jaren Jackson Jr., which the Grizzlies are 3rd. So that's tough, but
I don't think I can remove him, but Kevin Durant.
Oh, stop it.
KD.
Stop.
Do you think KD's having a great year?
Yes.
Do you think that KD's having a great year?
Yes. Hell yeah. He's old as hell. Killing.
Old as hell, and that guarantees that you're having a great year because you're old as hell.
I mean, to do what he's doing at his age, yeah, I gotta put KD there, man. Even James Harden's balling.
Harden's fine, I guess.
I see that. That's you being petty as a Houston.
Yeah, it is being petty because the man got fat and then decided to get himself traded, and then got fat again and decided to get himself traded.
Hey, shout out to the Pat brothers back there, but
no,
that's a big snub. Sabonis is a snub. Yes.
Do you think that Devin Booker's a snub?
No.
I understand why he's not. I understand why you think he's a snub if you do. I agree. I don't think he's as big as a snub. I think Mel is a bigger snub.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. So that was the West. On the East side, it's Giannis, Jalen Brunson, Donovan Mitchell, Jason Tatum, Karl Anthony Towns, Jaylen Brown, Cade Cunningham, who's having a terrific year, Darius Garland, Tyler Hero, Dame Lillard, Evan Mobley, and Pascal Siakam. So that is the All-Stars. We'll see how that event is in a couple of weeks because they've kind of redid the format and it's different. It's weird.
Stupid.
It is
No,
weird.
It's dumb. It's dumb. It's dumb. It's just like the Pro Bowl. And here's the thing.
Oh,
and I know
Pro Bowl's awful.
Pro Bowl's awful. I'm sorry. You know what? You want to know when you know it's bad? When your fifth guy that's on the list declines to go. So you got to go to your sixth guy as a reserve. When your fifth guy says, nope, I don't want to go. It's no longer a game. Like, just cancel it. Like, I get it. Why? Why? Like, okay, seriously, why? You're playing a flag football game and you're doing random nonsense throughout the day, like a tug of war. Did you see the game? Did you see the Pro Bowl games last night?
Yeah, I saw the receiving thing where they had to put on the mascot hands and try to catch the ball. That was weird.
I thought that was fun. I thought that was one of the better events. How about the spike test?
That was horrible.
What the hell?
Horrible.
Oh, and by the way, it doesn't make it any better when you have Terry Crews, muscle man himself, now spiking a football. And just to go ahead and get the jokes out of the way, oh, we hit a 0. It's like, oh, what am I doing here? The machine broke on me. It's like, oh my God, you can't even act like it's actually fun anymore. Come on. Like, everyone is annoyed at you, Terry.
I like Terry when he had the porn addiction. That's the Terry that I'm rooting for.
Wait, which one?
Terry Crews used to have a porn addiction. Yeah.
Did he really?
Yes, he did. Yeah, and his wife stuck by him, and he went on one of those famous, morning talk shows and was crying on there about it. I was like, bro, if you like your gangbangs, then who cares? Embrace it. Like, you're still making that bag.
Or just carry it home. Just leave it. Just leave it out in the wild.
Leave it out wild. Like, we don't need you to be doing anything public, but come on. You're just a guy. Porn addiction. You're just a man. Terry, own it. But
sure.
All right.
I think you should own being a part of White Chicks. I still think that's his greatest moment of all time.
That's probably his greatest role.
I'm sorry. Okay, I don't even think of what's her name anymore. I think of Terry Crews whenever 1,000 Miles comes on.
Oh yeah,
that's how you know you made a cultural impact. When I
making my way downtown,
he's walking fast, pace is passing, but he ain't homebound.
That's a
jam.
I
need you.
That's
I miss you. Wonder. Like, that's just Terry. Okay, who sings that song? Because I'm blanking on it.
I don't know who sings
Who cares? It's Terry Crews' song.
Yeah,
that's what it is. You made a cultural impact.
It's a classic. But all right, y'all, before we finish up and hand it over to the SEC Unfiltered guys, the Texas Longhorn men's basketball team is trying to bounce back after that brutal loss Wednesday night against the Ole Miss Rebels. They got LSU tomorrow. These are must wins. Like, you got to get wins stacked up to give yourself a chance to make it to the NCAA tournament, especially against these bottom tier teams in the SEC like in LSU. And it doesn't mean that LSU is bad. It's just the SEC is that good. You got LSU, Arkansas, and Vanderbilt these next 3 games. And now Vanderbilt's ranked because of their win over Kentucky. So again, there's no off nights in this conference at all. You're on the road. Auburn was in a 6-point game with these guys with 5 minutes to go before they pulled away. So you can't allow that loss to Ole Miss to affect you. You got to come in this game guns blazing. Ole Miss, they got some dogs on their team. Cam Carter, he's a problem. I'm sure some of y'all Big 12 folks from these last years remember him at Kansas State. He's averaging around 18 a game. Jordan Sears, who comes off the bench for LSU, is their next leading scorer at 14 points a game. They average 15 turnovers. So you got to force turnovers on these guys. Ole Miss only had 4 turnovers. Not enough. Not enough to Texas's 11. You could say that was the difference in the game. So as good as Texas defense has been, these last few weeks, which it's been so much better. RT has challenged these guys. Against Missouri, the defense was money. Against A&M, to have a 22-point comeback, that was money. Defense is where it starts. I know the cliche saying, offense wins games, defense wins championships. Hey, for the Texas Longhorns, that couldn't be more true. If Trey's off, if Kaluma's off, if Pope is off, you got to be able to rely on your D to make the game close and to make it nasty. Nobody cares how nasty the win was if it's a win. You know what I'm saying?
Who cares right now if offense wins games, defense wins championships? Offense wins you a quarter. Wins you a half. Defense wins you a freaking game. And you need as many wins as possible to put yourself into the tournament. Sorry. That's all I care about at this point. Can your defense do enough when you're trailing to be able to keep that lead where it is and allow your offense second chance opportunities to strike? That's what I want to see moving forward. Because if you can have that, you're in a decent spot. When you look at their schedule, who do they have after these next two games?
They got Arkansas after LSU on Saturday, and then they have Vanderbilt.
Okay. So you need to probably win over your next 6 games with matchups against Arkansas, Vanderbilt, LSU, Kentucky, South Carolina, and South Carolina. You got to win at least 3. You got to pull off an upset with 1. You got to be able to, I think, make things interesting with 2 more. And I think that you have to be able to beat up on a team like South Carolina, and you probably need to take care of business against Alabama. You got to take care of business against Vanderbilt because the Alabama game is going to be tough. Mark Pope's got his team rolling right now for Kentucky. They just marched in. They beat Rocky Top. So you got to be able to, I think, have at least that 3-3 split.
Yep. I agree. But Cole, appreciate you today, man. You were money per usual. Always love you filling in for Chip Brown, hopping on the show. You do a terrific job of everything you do. Let's bring on the SEC Unfiltered guys on this Friday. Chris Phillips, Lucas Hill. Gentlemen.
Why are you driving a car?
I am on the way home from the
Chris,
gym.
you hear it?
Yeah, can you hear me? Hold on.
Yeah, we got you.
Yeah, you can hear me now? Okay.
Yeah.
I'm on the way home from the gym. I wanted to squeeze it in, and yeah, so that's just, I'm like 5 minutes from my house.
Good God, at least do I need to stay on for 5 more minutes so you can get home?
No, I'm fine.
Okay, I'm just making sure.
Brother, I will admit this. You really underestimate how often I text and drive. You really do. So
I don't want you to openly admit that. I think that's a bigger question. Keep that to yourself.
No, I mean, I'm not even looking at. I'm looking at the road. I'm not even looking at you. So, but yeah, I was like, I'm about to hit the road to Tuscaloosa. I really want to get this workout in. I didn't have enough time, but I was like, you know what? I'm going to make it happen. So,
Are you not hanging out with David?
No. So Dave has got to take the kiddo to whatever. He's got kids. Hey, I can't believe you're making Cole Thompson talk about basketball. I'm shocked. I'm shocked he hasn't run out of the show yet.
Hell no.
Just like everything, he holds his own and then some. So,
but internally, he's like fighting battles and he's punching air internally, talking about the horns. LSU, right?
Yeah, LSU,
right?
Terrifying game.
Yeah, I don't know if FanDuel's dropped a spread yet. When I looked earlier, they hadn't, which was weird because they've dropped them for every other game. But yeah, it's kind of one you have to have, right? I mean, LSU would be considered a bad loss.
Yeah. Lucas, you good?
Yeah. Do what?
Lucas, you good, bro?
Why the hell did we fire freaking Will Wade?
Because he got caught cheating, I think.
He got caught cheating.
Slimy.
Scandal? Lucas, nobody in Baton Rouge cares about basketball, so you don't have to pretend. It's okay. Literally nobody.
Everybody in Lake Charles is caring about basketball now. And look, Southeastern got to play these freaking dudes in a couple weeks. How do you think I feel?
Fake outrage.
I gotta watch the general way.
Fake outrage.
I gotta run. You guys be good. Take care, everybody.
Oh, be good, brother.
God, man.
Zay, be good. We'll man it. Lucas, I'll be home in 5 minutes, by the way. I had to get this workout in, man.
What'd you hit today? Legs, chest?
A lot of arms. A lot of arms. It was, so I'm on this workout plan. Travel throws a wrench in it, but it's 3 days on, day off, 3 days on, day off, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
3 days? What the?
3 days straight, day off, 3 days straight. I actually really like it, but it's like it's different shit.
A day or something like that.
It's just different shit every day. So some days you'll do, heavy legs. One day you'll do back and shoulders. Next day you'll do biceps and tries, and I mean it just mixes it up. But heavy arms today. Heavy arms, man. Heavy arms. Got to keep it right, keep it tight, man. Got to keep it right, keep it tight. So, like I said, I'm about to pull up to my house. I'll switch it over to the laptop when I get there. But, dude, how's the week been, man? You were down at the Senior Bowl, man. You were doing some work.
That was a hell of a week, dude. But no, actually, believe it or not, Baron Sorrell, the dude I interviewed, it was actually the last one that I got to interview because we only had 10 minutes to interview all the different players. Everybody's freaking surrounding all the cues, all the receivers and such. First person I see when I walk up, Kyle Kennard. All right, bet. We're going to interview him. Then I turn myself around. Okay, TJ Sanders, bet. Then I see Berrien talking to CJ Vogel, and I'm like, all right, bet. And Berrien ends up being Defensive Lineman of the Week.
Wow.
So, hey, BK, all the guys at TSU, you're welcome that I got your interview with a Texas dude. I had to make sure it happened for TSU.
Yeah. Yeah, you got some big guys, some big South Carolina guys too. Yeah. Those were awesome. Man. So how any major standouts from the week?
The quarterback room is pick your poison. Good luck trying to rank these dudes other than Shedeur and Cam Ward.
What about Jackson Dart? What about Jackson Dart?
He was all right. A lot of GMs, from what I've heard, I talked to a lot of media personnel there. They said that he might be better than Cam Ward, but you just couldn't find a guy that really stood out amongst everybody. Milroe was
terrible.
Oh my gosh, dude. He had a string in which he had 8 straight incomplete passes. You had balls skipping off the turf. He just wasn't accurate the first 2 days. He finally had a decent day on day 3, and everybody just raved about that and acted like the first 2 days were just never even existed, and then they act like he's the best quarterback in the draft because of his size and athleticism when they're not even looking at the actual on-field product. That's what gets me every freaking time when you got these analysts like Mel Kiper, like Todd McShay, like all those dudes around ESPN. They want to say all this about Jalen, but have you looked at the on-field product? Quit looking at what you do in the combine or in a Senior Bowl, because honestly, the freaking Senior Bowl, all you're doing is getting practice reps to get scouts' attention. That's really what everybody's looking at the end of the day, CP. But there was no standout from the quarterback position, really.
Yeah, it's crazy to me some of the buzz Milroe is getting, to be honest with you. That goes to show how weak the quarterback class is. I'm not trying to hate on Jalen Milroe, but
well, look, me and Cole talked about this a couple weeks ago. Jalen is not QB3. There is no way that you can legitimately say that you can get 3 quarterbacks in the first round. No, there's no way in hell that you can. There's just no way. And like you mentioned already, CP, this is a weak quarterback class. It's probably going to be weak for the next year or two, depending on what 26 brings. But I mean, just this class is just so underwhelming. There's not really a standout that you can pick out of the air and say, all right, we got a stud in Jaden Daniels. We got a stud in Caleb Williams. We got Drake May, who could be a franchise quarterback. Because each and every single one of these dudes, Cam Ward had a couple good years, you could legitimately say, but how is he going to fit in a pro-style offense? How is Shedeur going to do with another weak offensive line?
Yeah.
That's just questions like that you can never really find an answer to at the end of the day with these guys.
Are you a big NFL draft guy? You fascinated by the draft?
Absolutely, dude. I love NFL draft. The actual NFL, I could care less about. NFL draft-wise, though.
Yeah, I was going to say there's some guys, they love the draft, I think, more than maybe the NFL itself.
like you wouldn't believe.
The draft is like its own thing.
Yeah. But no, the defensive line room at the Senior Bowl was incredible. I mean, you had dudes all over the freaking place. You're talking about Deion Walker that looked like a man out there. Nick Scourton looked like a man. Shamar Stewart, there's a reason why dudes are so high on him because of what he brings to the table. Guys has a huge, huge upside to him. Berrien, hey, Rodney, I mentioned Berrien at the start of the show. I talked about he was Defensive Lineman of the Week. Dude showed out. Dude brings a lot of power.
I think they might be giving you crap, Lucas, because isn't it Barron Sorrell? Or is it Berrien?
He told me it was Berrien. I'm not sure.
Okay. I don't know. I could be wrong. So, somebody was giving you crap earlier this week in the chat. That's why I was kind of curious. Was he? Yeah, somebody was. Yeah, I don't know.
You got a 2-story building, or you
house. A house.
Gotcha.
But yeah, I'll be out of here in May, man. I'm moving.
Is people's building, or is that somebody? Or that's yours?
No, I live in this house.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. All right, I'm about to switch it over to my laptop. I had to get that workout in, man.
There you go. Ain't nothing better than that, but
bro, you got to.
But no, the receiver room, Tez Johnson's the best one out of all of them. I mean, when you look at how clean of a route runner he is, there's a reason why people were so high on him coming out of Oregon and just seeing what he's been able to do. It's just so impressive. Just he every time when you saw him in one-on-ones, he would win every single rep. And in team periods, he just made DBs look stupid. And it was amazing to see just the athleticism that the guy brings. His footwork is probably some of the best we've seen in the draft, in the Senior Bowl in a while. CP.
There we go.
There he is.
All right, we good?
I got you.
You hear me? Look at that. There we go. We made it happen. All right. Good deal. Now, yeah, I was happy to see you out there, man. You were obviously tagging us in all the clips and everything, and I want to get to that one year. It looked like a lot of fun.
Yeah, it was.
So seeing all that talent, man, all that talent running around.
It's tedious because media can only be in the stands shooting video, and we only get 10 minutes. As soon as we get on the field, we're trying to interview as much as we can. I was lucky to just get 3, and then they make us get off the field after 10 minutes. But
gotcha. We'll probably get out there. I think we'll probably get out there probably next year. I think it'd be cool to send somebody along. You know what I mean? Like be fun. So anyways, guys, finally I'm situated in the studio. I'm Chris Phillips. He is Lucas Hill. We are SEC Unfiltered. Closing you out today. Going till 4 o'clock Central. It's been a fun week, exciting week. Lucas, we're 2 weeks away from opening day, man. You a big baseball guy or no?
I love baseball.
Dude, Harrison and I spent literally the entire hour talking about baseball yesterday. And that, by the way, that's what Rodney and them were burying. Maybe everyone in Austin's been mispronouncing it wrong his whole career. Because isn't his name Barryn?
Yes.
Yes, I think that's they thought you were mispronouncing it. Maybe not. Maybe he is burying. Either way, excited to have you guys along, taking your questions, comments, everything in between. We'd love to hear from you on this Friday, final day of January, man. Did this January feel as long to you, Lucas, as it did to some people? I saw some people saying it flew by. I saw some saying it feels like January the 74th today.
Yeah, it just flew by to me. I mean, it was kind of long in between because we had the snow, obviously, last week, and so I couldn't go to school there. Literally, this week, I wrapped up the first full week of school, which was kind of crazy to me, seeing how late we started, and then immediately next week, we're going into the month of February, which is quite crazy to me, and it's just pretty insane how quick this month flew by. But yeah, I can agree with that.
Yeah. Yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun, man. It's going to be a lot of fun once we get to baseball season. We've already started dropping the interviews, the previews, if you will. Yeah, so probably Texas next week. We'll probably get into Texas. I know we got our Texas A&M conversation lined up. Got a great conversation dropping. We'll probably drop it Monday with Kyle Peterson. Kyle Peterson of ESPN, SEC Network. You've heard him on the College World Series. You've heard him. Heck, you'll hear him on the call for Texas A&M. That's already been confirmed. He confirmed that to me yesterday. So, yeah, I'm excited, man. That's that combo dropping Monday, and I don't know. It's weird, Lucas. I'll ask you, what do you think's the more popular sport in the SEC, baseball or basketball?
Baseball, without question.
You think so?
Oh, my
I'll
God.
tell you this. I would love to hear from y'all in the comments. I think that basketball is still the more popular sport. Baseball has more of a die-hard following, though. Like, you don't casually follow baseball. You either are, like, die-hard about it or you don't watch it, essentially. Basketball, I think people much more casually watch. Like, for example, basketball is not my favorite. I like it. But one of the reasons I like it so much is the gambling aspect. You don't have that. You don't have that quite as much in college baseball. There isn't, gambling is not as much a factor in college baseball. So if you're watching it, if you're watching a midweek game, bro, you're a diehard. You're a diehard, right? You just are. You are. So
yeah.
So, but yeah, did you see your boy Ruffino getting everybody worked up yesterday? You didn't see that on
put out?
Yeah, the video, bro. It's over 100,000 views. It's over 100,000 views, man. Yeah, talking about SEC scheduling and favoring Texas. I'm surprised we ain't got nobody talking about that today.
That was funny when I saw that yesterday.
Blake, Blake's dynamic in the LSU fan base is really interesting.
Oh my God!
In the LSU space,
beef with a lot of media personnel.
He's loved, but he's also hated, and that's why I think he does so well.
Tiger Rag doesn't really like him very much.
Who is Tiger Rag?
Tiger Rag's another magazine that covers LSU.
Okay.
But I know he had a little gig with WBRZ a little while ago where he went on with one of their sports directors, and they usually went over a lot of LSU. I don't know what happened to that one. I haven't heard from that in a while either. Something must have happened to it, but no, I agree. People love him for his taste because he's unapologetic on social media, but at the same time, it's pretty well known. He's got a lot of beef with LSU media, especially one particular person that does work with Tiger Rag, but I'm not going to name drop.
I wonder what the biggest beefs are in Texas media. There any beefs in Texas media? Any rivalries in Texas media, guys? Anything? There's got to be, dude. There's always somebody. I don't know him.
But I think Billy Lucci got something with.
Yeah, but he's A&M, man. Listen, that makes sense. Texas people should hate Billy Lucci. It'd be weird if they didn't. He's damn A&M. Okay. I'm saying like, are there Texas media folks that everybody tuned in that y'all follow that butt heads with each other, go at each other on social media? Does that happen? That has to happen. It happens within every single fan base, following team, media market, whatever. It happens everywhere. Because dude, ego runs rampant in what we do. Runs rampant. I'm proud to say we don't partake in that shit. I like to think we kind of just keep our heads down, keep it moving, try to put out great content. The focus is the audience. The focus is driving value for the end consumer. We don't spend any time trying to, have a dick measuring contest on social media. We don't do that. But I know that's a thing that happens a lot. It's true.
That's what it is. It's true. That's exactly what happens. It's exactly what happens.
I mean, Texas fans.
Tell me I'm wrong.
Texas fans got after me last year, but I mean, that's just a one-time thing.
Well, you kind of asked for it, Lucas. I ain't gonna. I was a swing and a miss.
I don't care. It is what it is.
I don't care either, but listen, I'm just saying.
I know. You're just saying.
I'm just saying.
I know. But at the end of the day,
listen, I've gotten cooked too. I mean, it is what it is, man.
It don't bother me one bit, but that's part of the media, dude. 99% of the time we're right, and the other 1%, hey, swing and a miss sometimes.
By the way, guys, the SEC Unfiltered Tour continues this weekend. Actually, after Lucas and I get off of here, I'm going to pack real quick, get ready, and make at least half the trek because we are headed to Tuscaloosa, Alabama tomorrow to watch Alabama take on Georgia at Coleman Coliseum. Very, very excited to watch the Crimson Tide, the Bulldogs do battle. First time I'll ever be taking in a game at Coleman, Lucas. When I went down to Tuscaloosa for the football season, I did actually get to go inside Coleman Coliseum and check it out, and had a great time. It was awesome. I mean, getting to see the venue, get to see the arena, but now I get to see a game. Get to see a game in there. So going to be fun to get back to T-Town, and Dave will get to go with me. That'll be a lot of fun as well. So, yeah, really, really excited. The SEC Unfiltered Tour continuing to stay tuned. I don't know what, I wanted to get the trip off and running. 2 basketball games this week. I don't know if we will travel again between this weekend and opening day. And that's only 2 weeks. It's not like that's forever or anything. But with this spring, the tour in the spring, we're not going to travel every single weekend. I'm going to keep things manageable, keep it realistic. We're going to pick and choose our spots. Obviously, we're not going to overexert ourselves. 2025 is a long year, right? We know that football season will be on the road 15 straight weeks, plus the playoffs, plus hopefully a national title, maybe mix in a bowl game, whatever. Like, we will be on the road nonstop during football season. So baseball, basketball, especially with basketball upcoming, we got March Madness. We're going to do a lot of stuff for that. We're going to be strategic with the travel. So I don't know if we will get on the road again before opening weekend. But that being said, you guys already know, excited to hang out with Texas folks because we will be in Arlington, Texas for opening weekend, the Shriners Children's College Showdown. Texas is in that, Ole Miss, Oklahoma State, Clemson, Arizona, and Louisville. So it's going to be a really, really fun tournament. A lot of great baseball, a lot of great games. We'll squeeze in some basketball games for sure over the next few weeks, but I don't know. We'll keep you guys updated. But 100% going to be at that tournament there. Everything's booked already, flight, Airbnb, the whole 9. So going to be a lot of fun. But yeah,
don't bother going to the PMAC.
Don't go to the PMAC. Don't go to the PMAC. Don't go to
That's
the
gonna
PMAC.
Be dead.
Well, I mean Lucas, that's what I mean. We're being strategic with our travels. Trust me. If you think I was going to travel to Baton Rouge for a basketball game, I'm sorry, but you got another thing coming, brother. I'm not doing that.
Alex Box is a much better location.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the same thing with Texas, if I'm being totally honest. Like, I would much rather go to a baseball series than a basketball game. It's like I said, man, it's like, it's interesting in the SEC. It's a very interesting dynamic. And we think about this a lot because from the content perspective, what's moving the needle, what people want us to talk about, et cetera. It's a very interesting dynamic. Very interesting dynamic. Because, again, I think basketball is a more popular sport, but in the SEC, I think it's about equal. It's pretty close to equal.
I think it depends on what fan base you ask, too.
Yeah, I do. I mean, Kentucky, basketball is obviously going to be more popular. Right now, Bama and Auburn, no doubt.
Right. Especially with what you got with Bruce Pearl brewing up. At this point, we might as well call Auburn a basketball school over the course of this decade.
Yeah, I mean, that's fair. I mean, who wouldn't?
How close do you think that Bruce Pearl is finally going to be able to get over that hump and win a natty? It's got to happen sometime.
It might be this year. I mean, they gotta make it through the
gauntlet.
They got to make it through the tournament, man. Just not get knocked out early. That's the big thing.
When was the last time we really saw the SEC just have 5 or 6 legitimate contenders for a Final Four? It's
this is the best SEC basketball season, I think, in conference history.
It's got to be.
I think this is the best the SEC's ever been. Yeah. This is the best the conference has ever been on the hardwood. And it's funny because Texas and OU, I think they thought they'd come in and it wouldn't be as bad as the Big 12, but yeah, it's as deep as it's ever been. So.
Yeah, I don't think I've seen a season in the SEC that's been like this. I mean, you're talking about just even people that you wouldn't have expected. Arkansas, a lot of people had as a dark horse for the tournament. They're about to be probably one of the worst teams in the SEC this year. I mean, when you talk about 3 teams in the SEC in the top 5, that speaks volumes over what the SEC has become. And just seeing some surprises. Missouri, who was one of the worst teams 2 years ago in the SEC, look at what they're doing. They're a top 20 team.
Yeah. They went winless. They went winless last year and are a top 20 team. Winless in the league.
I don't know how the hell you managed to give Dennis Gates one more year. I wouldn't give him an extension just yet. But, dude, I mean, just seeing what they've done. I know first year you go to the round of 32. Last year, definitely a disappointment. You knew that this was a season where they were on thin ice. You have to either make the tournament, improve somewhat in the SEC, at least finish 500 in the SEC in order to even make the tourney, and then do some magic there. Now we're legitimately looking at Missouri as potentially a top 8 seed in tournament play.
Yeah. Yeah, it's the conference is extremely deep, man. When do you know, Lucas, when spring ball starts for LSU?
Spring ball,
like when it starts? So when does it typically start?
So they're going through skill development right now. That'll usually last through, I think, February through March. I think spring ball usually practices are at the end of April. And then the actual game will be, I think, around May.
Brother, I know they start spring practice before April.
Are you sure?
Dude, their spring game is like April 12th. Yes, bro. It's like end of February.
Look, hey. My bad. I'm looking right now and seeing what we got. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, you were right. Probably, I know they start getting into pads around middle of April, and then they have the spring game like close to the end. I'm not sure what they're gonna do this year, but
okay, I'm gonna figure this out. I was just curious when spring practice started for a lot of people.
It's been because I know last year they started middle of April, or they had the games in the middle of April.
Let's see. LSU. Saturday, April the 12th is their spring game. It has been scheduled.
God dang.
Saturday, April the 12th, the National L Club spring game. So that means they got to start spring practice by March 1st.
April 12th?
April 12th.
And you got to do spring practice March 1st.
Bro, they take at least a month.
CP.
They practiced for at least a month.
We were in full pads for 2 freaking weeks before we started our spring. We had our spring game.
Yeah, they practiced about 5 weeks, I think.
God, dog.
Is this like new? Is this news to you?
Yes, this is news to me because that's not what I did.
Brother, I don't know what to tell you, man, but I don't know. I mean,
I don't know, man. What matters is if this transfer class is finally going to be actually good for LSU. Because you look at BK came out pissed off over the last offseason. He came out and you get, 2 All-Americans in wide receivers in Nick Anderson and Barry Brown. Plus you reload the defense. You've got a Heisman Trophy favorite at quarterback. The biggest concern for me, though, CP, is Nick Anderson because Brad Crawford had him top 5 in his top receivers. Here's a guy that's coming off of an ankle injury, though, that I thought Barry Brown or Aaron Anderson could have taken his place at that number 4 position on the top receivers. I don't know what he's going to look like by the time we get to spring practice. Because ankle injuries, it's hard to come back 100% from it. I mean, especially when you have surgery on it, it's definitely going to take a while before you finally get to even 75 by the time spring camp starts.
well, I'm excited. I'm asking because we'll start previewing spring ball.
We previewed spring ball last year around the end of February.
It was, so I can tell you exactly when it was. It was middle of it. We literally were dropping spring ball previews because I was looking last night. We were dropping spring ball previews like February the 13th, February 14th. That we don't have to go that early again. Yeah. But you know why we did that? Because dude, Mizzou, I think last year they started spring ball like legitimately like February the 10th. Because their spring game was like middle of March, where they got it out of the way insanely early, like too early. I don't know why they did it that early. Let's see if Mizzou's got theirs scheduled again. Anyways, let's see if Texas has theirs scheduled. Texas spring game. Nope, they don't have it scheduled yet. Not on I go to FBS schedules and check it. Mizzou spring game. Nope. Bro, they got Kansas this year at Faroe. How about that? A little rivalry.
Border war.
Bringing back the rivalry. Bama's spring game. Hey, Bama's spring game is also April the 12th.
I thought it was a crime that they got rid of border war, to be honest with you. Even when Mizzou made the jump to the SEC, I thought they still should have at least had it. Doesn't matter that they're not in the same conference. I mean, come on. You're talking about tradition. You're talking about rivalry. And you're going to replace it with another SEC game? Come on, man. You can't just get away with over 100 years of memories from these rivalries. That's just a disgrace to me. But I'm glad they're finally bringing it back this year. They need to make it a yearly thing.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll probably go to a spring game too, actually, to be honest with you. Try to find a good crossover with a baseball series and a spring game. So, I mean, who do you think? We gotta probably either go to Georgia's spring game, also April 12th.
Okay.
So, a lot of them on April 12th.
I think every SEC spring game is going to be that day, isn't it? Or at least half.
No, not some. Some will. Some will. Here we go. All right, here we go. You ready? Yeah. Oh, no, excuse me, that's 2024. Shoot. They've announced a good bit of them.
I got you. Mississippi State announced theirs. All of them went out from here we go. So Florida's is on the 12th. Bama Auburn, Georgia, LSU, Oklahoma,
Where are you seeing this?
and Tennessee. FBS schedules.
They've already got it up.
I just looked
Damn,
up
you got-
2025 spring game SEC schedules.
Huh. Damn. Attaboy.
Anyways. But that's just the ones that are announced right now.
Oh, okay,
I'm sure,
yeah, okay. Spring
that's,
game
that's
football
about
schedule. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, so a lot of them, you're right, are on the 12th.
Yeah,
a
half
lot
of them are on the
12th.
12th.
Is that I think that's the only day that the SEC's got any spring games scheduled. South Carolina, I think, will go on the 19th. But dude, I'll tell you this. I always
Mississippi
hated.
State's going to be on the 19th too.
I always hated when the spring games were scheduled on that like April 12th, April 10th, whatever, because that's Masters Saturday, and I always hated that.
I've always wanted to go to the Masters. I bet that's a lot of fun. Did I lose you, CP?
No, yeah, I'm here. Sorry.
I believe we lost CP.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you got me.
But yeah, okay.
I think I'm losing you is what's happening.
But I think one of the great things too. Okay. I'm about to switch to my phone.
I mean, I got you now.
I'm already getting it prepared right now.
You're good. You're good now. So I mean,
okay. But no, I just have my phone already set up just in case we lose the internet.
Gotcha. No, I mean you're good now.
Mm-hmm.
You're good now.
I got something we can do. CP, give me 3 SEC teams you're either buying or selling stock for the football season.
For the football season, looking way ahead. Buying stock, I'll go Alabama, LSU, and Texas. I'm buying stock in those 3. Selling stock, South Carolina. Missouri and Kentucky. Those feel pretty easy.
The fact that you had stock in Kentucky is funny.
I mean, I didn't really. I'm selling the little stock that I had. I'll put it that way. Yeah, I mean that's. I'm kind of neutral on Ole Miss. I mean, Mississippi State so down and out there was never stock to begin with. I mean, I am where I am on Arkansas. Not really any stock there with them. Oklahoma's weird. I'm not buying. I'm just kind of staying with them.
Yeah.
What else? Georgia is probably staying with them also. A lot of questions for Georgia. But yeah, I'll tell you this. I feel good about Alabama. I don't know. I'm skeptical of Kalen DeBoer. Don't get me wrong. I am. But I'm skeptical of Kalen DeBoer. But, dude, when you look at what they have coming back, like if quarterback clicks for them, Bama's in the playoff. I feel pretty confident saying that. And they're confident in Ty Simpson. People I talk to are pretty damn confident in Ty Simpson.
Yeah, if you were to tell me that Alabama would go 10-2 and they make the CFP, I would not doubt you one bit. I mean, even with quarterback play, whether it be Ty Simpson or if he struggles in the middle of the season, Keelan Russell could be one. I think that he's probably one of the more exciting quarterbacks in recent memory, especially around coming from a legendary high school in Duncanville. And you talk about what he's going to bring to the table. He's going to have Ryan Williams to throw the football to. Your wide receiver room is going to grow. You're going to get tight end room is going to be one that you have to address. Defensive line wise, I'm not really sure. But secondary wise, I feel really confident with them. When you got Jalen Mbakwe on one end, you've got Domani Jackson on the other. I definitely have a high ceiling for them. The front seven is going to be an issue, but I do think they're able to load up in the portal, and I think you're going to be able to get some guys. It definitely wouldn't surprise me that they go 10-2 this season. To your point on Kentucky, get ready. Mark Stoops is probably done in the middle of the season. I don't know if he gets fired in the middle of the year or the end of the year, but Tennessee game, that one in the middle of October, is probably his death sentence. You said you're selling South Carolina stock?
Just from the standpoint of like them being a playoff team, I think they're going to be a good team. I think it's going to be more around. They're going to be around 7-5. Bro, I've been watching. I've been watching, and there's a lot of people. Some of the way too early top 25s, Lucas, made me laugh. Really, truly. I've been watching South Carolina football for a long time. I have. And people putting them in the preseason top 10, just crazy, man. I think that's insane. I think that's absolutely insane.
I do think that you do need to address the offensive line as well.
Yeah.
I think the offensive line has to get addressed at some point. I mean, Look, make no mistake, the transfer portal wasn't sexy this year. You didn't have a name that you could say, okay, he's going to be a standout guy, but you got guys that you can plug and play. That's what you needed with this team. And that's what you need with South Carolina. I don't think they're a top 10 team. I do see top 15, but the month of September is going to determine what their season looks like because they open up against Virginia Tech. Brent Pry, this is going to be make or break for them. You get Vanderbilt at home, a team that you dominated last year, but still has Diego Pavia coming back. And then you go to Farouk Field going up against Missouri. That game right there is going to be the determining factor to how we can legitimately say whether or not we believe Missouri or South Carolina should be a threat in the SEC. And then when you get to that game against LSU, that's when we'll say, okay, if you can pull off a victory here, the SEC is yours for the taking, and you just might end up in the CFP. But again, we'll see. The road schedule is rough. Going to Kyle Field, going to Vaught Hemingway, going to Tiger Stadium, going to Farouk, it's not easy. But I do think that the athleticism that Lenore Sellers brings to the table makes him a guy that's going to get an invitation to New York at the end of the day. But again, who are you going to surround him with? How is your offensive line going to play? How's your running backs going to fare going into this year? You just lost Rocket Sanders. Who do you have plugging in? That's the biggest issue that I have is that there's just a lot of holes that you still got to fill, but is it going to be enough for South Carolina to get over that hump?
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I've been watching South Carolina football for a while, man, and they lost a lot on defense, and I don't know. I got to see it to believe it, to think they're going to be a 10-win playoff. Yeah. So.
Look, and I get your point. It's hard. You got to replace 3 of your 4 defensive line. All 3 of one's in the East-West, 2 of them I got to interview. But 2 of them, very high on Dylan Stewart. Very high on the kid's ceiling. I think by the time we get to the 2027 NFL draft, he will make himself into a top 2 pick. Make no mistake about it. I firmly believe that he has an opportunity to be either the number 1 or 2 pick in 2027, along with him and Colin Simmons. I know it's bold to say, but 2027, the quarterback class is taking a hit. We'll see because you got DJ Lagway. Who else am I missing from this class from 2027 that could be a top prospect? But I just don't see anyone else really being a sexy pick in 27. I think 27's draft class is going to be about the defensive line. And look, we got Ryan Williams, but you never see a wide receiver take with the first pick. Cam Coleman, another great receiver, not going to get picked with the first pick. A defensive lineman or a quarterback is going to be guaranteed. Make no mistake about it. So it's either going to be Lagway, it's going to be Colin Simmons, or it's going to be Dylan Stewart.
Yeah, I think Dylan Stewart's probably going to be the highest draft pick in the SEC in a few years. Yeah, I mean, I just, dude, you always need an edge rusher. Those are so, absolutely. Edge rushers are so valuable, man. So valuable. So.
I mean, look at what 2022 or 23 had Hutchinson and Trayvon Walker.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, look at what they ended up doing. So.
Lucas, what you got going on this weekend?
I'm not going to the game for Senior Bowls, but I got my mom's birthday this weekend, so we're going to be celebrating.
Happy birthday to Mama Hill. Happy birthday.
Next week is mine, so.
Nice. Is it the 21st?
Huh?
Is it your 21st?
Yeah, I'll be finally legal for everything.
Go. Let's go. How about it? How about it, man? Congrats. It's a big one.
Honestly, CP, if we could do away with anything, I'd do away with the birthday action other than Christmas because it's just another day at the end of the day for me. But, no, I appreciate that. But, no, man, excited for this weekend. Just a time to kind of relax. Actually, next week, CP, we'll be doing our way too early predictions around each conference. We're starting off with SEC play. So we'll be doing that for the next week or two, and then we'll go week by each conference. So excited to dive into that over on Inside the Huddle.
Nice. That'll be awesome, man.
And then when we get into February, that's when UFL season's going to hit.
Yeah. That'll be awesome, man. That will be awesome. You are a big UFL guy, right?
Oh yeah, I love USL. Who it was again? You remember Perion Winfrey, huh? From Oklahoma.
I can't say that.
His biggest highlight was his hit against Brock Purdy in I think 2020 or 2021. But no, he's a Birmingham Stallion now, so we'll be excited to cover him. We'll be probably covering a little bit around the SEC with the UFL coverage, so kind of give y'all some content around there as well. Mesh in UFL and SEC. So.
It'll be good. That'll be awesome, man. Yeah, I'll be honest with you. I don't really. But see, I'm a big baseball guy. So like when it's spring, I don't get into UFL, man. I'm so locked into March Madness and baseball, and I don't know, man. There's just nothing really pulling me into UFL. There's just nothing there for me, man. So
I'll tell you a team I'm high on going into this season for football. Mississippi State could be one that could sneak in 4 or 5 wins, maybe even play a couple upsets and get to a bowl game. Like I just like the production you're bringing in from the portal.
They did crush it in the portal.
Something about
does Mississippi State win a conference game this season?
The question is, and what you mentioned with the portal, you're talking about quality over quantity. You got I think 34 transfers coming into Mississippi State, but who do you have losing it as well? I mean, you're talking about Ty Cooper, who is fairly well. You've got a lot of receivers going out. Obviously, Mike Van Buren, who's now a backup at LSU. But bringing them in, You got Brennan Thompson from Oklahoma, Jaron Glover from MSU, Luke Crummenhook. Mississippi State fans, I don't know what their opinion is on him, but I think he's got a big arm, top tier. He was a top prospect coming out of high school, and I think he's going to do fairly well in the Levy system. He kind of brings that same skill set that Blake Shapen had, but you just don't know what he's going to bring. But I do think that Mississippi State's one team that I think can sneak in 4 or 5 wins and it be a successful season for Jeff Levy this year. And it definitely does bring in the building blocks for what you bring. The biggest question is, how does your defense improve? You still have your defensive coordinator that you had last year. That was a disaster. But again, it's all about what can you do in SEC play. If you can go 2-6, it's a victory.
Yeah. Dude, if they can win a conference game, it's a victory. I mean, so
shit. You went winless last year, huh?
And what, Blake Shapen? Blake Shapen back at QB? Michael Van Buren leaving was weird to me. It was almost like they banked they'd get somebody else and it failed.
Yeah. I don't know, man. It's confusing to me, to be honest with you. But I think Shapen's he's got one more year of eligibility remaining. But he's got a big upside, but he'll be 24 or 25 leaving Mississippi State, so his draft status is
Yeah. Friday. What was your favorite thing from January, Lucas? Favorite thing that happened in January? Could be anything.
Oh my God. CP, you're making me choose from a lot.
Sounds like you had a good month.
We had a good month. I mean, shoot. Senior Bowl was a lot of fun, I'll say that. So got this. I mean, y'all obviously got the snow. Did y'all ever get snow, CP?
Where I live, we got very, very little of it. Not anything like what y'all got. Okay. Y'all got pounded. Y'all got straight up.
We got like
pounded.
a foot of snow outside.
I mean, again, I was talking to
Cole said he got like 4 or 5 inches. Go ahead.
I was saying I was talking to Kyle Peterson yesterday. He lives in Nebraska, where it's cold as hell, and they have only gotten a few inches of snow all season. And he said New Orleans has gotten more snow than Nebraska's gotten. So.
It was beautiful, dude. I mean, but I think what was funny is that LSU's Painted Posse put out a tweet back in November, said it never snows in Tiger Stadium or something like that. Yeah. And then boom. Which I thought that was funny. What y'all planning on doing for the tour for baseball season?
Well, like I said, man, opening weekend, I will be in Arlington for that tournament. The second weekend, I'm planning on being in Jacksonville. There's a tournament down there that Alabama's in. And then the following weekend, I was thinking Gainesville for Florida baseball plays Miami. And Florida basketball has also got a home game that Saturday against Texas A&M. So I was going to try to knock out 2 birds with 1 stone. So that really kind of taken up all of our trips in February. And I don't know about March. March Madness is going to take up. Oh, we got another Lucas. There he is.
I came prepared. I knew it was about to click out for a minute, so I just figured.
Okay. Well, anyways, you asked about baseball. I don't know about March just because we've got so much stuff planned with March Madness. So I don't know what that is going to look like.
You going to the tourney?
Yeah, we're going to be at the tournament in Nashville 100%. We are going to – we're planning on Vegas for the opening round of March Madness, which will be just straight up nuts. So
You going to abuse the casinos?
we're going to be at the Fremont where the FanDuel Sportsbook is. Yeah.
FanDuel done hooked y'all up.
Yeah, no, it's yeah, that was probably my favorite thing from January. Getting that officially signed and sealed, and the big partnerships we signed with both FanDuel and Game Time. Game changers, man. Huge game changers. So yeah, big time game changers.
Now we're official.
Something like that. Officially official. Yeah, something like that. Something like that. So no, that was really cool, man, and just excited, brother. I mean, it's gonna be a crazy year. It's gonna be a crazy year. So, but yeah, we'll keep everybody updated. We're gonna be dropping the graphics, the tour graphics, and everything like we've been doing, and letting folks know we're going on the road. And certainly when we go to Austin, we'll be letting everybody here know. That's without a doubt. I can't wait to get back to 6th Street, man. I cannot wait to get back to 6th Street.
CP, I don't know if you heard about this, what was going on over at Wisconsin. There's another eligibility lawsuit.
Really?
Yes. So they had a kid who so he's a cornerback, Nizer for Quiron. That's my best that you're going to get. So he alleged that his 5-year eligibility clock shouldn't have been running during his 2 years at Division II Grand Valley States. In the lawsuit, they are denying him an opportunity to profit from his name, image, and likeness by failing to award him additional eligibility with the Badgers. The NC2A denied his request for a waiver for additional eligibility Wednesday. His attorneys told the court in the complaint filed in Madison. So I can understand a little bit because his first year could be considered a missed opportunity under NC2A rules because his father passed away in 2021. So really, I think he has at least 1 year of eligibility because he went in from 2020. He obviously had the double red shirt. So really, his first full year as a redshirt freshman should be in 22, 23, 24. This would be his last year of eligibility if everything goes through. But knowing how the NC2A is and how this is all just gotten insane, I think it's a good thing that Diego Pavia went to the courts for this because he's going to get that extra year of eligibility. I guarantee you that.
I mean, Pavia's already got it.
I know. That's the thing. That's why this kid is going out to the courts as well, because of the same thing. See, if Pavia doesn't go to the courts, we don't have any of this eligibility issue. We don't have the JUCO eligibility deals. And
I mean, it's kind of shown if you're willing to sue the NCAA, you're going to win.
I think it's also showing that these dudes are just wanting to play extra years of college football instead of getting a freaking job. Like, dude, college football is only going to last you 4 freaking years, especially at either a D2, a D1, doesn't matter where you at. 4 years, you're done. Your clock is up. Go get a job somewhere. Go use something with your degree. Don't be like freaking that's Stetson Bennett, not even graduate with your degree. But the good thing about him is he's in the NFL. But even if that, he's still got to go back to school. He doesn't have anything to do with his degree. And that's what we're getting to with college football, is that we're all about chasing the bag. We're chasing everything else, and we're not worried about getting a freaking job after college. That is why you go to college. That is why you go play college football. Not only just to play the sport that you love, but to also get yourself prepared for life.
Well, as somebody who's had a quote-unquote real job, Lucas, I don't blame him. Extend it as long as you can. It's overrated. So if they're going to let you keep playing, keep playing. Better than sitting in the cube, my boy. That's all I'm going to say. Better than sitting in the cube. So, hey, we get another year of Pavia, baby. That's all I care about. Another year of Pavia. I'll take it. I'll take it. Guys, again, appreciate you all tuning in. We have hit 4 o'clock Central. The end of January. We're closing out the month, not just the day, not just the week. We are closing out the month. We appreciate each and every single one of you, Lucas. It's always a pleasure, man, to chop it up with you and chat. Again, guys, make sure you like, subscribe, follow along, both Texas Sports Unfiltered and SEC Unfiltered. You can find us on all the same channels, all the same platforms, Facebook, X, Instagram, YouTube, podcast. You already know the drill. So anyways, follow Lucas, follow me as well. And guys, BK and Bucky will be back on Monday morning, bright and early to kick you off and get next week going in the month of February up and running. If for some reason you're going to be in Tuscaloosa tomorrow, we will see you there. Otherwise, thank you all so much. Appreciate you taking the time. Lucas, thank you again. Have a great weekend, guys, and we will talk to you all on Monday.